Wake up! Everybody wake up! Get scared! Hello, everybody! Welcome to technically pre-stream. Like, I know we kind of just start right away, but technically we're in pre-stream for a while. And hello to our early chat crowd. Tenebrous Forge, Ploots Boots, Skell Elephant, Sleepy Moth, and Silver Knights. Hello.
Hello.
Are you still drawing? You son of a bitch.
It's warm up.
I'm tattling on bugs immediately.
I'm warming up. It's good art, brother.
2 hours!
It's warm up.
I thought you were gonna go back to bed after we got the announces up.
No, I wake up and I warm up and I drink.
I thought you were gonna sleep more.
No.
Hi, Skell Elephant.
Hi.
And thank you. Design Mine, Art Bugses. And by design mine, I mean I
You designed it.
slid
Shut the
over
fuck
some
up.
selfies.
Shut the fuck up.
I
You designed
slid
it.
you some
did-
the number of
Shut the fuck
years
up.
you had to go
I'm
through.
turning you down. There we go.
You can't do this! Ah! But I am very happy with it. Hey, Mr. Andom, welcome to chat.
Hello.
Tenebrous Forge has got a little sprites bosses. Also glad to catch a stream after the last couple weeks. Hey! Glad you could come by. We never worry, like, if you miss streams, don't worry about it. You can't make it to every
If
stream.
you miss
Sometimes
streams,
Holly
we will
starts
not
streaming
stamp
in the
your
morning.
rewards card and you cannot get a free sandwich. Very sad.
Yeah. The sassy hand is everything. That was, like, one very specific note, is that I wanted to be doing this gay little hand to the chest of,
It's
bad.
good to do this.
It's good. I needed to be visibly gayer and fatter, and what better thing to have on while doing a One Piece stream is just a immediate visual warning of what you're in for.
Exactly.
That and having the title be Sword Barbie Adventures. Ooh, getting better at TF2. I don't understand TF2.
It's a game.
I like... It's a good game, but, like, I was just always on the shipping side. I never really figured out how to play because I was big baby and scared
I used
of
to
playing a game where I could disappoint team members.
I mostly played Sniper and Medic. I had a fun time with it. At Pyro for a while.
I feel like now, knowing how much I enjoy, like, Splatoon, I probably would have had a perfectly fine time and, like, found a niche somewhere, you know?
Absolutely.
I don't know what as. I'm not sure what roller really translates to in, like,
Heavy.
other normal FPS.
Heavy.
It would be heavy, wouldn't it? I'd be going in as a heavy.
Yeah.
And I'd be experiencing the exact same rage of every sniper in a 40 Ooh, they want to shoot you so bad.
Actually,
if
you
you're
know
a
what?
roller. And I think heavy...
Roller might translate to Pyro, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's a
think?
constant
You
quick
know,
stream.
it's a
about dodging and
utilitarian.
getting in trouble. Yeah.
And it's a utilitarian class, too. Hey, Sheik!
Yeah.
I'm not staying up all night tonight. Good! I'm not allowed to tell you what to do because you're older than me, but good! I can't tell Sheik shit. It's good.
Every sniper wants to kiss me with tongue? No. What I'm focused on is the other sniper on the other team and trying to shoot his head. I am like...
I mean, but is that
I'm-
not enemies to lover, if you think about it?
Everyone who dies between me and the other enemy sniper is incidental, is the thing.
I believe you'd be a terrifying demo knight. Ooh, I like getting, like personality traits read out. I can tell anything I want, even if they're 80. God told me I could. I could do that, but I've known Sheik since I was a teenager. That outclasses me.
Okay, it's cool. Just get Holly to
different.
tell Sheik what to do. Easy. Outsource.
Okay. Yay.
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 I'm excited though. Chat, I have 4 human pounds of grapes to eat.
Oh, I thought you were
I
gonna
am
say
entering
4
a
human
race.
pounds of notes.
I mean, I don't think I have 4 human pounds, but I haven't checked the numbers on how much notes I have on Swords Barbie. Let me check that real quick. But more importantly, far more importantly, is that grapes were $2.50, as I was excitedly telling Bugs, multiple chats, my parents. It's exciting.
Are you enjoying your strains of grape?
I called it a strain once! Listen!
It's good! It's good!
It's a good one! Okay, so last time I gave y'all the word count of what were at the time combined Luffy and Zoro word counts.
Mm-hmm.
We wound up just going through Luffy because I decided at the halfway mark I would rather not rush myself. This time, just the Zoro notes are now 1,405 words, which isn't that bad. I think that's totally reasonable for 5 hours of streaming. I think I'll be good.
Mm-hmm. 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 Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Yeah, for the Grape Frenzy begins exactly. No, that's the thing. This is the fight between my capacity to eat this type of grapes and time.
Mm-hmm. You can do it.
And I will win. Admittedly, even just when I, like, rinse the grapes, like, I legitimately, just rinsing your produce to it's so boring, but it really does make it last longer with fruits if you just fill up a sink with cold water and swish them around in there and, like, do that twice. It really does make them last longer.
Huh.
But I have, like, a full cup of grapes just from the individual grapes that fell off during this process. So I gotta eat these, like, shrapnel grapes first. It's good.
Let's go.
Also, Werebear there says, I'm so excited to understand this man. My friend explained him to me, but it wasn't an explanation. Oh, that's exciting. That's good. Yeah, if anyone out here, like, isn't into One Piece, but just wants to learn, welcome.
Welcome.
You will hear insane statements. It's good.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the Pokemon people are cheering us, which is good.
Uh-huh.
What have I been doing this week? I feel like I should, like, mention at top, like, you might have noticed slightly less streams usual. Just expect in summer for there to be slightly less streams to some degree.
Sorry.
Because part of what happened this week is, like, it's hot out, and if it's hot, you get stressed out, and if you have any pre-existing ailments, they're just gonna fire off from time to time on you. Or you're gonna have a day where you're just sleeping in
your
sweat.
Your sub skill will proc, and it's so cool.
Yeah, it's fun. You have all of these, all of your min-max stats you start to pay for with whatever's going on over here. Let me think. Between now and last time, well, I got to play my Lairs game with the crew, so that was fun.
Oh yeah.
That's our robots crash landed. This is going to do Snail's wonderful, like, custom-made setting. No justice at all. But if I say the words, robots crash landed onto a Wuxia planet, where magic kung fu is real, and also some of the gods died, that'll get you a base. And that's been delightful. My character is problems. And he had a slight panic attack, and I consider that winning at tabletop playing, because that's the type of games I like to play, is where I can do absolute cartoon horseshit and also have an emotional breakdown. It's important to do this. Sorry, I'm, like, scooting slowly up to, like, keep my pillows from shifting down.
I think, honestly, that is, like, a good hallmark of winning a tabletop game, is getting to, write something that kind of twists your guts around. It's good to do that.
Yes, no, that's like, you know, for more like casual RPs, which, like, me and Bugs RP together. I'm gonna say that outright because young people, play toys with your friends. Play toys with your friends.
It's fun.
It's fun.
It's also a good way to, like, practice.
And if you go like, oh, I can't write that great, that's fine. You're writing first draft, like, mini paragraphs about boys being angry at each other, or girls being angry at each other.
It's good.
It's good. And if you're, say, 14 and on Neopets, you can look back at yourself later and go, boy, I was trans.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Only ever doing the boy roles.
I just wanted to be safe online, so no one noticed I was a girl. That's it. Smile.
Yeah, no, it's just, I just really liked Inuyasha.
Yeah.
So. Also, hey, congrats to Young Nanners on the move. Says you're coming back from a new place. Fucking congratulations. Rest the rest of the fucking powerful. Moving sucks, let alone from,
God,
from a bad scene or anything like that.
God, yeah,
It's
fucking
tough
congrats, congrats, congrats.
Yeah.
Fuck, what have I been doing? I finished, reading One Piece Volume 2 in Japanese. I'm on Volume 3.
Yes! Bugs has been cranking through it in Japanese. God damn!
Right now I'm in the middle of a really tough part because Buggy uses, not only tough by language, but sometimes he'll use alternate kanji to refer to things.
Yes!
And I recently...
What's wrong with him?
I was talking with someone on Twitter and they were like, oh, well, the thing is that, like, you know, when you see stuff like that, it can often be a suggestion of a different way to read the word. Like, they were showing me miru, miru, and miru, which were all variations of to see, but one is, like, to see, to view, like, as in watching TV, and to inspect. So I'm like, oh, fuck, I gotta go back and see what those different ones he's using mean. Fuck me. It's fun! It's fun learning a language.
It's really
fun trying to figure out what someone's saying because they're saying ya ga nakatta, which yagata, which is crushed yaru to do, plus nakata, which is a past tense did not. It's bad. It's bad. I don't like him. I don't like how he talks. It's bad.
Well, what I love about it is, you know, like, there's, like, learning a language, like, in general, but then, like, using it to, like, apply, and I just get to enjoy Bugs bringing me information because my Japanese is nowhere near as good. I am doing my best. I can recognize a lot of kanji now.
You know a lot of kanji, I don't. Like, the sin on the giant's head when we were watching One Piece. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the one that was sin. I don't know, okay, this is gonna sound terrible, but I recognize a lot of kanji because when I read them, I'm like, if I was a Japanese middle schooler, this is what I would have been, like, writing in my notebooks in, like, big, weird, stylized... Because the ones for evil shit look dope!
Yeah, you're right,
Absolutely! Duh, listen, I had my error. Sorry, my laptop just slid around, so if you heard some weird sound, that's what that was.
I see.
I got too excited, but, like, I like memorizing kanji. I don't know, it kind of, like, fills the same space in my head of, like, learning, like, puzzles logic in, like, games, you know?
says, I wish I had time to practice language learning, but my ADHD brain does not have the fortitude to learn an entirely different language. You've seen me play video games!
Renshu. Legitimately, what worked for me is finding a goofy language app that I can just dip around between different style of, like, quizzes, and that's what works, and I just do it before bed until my brain is tired out.
There's a way to learn how to do it, and it will be out there for you. It might take a bunch of different ways. You might be one of those motherfuckers who just loves textbooks. You might love gaming. You might love just, like, listening to bullshit online. It's out there. You can do it. Nothing is impossible. You
my
can,
recommendation
like,
for a good place to start... My recommendation for a good place to start is the app called Renshu. That's Renshu, spelled like this. It is you can get, like, a paid thing, but all it really does is, like, open up some extra stuff. It doesn't have ads. It's maintained by, like, I know it's, like, one person who moved to Japan and then, like, several native speakers. It has, like, voice clips for things and pronunciations. It has a built-in kanji dictionary. It is focused just on Japanese. So it does not fuck around with weird, like, rote learning, whatever. It's like, no, we're gonna take you through, like, hiragana and katakana and then start you on, like, beginner stuff. And if you get EXP from doing games, your little PNG buddy evolves, like a Tamagotchi. And it does terrible things. And that works for me. That actually works for me entirely well as motivation, and it's really customizable, which is another thing that's nice about it.
Holly says, if you tell yourself I
plug.
don't think I can do it because my brain is X, you risk becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy. You gotta try it. Exactly.
And then Holly ate a wasp. Thank you for eating a wasp. Reducing the wasp population.
Thank you. So cool.
What does the little buddy do? It's literally just, like, you get to a certain level, and the PNG changes, and sometimes it has a goofy, like, evolution path you can pick. It's not really that interactive, it's very simple, but I kind of like that. I got a pop-up telling me to eat a wasp. Well, thank you for doing your civic duty, we appreciate that. Oh, also, before I forget, thank you for following Eve609, the Cerulean Devil, Wumble Muffin. Oh, I like that one. Wumble Muffin. Wumble Muffin. Sorry. Faye Fidelia, Just Crazy Cookie, and Library Seraph. Thank you all for following. Real quick, before I forget.
Thank you.
I'll look into it once I'm not swamped with a bunch of games and shows I've been putting off lately. Legitimately, here's my advice. Don't go into learning Japanese or any other language like, I'm gonna become a new person. I'm gonna set aside an hour in my day in the afternoon where I just devote my... Like, you could do that. Here's my advice. I'm just gonna do like 5 minutes before I go to bed, laying in my bed, doodling on the phone app. And then maybe you'll do a little bit more. Maybe you'll start wanting to do more. But let yourself just go like, I'm just gonna fuck around with this.
I started doing
my
that,
advice.
and then now typically I study for about 3 hours every day.
Yep. Because that's what Bugs likes, and I'm often like tired enough that sometimes I just spend an hour re-going over hiragana and katakana just to like get better at sight reading.
Yep.
Because I at least hit the point where I can sight read a lot of times now, and it's very exciting when you get there. It really is. But
it is. A whole world
what the fuck
opens
else
up.
we've been doing?
We've been watching a lot of One Piece. We watched the Mermaid arc.
We've been watching a lot of One Piece. We have admittedly been watching a lot of One Piece anime, and here's my advice. If you've never gotten into One Piece before, if you want to check it out, read the manga! Read the manga!
You don't have to watch
Read the
anime.
manga!
You don't
The
have to
anime
watch the
kicks
anime.
ass. It's often really fun.
Yeah.
It's really engaging. It has some really fun moments. The amount of added, non-extant in the manga boob shots amount to character assassination.
Poor fucking
Oda
Sanji.
did not draw this many boob close-ups,
I
and
promise you, Sanji in the manga doesn't peek in at people in the shower outside of that one time.
no, he was having an emotional breakdown.
That's true.
No, this isn't about the filler. No, hold up.
Filler's
This
good.
hooray for
Filler's
skeleton. We love the filler.
The filler fucks.
We love the filler, and we like holler and joke every time the animation stops and becomes a PNG. At some
Yes.
point, we just started going, hold,
Yes.
hold, like the whole time it's going on. The problem is twofold. One, sometimes anime, because of the nature of the space, will run with character traits for small moments that didn't happen in the manga. This can cause a certain amount of build-up of behavior that it doesn't actually exist that sucks.
Laxland, you wish
Sanji
it was
is
8
the best
frames a
example
second. You wish. It's a slideshow when they want to hold.
Oh, no, we're talking about a held shot. Let's be clear. Thank you, Raven Bonnefoy.
Yeah.
42, what the hell?
Let me show you what a held shot looks like. Watch me. Okay. Oh, Frankie's demonstrating.
Or, like, if we could turn our sprites around and then have us still be talking with the sprites backwards, but without this little bump of animation, that's also what we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, there's nothing wrong with that happening in anime or any type of animation, because animating's fucking expensive!
Yeah.
So if you're gonna have a big, cool fight scene with, like, super animated motion, sometimes you need to have a long-held shot. Sometimes you need to have kind of goofy shots, or moments that look better in motion, or really good faraway shots because there's a character who's like a story tall. So, you get the world's littlest guys.
Sometimes Neptune needs to give a really long talk or listen to a character talk, so you just hold on him because his beard doesn't move when he talks. So you just hold on him.
I love it. It's so good.
And he just sits. Let me show you a picture of what Neptune looks like.
Oh, yeah, the man who I keep joking in Brooke's voice about. That's probably a good idea. But the other thing that can happen is that in a manga, if there's a joke that kind of sucks in One Piece, it's just gonna last for, like, a panel or two at a time. You know what I mean? Like, there's a shitty bit of some trans misogyny that happens in the middle of One Piece that I consider to be something that gets made up for later. It genuinely seems like he, like, learns better from it. It's dumb, but it's like watching something from the 90s and it has a cross-dressing joke level of like,
Oh, shit,
yo,
no,
an
thanks,
honest
Anon.
gifter, what the sick?
Well, no
Anonymous Gifter gave out subs to Beans Thembo, Cricket Guts, A Cricket, Hooray for Skeleton, Dust Wolf,
Yay.
and Yan Yix.
Hey, thanks.
So I'm gonna say that. Yin Yix. Sorry, you're like Nordic now. Yeah, this is the king of all mermaids.
Yeah.
The only character with body hair.
I love his body as a coelacanth that fucks. I love him.
It's so good. Congratulations to his wife, who was a goldfish mermaid and was approximately as big as one of his hands. Unrelated. Unrelated. She died because she was a radical protester who then married into royalty but never stopped being a radical protester, and I kind of love her for this.
Yeah. When he
Which,
talks, does
by
his
the
beard
way,
only
I should
move
mention,
up and down? Yes, if it moves.
Nope, doesn't move. It doesn't move. It doesn't move. It does not move. They just have this man talk. It's great.
It's really good. Animators love him. Animators love him in Sanji's Skywalk.
They do. She sounds rad as shit. She does! The Mermaid Queen fucking rules! It is literally indicated later. I think it's one of those, like, they show, like, a couple of brief moments from, like, a time period before they got married, and one of the things they show is, like, the Mermaid King being told, like, "Sir, that woman is once again riling up protests for the ability to go to the surface," and he goes, like, "Let me talk to her." He's like, "What happened here? What happened here?" God's largest man was beguiled by his most fragile, tiny protester. All right, good for her.
Let me show you his sons. Here's
Cosmion would like to know what the
Neptune
Mermaid
family.
Queen looks like also.
Hang on, I'll get that for you in just a sec.
Okay, first we gotta show you their sons, who I
Yeah.
have decided one of them is kind of honky, I will say.
Let's see, that would be, Neptune Princess One Piece. Mermaid Princess One Piece.
I eat a grape. Oh.
No, not princess! Princes! Come on!
Hell on Earth.
You're killing
Maybe
me.
Mermaid Royal Family will get you there.
Fishman
while Bugs is
Island
looking for that,
Princess.
To finish my thought from earlier, read the manga because it's a beautiful manga, the artistry is wonderful, the pacing is, like, snappier than animation because that's how that works, and because you can then go into the anime knowing that a 2-panel gag that's really unfortunate is being stretched into, like, multiple filler episodes. So these are all 3 of these are brothers from the same parents.
Uh-huh.
I think the blue-haired one's kind of hunky. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah. You're very brave for this. You're right. He's
cute.
He's kind of
He's
hunkier
good.
in the manga. Hang on, let me put him on screen because they're all based on Japanese puppet designs.
They are. It's really fun.
Unfortunately, I'm trying to find a picture of the Mermaid Princess that isn't from, like... Okay, here's the problem with the anime in this era we're in right now. So it's post-time skip.
The animators were horny.
It's post-time skip, and Toei is like, alright, here's what we gotta do. New style, new One Piece. Lighten everyone's skin. More boobs. Hold on the boobs more. Lighten that skin even more. We gotta do something for the dads. How about even more boobs?
I maintain Bugs keeps going a little something for the dads when Boob shuts us up. I don't think it's for the dads. I think it's for 16-year-olds.
A little something for the dads. So, here's the Mermaid Princess as a baby with her mom.
Yes, so I'm gonna preemptively explain something real quick. You're all gonna think to yourself, oh, well, that's okay. They're mermaids, so they must have their kids as eggs. No, they don't. No, canonically they don't.
Here's
Canonically,
the
they're the exact...
princess.
Technically in One Piece, merfolk, fishfolk, humans, and a type of entity called minks, who are basically furries, those are all humans. A mermaid and a human can have a child, a mermaid and a fish person can have a child. Those are all normal, so they all have children the normal way. And this is the queen, who's a goldfish.
She's a goldfish.
And her hand is bandaged because she broke it hitting someone who was stealing, and she was crying, because she was going, I can't believe I never noticed your suffering. I am your queen, and I should have been able to stop you from having to
Here's
lower yourself to steel.
a little bit of
Sobbing and
scale
sobbing.
between them.
Yep, there's the king and there's his wife. Absolute queen. Absolute queen shit.
Thinks of Sidon's dad. Yeah, huh?
The best possible outcome is that this is a T for T couple. Vis-a-vis what happened with them babies.
Hey, who wants to see something bad?
I don't...
Blue Ring, Octopus, One Piece. Who likes Jimmy Buffett?
Oh, why would you show them this? So, worth noting that in the Merf people, merfolk and fishmen, which the only difference is that fishmen, the fish part is the top half of them, and for mermaid folk, it's the bottom half of them. This is a merman.
Mm-hmm.
Octopi are allowed. Octopi and squid are allowed. Otherwise, it's all fish. No crabs. I don't think there's any actual true whales, unless Jinbei species. I don't know if whale sharks are sharks or whales, so I don't know if whales are allowed.
Quickly, chat.
Anyways, this man is one of the bad guys of this arc.
I have a question for you, chat. Knowing what you know about mermaids, from what Frankie's explained so far, what's this man? If you heard me while I was typing, don't cheat.
Oh, I know
Just
who
take
you're
a
gonna
guess.
bring up on screen.
What's this man? What species is he? What fish is he?
What fish is this man? Nope. No. Sea cucumber, no. Sea slug, no. Sea cucumber, no. Oh!
That's right.
Garden eel.
A carpet shark.
A carpet shark.
Yes, you got it.
So this is the other genius thing about Oda. Can you bring up a picture of Jinbei, actually? Just all the time, regular, normal Jinbei? The handsome man, by the way. The hottest man in One Piece, unequivocally.
Oh,
Hands down.
I'm gonna bring
no
a picture
question.
of him in leather.
The one
since you're
true
saying
option.
That.
Thank you. No, don't bring him in his normal kimono.
Aw, you don't want him? You don't want him.
You can bring in the
You don't
leather
want
one
him.
next, but I need just a...
You don't want him.
I need a typical representate. That's good. No, this is pretty good, actually. You might look at him and think to yourself, oh, okay, whatever type of fish he is, must have big fangs. He's kind of shark. He's a whale shark fish, man.
Uh-huh.
They don't have fangs, they're filter feeders. Oda is God's most powerful creator, because he just does whatever he wants. And I think that's good.
And by
I
the
think
way,
that's correct.
this isn't a like, oh, whales in One Piece are like this. I mean, they do have teeth in One Piece is the thing, but it's a kind of a cartoon abstraction. These are Jinbei's friends, the whale sharks.
Yes.
You may note that
So, like, they don't have fangs.
the other prince over here has whale shark spots on his body as well, so he may
Yes.
also be a whale shark. Fun to think about.
He may, and the funny thing about that is you may think to yourself, wait, so are the mermaid princess or any of the three boys a goldfish or a coelacanth? Since their parents were a coelacanth and a goldfish? And One Piece rules for merfolk, and I believe minks also work this way, there's no blending through in the species, as in, like, what kind of fish you are. Any type of fish species that is in your genetic lineage can be what one of your kids winds up being. Which I think is genius, and I love them for this. Jinbei does have Aquaman powers specifically for whale sharks, thank you.
This man
All
and
merfolk
this
in this
man
series have some degree to communicate with fish.
are both giant squids.
Yes, that is true.
Do you know?
I think one of them is an animal giant squid, though. I think that's his pet. Yes.
Do you know Elder Scrolls? It's like the Khajiit.
We're not talking about the Khajiit.
He hates the Khajiit.
So if your grandpa was a whale shark and your mom and dad were tuna, you could end up a whale shark? Yes. And this is so normalized to merfolk that one of them, who's the brother of Frankie's, like, dead teacher as a carpenter, is like, yeah, no, it's totally normal for us to, like, not worry if our kids don't look anything like us, and we think it's weird that humans worry about that. Would you mind if I were to write down the description of McCready on Twitter relating to the Mermaid King, because I can't stop thinking about that comparison? I mean, you can.
You can tweet whatever you want
it,
forever.
yeah, it's just putting text in here. I don't know if I'm gonna read it on air or anything, but yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna chalk it up to genetics are whack and these are humans, so they need teeth. This is whack. I choose to believe that it means that in One Piece, fangs are just a thing you can have. Prove me wrong, Oda. I'm gonna be saying that a few times. Speaking of, we can't start talking about this man because I will have to start admitting how hard I have been laughing every time. Like,
these are the same thing.
Okay, chat. Guess how large this man is?
These are the same thing.
Guess how large this man is. Phantasmagoric Lich wins with really big. This man is the size of the Empire State Building. He is bigger than the Mermaid King. He is much bigger than the Mermaid King. And Bugs hates him so much.
I fucking
Bugs
hate him.
hates this man.
I hate him.
They hate his presence.
I hate him.
He has a giant squeaky voice in the anime for some reason.
I hate him.
And the problem is that he shows up and does something, I'm gonna say, minorly bad.
I hate him.
And it just cracks me up so hard. Because they just keep showing these, like, really pulled out distant shots.
No, in the same
where you
arc,
can see
we meet
him in the
this man.
background.
We meet this man, and I hate the monkfish man more. I think this man's design fucks, if I'm honest. I like this guy.
No, this motherfucker.
It's Eggman. Yes.
Kinda owns.
No, this is Oda's original character. Not related. Copyright.
Do not steal.
Do not steal.
Uh-huh.
His name is Tamago. He speaks French, in a way.
Bear an egg in the English translation, I think. He speaks French, and if you were an Osumatsu-san person back in the day, you might think to yourself, oh, I bet I know what that sounds like. The hell you do. The hell you do. He just ends now that's a spoiler. Now that's a spoiler. Now that's a spoiler. That's a little bit of spoiler, I think. That's definitely a spoiler. Oda is the king. I cannot wait until we hit Dressrosa. Dressrosa infamously is where, like, the budget got really bad in the anime. And I'm so excited. I want to see Senor Pink. I want to see the showdown.
I'm looking up something. La la la. La la.
Kind of obsessed with how the pants are attached to the shell in bird form. Oh, those are definitely a part of his pants. Let's be clear, I think. If a long leg and a long arm had a kid, would they just be really long-limbed? Your likely result from long arms and long legs having kids is either that you have a long leg or a long arm, but I do think it's quite possible that you could get both. However, it is worth noting that long arms and long legs actually seem to have, like, a really deep-rooted, really long history of conflict between the two different, I guess, tribes, for a lack of better word, so might be a difficult romance. Kind of a Romeo and Juliet kind of thing, you know?
What's this? Why, who is that at the official Universal Studios parks? Kids, happy summer!
Let's go.
Baron
it's
Tamago's
behind all the
here!
Photos.
That's loud as shit.
There we go.
Oh, what?
They should have put him on stilts. Cowards.
Oh, Carrot's here too. And Capone is here.
The One Piece USJ water shows are great. They are the most for tiny children productions ever.
It's great.
Literally,
I love
like,
them.
all the kids have squirt guns. And the whole thing is that at certain points they'll go like, I need all of your help to defeat them!
Yes.
And then you just get to unload your water guns on the bad guy actors. And you've never seen happier actors than the bit part, like, Navy officers who will throw themselves backwards as soon as a 4-year-old wings them, like, throwing themselves to the ground like bad guys in a Power Rangers shoe.
Yeah, it's good.
It's really good. It's really good. You need. And oh yeah, the fountains go off for the attacks.
Why is Beppo there? Beppo wasn't in Whole Cake.
He's here. He's here now.
Oh, look at him go. Fantastic. Fantastic. I love you.
I do love that the actor takes the coffee cup off of his hat, just like in the anime, but he has to like hold it through the action shots so it doesn't like fall off.
By the way, please enjoy Easter at USJ. Okay?
Please enjoy. But yeah, what got us on to talking about? Oh yeah, because we've been watching the anime, and once again I tell you, read the manga first. It's a wonderful time. It'll now and then do something kind of stupid for one panel. And the one problem with the anime is that something kind of stupid for one panel gets turned into 20 minutes of your life. 20 minutes of your life!
Uh-huh.
But we're bad people, and we've already watched a lot of, like, Lupin the Third.
We're in a really cute filler right now, actually. The one with the giant with the mini fruit.
I really like this, but no, I love the filler arcs and stuff. And that's the thing, is, like, we love seeing filler arcs. We love, like, straining through stuff for, like, any extra canon to, like, add to our own thoughts on these characters and enjoying them in silly situations. Big Mom Pirates, where can I join? Well,
wow.
There's 2 ways to join. And one is that you can either marry one of Big Mom's freak children. And I do not drop that word often. You might not survive that. So good luck. You can swear loyalty to her by sharing a sake cup, but if you try to leave ever, she will spin a roulette wheel for how much life she gets to suck out of you. And the final method, and the worst, is to marry Big Mom. Survival rate 1% out of 100.
But you can do it. 99% of pirates die before they get to being happily married to Big Mom.
One man has survived the process of being married to Big Mom.
Oh, I have something really bad to link to you on the side, Frankie. I'm not putting this on stream.
I like that we immediately get all caps, out of my way, gay boy, I'm about to get it, I could fix her. Can we bring up one picture of Big... Oh... Sorry, Bug showed me something to the side. Can we bring up one picture of Big Mom before we, like, start to circle towards actually starting the drawing stream? Just for the nice people, just so they can see. Legitimately, my favorite, bar none. I feel about Big Mom the way, like, power scaling nerds feel about Kaido. I adore her. She's done everything wrong. She's a monster. She's a nightmare to her kids, to the ocean at large, to, like, populations. I adore her. She's the best one.
Well, let's see. This is what she looked like when she was young and hot. Typical One Piece
For cowards.
women.
Only cowards.
Only
cowards.
Women,
Worth noting she's 20 feet tall. They don't.
This is the beautiful way she's gracefully aged.
We need to see how she looks now. We need to see the way she loves this motherfucker right here. The best. The realest. My girl is wearing a comfortable muumuu. I love it. I love it. Look at her. Look at her. This woman's 40 feet tall. And she's not a giant. There's a type of people in One Piece that get normal, get big normal. Her parents were normal sized. She's just like this. She's the best. She's the best to ever do it. She's the best ever. She uses ore. The atrocities give her character and I love her muumuu. Exactly. We love women's wrongs. Exactly. She's a nightmare person. She is my #1 vote. I want her to come back as an inexplicable, whatever, that was then, ally later.
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah.
I believe.
It could happen.
I believe.
It could happen.
Also, shoutouts to Werebear there with, please, just one chance, bury me on your property, baby. You can line that shut up. She's had 40 husbands, homie.
You can do
Today
it.
could be your day.
You can do it.
You could fix her. You could fix her. Legitimately, she's like the one villain character who I've taken a look at figurines for and thought like, ooh,
yeah. I've thought about cosplaying her.
Ooh.
Because I kind of got, you know.
Oh, that would be so boss.
Right? Wouldn't that be fun? It would be cool if you could do like like a cosplay of Big Mom and then have like her singing Umbrella and stuff like that with like little puppets.
Oh.
Wouldn't that be fun?
No, you're so. Which worth knowing, by the way. If you're asking what her power is, she can take the soul she can take life out of people, I should say. Not soul, life.
Mm-hmm.
And put it in other things. And she has used this to make her home territory into a Disneyland nightmare. Everything's alive. Everything's alive and has a little cartoon face.
The food
and they
screams
sing.
And gets so sad if you don't eat it. It's good.
Literally, if you sit down at her dinner table, you have to watch as a stack of pancakes slides up like, ooh, I hope you eat me. And then the syrup goes like, ooh, but not without a little sugar, honey. It's a nightmare.
Yeah,
it's a nightmare. I love her.
It's
I love her
it's
so
good,
much.
It's good.
Isn't her island literally alive? Everything on her island is pretty much alive, yes. And a lot of it's also made of candy, yes. The ocean around her island is syrup. There's a whole island where everything's made of chocolate.
It's good.
Please look forward. If we ever pull it together, we do want to do, like, arc-based, like, info dump streams where we just, like, cover individual arcs. I don't know if we'd be strong enough to do, like, every arc of One Piece in order.
No.
Because we'd be committing to, like, 20 of these motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, the door has a face.
But if nothing else... it does have a face. It does.
A big part of the arc, in fact, is that the walls have faces and are listening in on what people are doing in the rooms.
Uh-huh. It is a surveillance state in the most literal way possible. Is this where Captain Knuckles want to take Flapjack? I think this is his ex, actually. I think Captain Knuckles did make it out alive, just barely.
The way they draw
might have lost his leg, though.
Bad.
It's bad.
The
it's
thing
really
about
bad.
Big Mom is that she wants to have kids of every species. So she has a mermaid kid.
It's not race. Yes. Yes, she does.
Hi.
Why does she want to do that? Confused reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's one of her children who is a giant, I think hammerhead shark, I want to say, woman?
Yeah, I believe so.
Shout out to one of Jinbei's crew who gets to marry this woman. Good for you, Aladdin. God damn.
There's a bit of a range of how the designs look. There's this man who I hate, who keeps showing up.
Oh, we gotta show them Katakuri, though. Katakuri is one of my... he's bad. He's bad. I'm not looking at the Candyman you're showing them, but Katakuri is, like, maybe my other favorite of just, like, straight-up villain Hey! This isn't Katakuri. You'll see Katakuri. Lord Licorice, but this is Katakuri. This is a bad shot of Katakuri. He looks better in the manga, but... This man... Hey! Can you get a picture of him with his mouth visible? Yeah! Woo! Hey! What's good, homie? I could fix him. I could fix him.
Yeah, you could fix him.
I could fix this 40-year-old man.
Yeah, for sure, brother. Absolutely. Oh, here's the shot that everyone gets pointed out. Hang on.
Okay, good. Why does he have so many belts on his leg? Yeah! What them boots for, King? Why you got knee pad on? Why you got singular knee pad?
He's got spurs. Good for him.
This man proves that Oda, on some instinctual level, understands trans mask people as a whole.
So you saw
Like,
it, did you?
obviously I'm
Neotypes.
stereotyping a little. This is like, uh, the kind of people I happen to run into. No queer group is a monolith. People are all different. But listen. Come on. Come on.
And by the way,
Edgelord
someone was
OC drawn in your
asking-
high school notebook vibes positive. That's how Oda rolls, baby.
Phantasmagoria
Sorry,
Lich says, wait, is this the guy that goes yummy whenever he eats something? Yes!
Yes. 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 And it's a big dramatic reveal, and it rules entirely. Please look forward to either whenever we get to, like, a whole cake stream, because I don't think when we do the Sanji spoilers yes redux, he is the other character that we are going to run a spoilers yes info dump on. Everyone else, their story is contained enough in, like, the big story that's important to them that I don't think I really can do, like, a big redux on any other character. Sanji and Whole Cake. Listen. But this man, my favorite. I wish there were more, I've talked about this before. I wish boys in One Piece slutty figurines. Don't bring up the naked ones. Those don't count.
Those aren't made
That's
by...
different. That's not what I want. And if you're saying to yourself in chat, naked ones, don't Google nothing. It's bad. Well,
Well,
the
on
big
that
models,
note, do we
but
want to
not
talk
the
about
Sanji
Zoro?
Yeah, we should talk about Zoro. Hello and welcome to Frankenbugs. We are today running a Infodoodle stream, which is where Bugs draws and I talk. And sometimes Bugs stops and talks, and I will probably be bothering Bugs to take breaks a little bit more this time. Because your hand. Anyway. Hello and welcome. I am Frankie Frankenstein, with you as always as co-host, co-commentator, person who's gonna talk a lot. Also, I will allow that through. Thank you, Automod. I'm a voice actor. I'm on the internet in general. I write sometimes. I make visual art sometimes for fun. I draw things and creatures, which is different. And do pixel art, but mostly you probably know me from voice acting or this.
Yeah.
But with me is Bugs,
Hi.
aka Faceful of Bugs,
Hi.
who does art and drawings and the art you see in front of us, including the sprites that we have right now, our talk sprites, which is our PNG. Sorry, I guess I should say our PNG tuber rigs, but they're talk sprites. Come on, they're talk sprites. But Bugs makes all of that. Bugs makes all of this, and also makes our posters, and also makes their own art, and also you can get commissions. We're not doing commissions tonight. This is different from commissions in a way I'll explain pretty shortly, but you can also get commissions which are on very long backlog,
I'm working
but also
on
they're
it.
cheap because Bugs does them on a long backlog. So get yourself a present for a couple of months from now. Eh, why not?
I'm working on it.
I have a Zoro question for a headcanon, but do I have to give cash for that? No, Tenebrous Forge, you're a chatter in good standing. These types of streams, you can ask questions because I have notes to refer to, so I won't forget where I was. You don't gotta give us real human money for headcanons, I don't think.
Yeah,
Like,
I think
you-
that would
you
verge into
could.
shameful.
if you wanted to. Yeah, but as it is, where was I? Yeah, Bugs makes wonderful art and is my best friend. And we
Aw,
do this together
you're my best
because yeah, we're best friends.
Yeah.
We're partners in crime. This is a
Yeah.
Silent Hill song, yes.
Yeah.
Also, Werebear there says, I really like today's poster for the stream. Yeah, that cracked
Thank
me up when
you.
Bugs showed it to me immediately. Please enjoy, like, take a close-up on that. There's, like, visual gags hidden in, like, the little clipped-on reference photos that Bugs did. I love that shit.
Thank you. Yes, it's a
But yeah, we
spoiler
stream... This is a spoilers yes stream. If you are worried about One Piece spoilers, I would say don't be. I don't think anything I'm gonna tell you today is gonna, like... One Piece is a big fun action story, and I feel like an action story is in some ways close to like a whodunit, but it's like a howdunit,
Yeah.
and the howdunit is how Luffy's gonna punch the shit out of a dude.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
the whodunit is why this fucker is like this and how we get them to stop, and the answer is interesting and also violence.
Uh-huh.
So, in my opinion, I wouldn't worry too much about spoilers you're gonna learn tonight, especially because they're about Zoro's, like, personality as a person. But yes, this is a Spoilers Yes stream. We will be talking about things. We may mention pretty recent events, but we're not gonna go like, what Vegapunk's dying words is that Sanji's mom is in the prophecy. That's not real. That's not real. That's not real. But we're not gonna do stuff like that. One Piece exists in a state where no events seem to link to each other, so I think it's fine. Incorrect!
What are you talking about?
Oda's a son of a bitch and he's played us for fools! I understand, I think if you see One Piece from the outside, it would be incredibly easy to assume that's the case. I don't actually fault anyone for assuming so. But actually, Oda's a son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Oda runs his comic like an inexplicably well-organized, long-running webcomic, and
Yeah.
either you know what that means or you don't. How do you feel about the headcanon of Zoro having no direction because of the cursed sword? Absolutely not, but I will reference that after I'm done going through the rules. But legitimately, I actually have a whole thing in here about his cursed swords, actually. I'm gonna have fun with that, but tonight we are streaming an info doodle where I am going to get very distracted very easily because I am info dumping about a favorite subject of mine and Bugs' drawing, and I love doing this. And basically, this format is kind of how this stream started, is the funny thing. Is Bugs went, hey, I want to draw some commissions. I think I'm going to try streaming it. Do you want to hop on a call with me so I have someone to talk to while I do that? And I said yes, and now we're here.
Yep.
And if you'd like to support us continuing to do weird things like this, and I promise after this we'll probably get back to, like, playing a video game or the shipwrecked stream. We will get there. Gee, hold on. What's Sanji doing down there?
He's just thinking about Zoro.
Okay. Ooh, Tiger Zoro. Cute.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? If you'd like to support us doing these things, you can donate. And tonight, along with the usual noises that you will get for donating, which, as always, you get $5 a horn. We got the little horn. We got the jingler for $20. We got the... That wasn't a good noise. Hold on. Why is a pen stuck in you? Hold on. We got this guy. We got the slide whistle. We got all those good noises. As the donations go up, I will unveil more noises. And if we make it to $100, I will, of course, play Mix 2. But tonight, you also have the option to tip for a doodle. Listen, I use an office organizer next to my bed, and that is where some of my instruments get stored. And there's pens in there also. Listen.
I see.
Listen.
I see.
If you would like to get a doodle tonight, you can now, for tonight, offer us a $10 minimum donation, which will let you request one specific doodle on the night's theme. You can also double check these rules later. I will talk about them later. Bugs will have, the text is up there. That gives you the basics right there. But the full information is, on tonight's theme, the theme is One Piece. In this case, it means the Straw Hats, because the Straw Hats, the main cast of pirates, are the easiest for Bugs to draw. Zoro is the specific subject of the day, so on the theme of Zoro is appreciated, but I feel like last time people assumed they could only get pictures of Luffy, and you can get the other Straw Hats, I promise, that's fine. Other people who Bugs can draw pretty easily are cool. The examples I always use are Law, Corazon, Buggy, and Killer, because I know Bugs has drawn all of those characters a lot, which I guess Killer also goes with Kid. But you're not getting that arm detailed out. That's not happening. Kid and Killer, you can't separate them. They're a pair. They're a matched pair. Where was I? Okay. If you want a picture drawing of a character, we'd have to look up on the wiki. That's $25 minimum. We'll do it. But be honest with yourself.
$12 says, draw me the tiniest Zoro you can manage. Alright, hold up.
Awesome! Thank you very much for your kind donation. We can definitely do that.
I need to refresh.
Get us a distance model, man.
It did not refresh for some reason. One second.
Hooray! Well, while you're fixing that, no refunds or revisions will be allowed for these drawings. We also reserve the right to refuse a request for any reason. This is a tip with the doodle request as a thank you, not an extended commission, okay? 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 And also, in that spirit, nothing horny enough to get us in trouble with Twitch. Look at my sprite. This is horny as you can get. Maybe a little hornier. I don't got any, like, I don't know. Gesturing gently up and down. You get it. You get it. Nothing shitty. Nothing too complicated or involved. Like, you don't get to draw, like, I want kid with his giant metal arm and he is having a big fight. It's not happening. Respect the spirit of cheap sketch requests. Like, you can see what Bugs can do here. Bugs is very powerful, but this is the next rule actually, will be acting as commission bouncer. I have been given permission to be mean. We've never had to do this, but if someone tries to give us a request that breaks one of these rules, I will rephrase your request if you do not. Good luck.
Good luck.
But all of that being said, we're flexible, and we appreciate y'all's support. If you can't donate, that means Bugs just gets to freestyle draw. So, don't feel too pressured. As always, donations are not required. We will have a fun stream no matter what. They are appreciated, though. Thank you all very much for coming to this ridiculous thing. And before we get into it, before I get into it, I am going to very quickly go over the rules. Everybody gather up.
She tip $15 to Zoro's a mer person, please. Absolutely, you're right.
Thank you. Hi, Sheik. Let me get you your... Oh, and I think also now, is that $30? I think we're close to $30.
We are at $27.
Ooh, so close. I get to play with my Flexitone. So let me move this pillow. This is like shoving over into my instrument space. There we go. Sorry. The balance of... this Brassius doll loves to fling himself into oblivion. These fucking big-headed dolls are really cute.
He likes to jump.
Brave death.
He likes to jump. Let him jump.
He likes to jump. I know, but so does Wally. It's a real problem.
They're jumping pals. They're spelunking bros.
I don't think that's what spelunking is. Anyways, what was I going to say? Oh, right. The rules. All right, everybody gather up real quick. We're going to go over the rules. Y'all know the rules. And one of the first rules is, who makes the rules? Who makes the rules here? Who is ultimately the ultimate authority of what we think is okay to do on our streams, and how it's okay to talk to us, the streamers? That's right, we make the rules, which is to say, we can get people with a hammer for anything at any time, so be careful. Now, normal rule is stay roughly on topic. That's definitely true tonight, because I'm in, like, lecture mode.
Yeah.
I got notes. And also, speaking of, who's always right? Who... To be more clear, should you think a little bit before going, no, I think the One Piece is friendship. We are always right. We are always right. Because both of us are AFAB trans people. And for some reason, something about hearing our voices makes people go, I have a half-remembered memory that seems contrary to what they said, and...
Who could say?
Hammers!
Who
Guns!
Who could
Violence!
Say? Who could say?
Look, I'm a mixed-race trans person. I've learned that in fandom spaces, people default if they decide they don't like my ideas to me being a black woman. It's a difficult position to be in. But that's why we're always right. Speaking of which, you all know, be decent, no bigot shit, okay? Understood? You know that? Spoilers are actually allowed in this case, although as usual stay on normal subject. As you all know, if you do break a rule and you get bonked, what do you do when you come back? Do you cry? Do you beg? Do you plead?
Yes, I want to see
What do you do?
snot.
What do you... No. No.
Yes.
That's right. You takes it on the chin. You be cool. You come back to the conversation. And I want to say, for anyone out there who's ever done this, I legitimately notice and click you back to good egg in my head.
Yeah.
I think, alright, they got the hang of it. That's... And then after that, we forget.
Yeah, exactly.
We just forget. We don't remember nothing.
One simply must forget.
We must simply forget. And as always, we will finish off by saying here that this is a space where we are making a funny local access TV show for children, for adults. We're here to be silly. We're here to have activities. So we do ask people not get into too much of the grim happenstance of what's going on in the world around us. That being said, bunch of fucking leftist weirdos.
Mm-hmm.
So, in our lifetime, we will yet see the freedom of Palestine, Sudan, Congo. We will yet see one day the end of colonialist power being the main power in this world. And with that, we may hope to see the independent nations of Hawaii and Puerto Rico specifically shout out because Jesus fucking hell!
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Quit going to Hawaii!
I'm sorry to put you on the spot,
Go ahead.
Frankie. This is just to reassure anyone who listened to last stream. Frankie misspoke and said we were both like liberal. We're not. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're leftists.
No.
We're super left.
I say leftist. I try to say hyper leftist. Sometimes, listen, you have to tick a box that
Yeah.
people understand what you're doing. We're
Yeah,
dumb, weird
yeah,
leftists.
yeah,
Not dumb, but you know
yeah.
what I mean.
Well,
For crying out loud, I think my grandpa was under investigation as a communist in Los
what?
Angeles,
No.
actually.
No.
He was a union man! He was working on movie sets, it's very likely.
Oh,
And he also got kicked
yeah.
out of a happening once, but that's unrelated, but it always cracks me up. It was
Oh
the
yeah,
one
because he was
I told
sorting
you the story.
tires.
Because it was the happening where it was like the tire pile, and you were supposed to like go in, and if you look up this one, you see all of these like pictures of like, oh, you're supposed to frolic in the tires and play like a child. And him and his buddy started sorting the tires by brand and size, and they got kicked out.
Simply too autistic for the happening. Very sad.
Would have beaten a king, man. I don't know. I love that story. Anyhow, with all of that being said, hello and welcome. Thank you for not minding our very long intro. I had to talk about mermaid genetics for a while. Because now, I will open up my notes.
Keep drawing variations on Tiny Zoro, and I'm remembering the Gerudo Zoro I want deeply. Hang on,
The what, Zoro?
Oh, hang on, let me put a picture of him on screen.
Oh, one of the actors. Yeah.
No. This is a
No?
brand only available at the One Piece store in Japan called
Oh.
Naruto. Here, I'll put a picture of Zoro and Sanji on screen. These plushes go for $20. Unless you're on eBay,
Oh,
in which
those!
case they go for $400, roughly.
I want one.
Yeah.
Good night, hooray for Skeleton. Appreciate you tapping out for your own needing to sleep. And also good night, Laxland. Get some sleep. I want one of these, but I want to repaint its melanin. I want to re-dye this boy. I'm gonna do it like that Marina,
Yeah.
Sanrio
the Sanrio
crossover
Marina.
plush that
Yeah.
someone, like, had to re-dye. Holly says, oh, they look so stupid. That's wonderful.
Yes,
they do.
they do.
They look so dumb.
It's part of a very cute little brand. They have where it's all supposed to be Chopper.
Yes.
It's very cute.
Well, it's like from like a design of those, yes. Why so much money? Because eBay scalpers are the devil is why.
Yep.
Alright, let me get a quick sip and then I will begin my actual... I promise I have actual notes here. Oh, I've got notes.
Oh, his marvelous notes.
My marvelous notes, anyhow. Roronoa Zoro, who, by the way, you might know, is actually one of the few main cast members with a surname, which is really funny to me.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually not a lot of last names in One Piece. Nami ain't got one. Sanji technically doesn't have one. Usopp doesn't have one. Robin does, which is funny.
Yeah.
What's up with the crucifixion that apparently happened? I'll get there. That's pretty early.
Thank you, the recent
Roronoa
free
Zoro.
pen.
Thank you. Pirate Hunter, Demon of the East Blue, first mate to the Straw Hats, and if you Google Zoro first mate One Piece, you'll enter into the world's dumbest Reddit arguments, where hundreds of internet people will rush to tell you that technically he's not first mate. They've never said he's the first mate, but he's the first mate, you nerds.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna begin this by first, like I did with Luffy, talking a little bit about his personality, and then I will start to get into his personal history. In Zoro's case, unlike, Luffy's the main character, so technically every arc contains a lot of information about Luffy's personality, but Zoro's kind of a weird egg. because he's
Sorry.
the first crew member to join, so he has been here the longest, but he's not the main character. So you kind of have to, like, I don't know, examine him. He's fun. Let's go over Zoro's personality. Zoro is outwardly very calm and composed. I would also say permanently cranky looking.
Yeah.
He's very, like, a description I saw once on Twitter that I really liked is, I think they were quoting someone else saying this, but, like, he's kind of like a normal shonen series protagonist
Yeah.
that got scooped up by Looney Tunes the Devil.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I saw someone even say, like, oh, he's like a normal shonen protagonist in a goofy cartoon world. No, it's not a goofy cartoon world. Luffy is a goofy cartoon person in a world overflowing with fascism.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you, Pumpkin Fire, for the wasp. We appreciate it. First mate is a state of mind. If Luffy says he's first mate, then he's fucking first mate. That's part of the problem, is that Luffy's never assigned anyone an actual ship-type role. Zoro's official rank is Swordsman.
Just like Sanji's cook.
That's...
Wow,
Hi, Gabriel.
awesome, man.
Hey, Avery, thank you for subscribing. But yeah, Zoro is very outwardly calm and composed, but I think it's better to say that, like, he's kind of Luffy's first, Tsukome. He's the first, like, person who will react, so in a way he doesn't come off that calm. And also he's, like, this very genuinely compelling character to me, and is also going to reveal that he's a dumbass, or start barking angrily at a very specific blonde man within about 5 minutes of being on screen or on page. You will immediately see him do something dumb or funny. Although, to be fair, I guess in his first arc, it's more like, oh wow, he's so scary. What the hell, this tough, scary guy. Wait, could it be he's actually nice? Makes you think.
No.
Which I love. Literally, like, a ton of his initial character is really just, like, guy who seems like a monster. Like, people talk about him like he's a monster.
Yeah.
His nickname is Demon of the East Blue. Like, when Luffy first hears about him, it's from Kobe, this kid who he meets, who he rescues from being an unwilling pirate crew member, talking about, like, he's the scariest man in the East Blue. If the Navy's arrested him, he must have done something terrible. He didn't.
No.
The Navy's really bad.
Yeah. But it's okay. Kobe will fix it from the inside. Honest.
I think Kobe's just gonna not be a Navy man eventually, but...
One hopes.
One hopes. I adore him. Let's discuss the world's greatest and most successful Swords Guy OC, which is absolutely what he is, in a really fascinating way, because me and Bugs recently read the one-shot that Oda published before One Piece got started. And the main character of that, Ryuma, is very clearly kind of if Luffy and Zoro were the same character, which is really interesting.
Yeah, he's very much, he'll do stuff like have Zoro's face but be picking his nose while talking to someone. It's really good.
Yeah. It's like that both of their personalities kind of combined into a silly samurai, and it's really cute. You can really tell, like, oh, Oda totally made this when he was a teenager. This is like the most badass comic in the world.
It's really good.
For another teenager to make. It's really fun. You can see a lot of, like, the same parts that become One Piece in it. And it's really funny because he makes Ryuma, like, retroactively a canon character in One Piece, kind of.
Yeah.
As Zoro's ancestor, which I'll get to later. Oh, I'll get to that later. It's good. It's good. I'm doing good.
This
Two
is your
halves of
doodle
one whole
Ryuma.
himbo? Yeah.
He ties it back to his sword.
Really
He's
I
great.
love it. Yeah, his little, like, traveling bag attached to
Good,
his
it's
sword.
good, it's good. His little bindle, his samurai bindle, very sad.
Also, Sweet Steel Dream says, he's no monster, he's a silly man with resting blank autism face. It really does read like that. Bugs was, like, figuring out, like, some, rough, like, machine translations of the Zoro and Sanji, like, fan magazine,
Mm-hmm.
official magazine about them.
Uh-huh.
And I really loved how the designer noted, like, you can't actually fuck around with his facial expression too much, or he starts to look wrong.
Yeah, exactly. You
If you
over
make him
here
emote too
is a lot
much,
of me figuring out the limits of that, and most of it involves just like his mouth has to
yeah.
be at an angle.
And he needs that little crease at his brow.
Yeah.
I, I'll get onto this more if I make it to the headcanons parts of this note area that I have,
Mm-hmm.
but I really do think he might need glasses. I think he needs glasses, I think.
No.
I don't know if I think he's nearsighted, I think.
No. No. No.
I
No.
think past, like, 20 feet, everything's like a large, blurry shape,
There goes my pen.
and I think that's why he's like this.
Ow.
But yeah, let's see. Using the same type of summary I used for Luffy, which is kind of just going through, trying to distill down characters into, like, parentheses is fun. Zoro is stubborn. He is he'll dig in his feet. He is the world's most determined motherfucker. He basically almost died once
Mm-hmm.
because, well, actually, he's almost died a lot of times, but he's died a lot because he just will not back down on certain things. He will not back down on fulfilling his dream. He will not back down on fulfilling Luffy's dream. He will not back down on protecting the crew.
Mm-hmm.
And also, he'll die on any stupid hill sometimes.
Oh yeah.
I love this for him. He's an idiot. Him and
Yes.
Sanji get into, like, a giant dumb fight in a Little Garden arc based entirely around who
Luffy,
can hunt the bigger
short-haired
animal,
Nami,
and it's
and Sanji dressed
beautifully
as
done.
Kenichi, Tima, and Rock Holmes from Metropolis 2001, respectively.
Hang on.
If
one
not that, then Nico Robin eating a
Yeah, we got a
Snickers bar
donation there. We got a
saying,
donation
I
there.
chew into
Like Cassiopeia.
L-I-V-E-L-I-C-I-O-U-S.
Yeah, actually.
Really
There's
good.
kind of some crossover there.
Thank you, Demi Friend, who said, Luffy, Shorthair Nami, and Sanji dressed as Kenichi, Tima, and Rock Holmes from Metropolis 2000 respectively. If not, then Nico Robin eating a Snickers bar saying, I chew one to live-alicious.
How much was that for? 10, 20?
That was $10. Thank you so much.
For $10, you only get one drawing of... Well, how to put it? I would prefer for $10 if you don't ask for two separate drawings.
No,
Give
no,
him
no,
the
no.
Robin.
It's if not, then.
Oh, okay. If not, then. Okay, sorry. My mistakes. Up to Bugs, then. Thank you very much. Let me get to your haunts.
I don't really know
Let me get you one of
Metropolis
these.
2001. I only watched it when I was a kid, but let me have a look-see.
Oh, we should watch that together sometime. I watched it recently with the gaming group, and it's... You kind of gotta watch it like if it was like a really long music video.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit. But it whips ass. Let me get you that noise. Hold on. There we go. Woo!
Oh, these outfits are easy.
That was a
Yeah,
good
that's
one.
fine. I can do this.
Yeah, that's... Okay, good. Shout out to Duke Red, having a large impact on my baby gay feelings. Anyways. Zora's also... I'm gonna say grouchy, but, like, I don't exactly mean grouchy. He's got, like, a quick temper, but he's very patient with some characters. Like, you know,
Chopper.
I think it's more just...
Chopper's this
he's
little guy.
surrounded by ridiculous... He's so gentle with Chopper. He's really genuinely, like, good with kids in general. Like, there's a couple of filler arcs where, like, for various reasons, and a couple of, like, actual arcs, I think, where, like, there's a little kid around him, and he's very gentle and protective of little kids, especially with Chopper, who's his special little guy, basically.
Yeah.
Which is really funny because he's not actually involved with the whole arc where they get Chopper. They only meet, like, on the ship afterwards. Ooh. I'm glad you're having fun, Demi friend. You got into the film because of me. Yay! Got him.
Got him.
Zoro's tough because, like, I also, like, you can read him as grouchy, you can read him as calm, but, like, really what he is he's just kind of sedate until anything happens that he needs to react to, and the things he doesn't worry about are really fucking funny.
Someone is
Like,
blasting Spotify
if
ads
he-
outside my house.
If it's
Please
like, hey,
continue.
you gotta fight an army of 10,000 people, he just goes, okay,
Yeah, it's good.
alright, let's get this. Let's go, let's go. Sanji doing things near him, bark, 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 bark.
Hates it, hates the
he's-
man.
Speaking of which, he's really competitive. it's not just with Sanji.
No,
I
it's
think
good.
Sanji brings it out the worst with
Yes.
him,
Yeah.
but he's kind of just generally really competitive, and it kind of cracks me up sometimes. He's just... He is God's specialist little boy sometimes about
he is.
things.
He's
It's
really
really
funny.
good.
When Sanji is kidnapped, and Luffy says, "We gotta get
Uh-huh.
Sanji back. He's as strong as 1,000 people." Zoro immediately is like, "I'm as strong as 2,000 people." Then it's like, come on, man. He's been fucking
Yes!
kidnapped. Can you like rein it in?
No, never, 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 never. He's also really, really self-disciplined. / really hard on himself. Like, technically those can be two separate traits, but for Zoro they are. Like, since he was little, he's been, like, devoted to training every single day to become stronger, to become better with swords, towards his dream, towards reaching his goal. But, like, it loops around into, like, he can't protect people on Little Garden, and he was ready to cut his legs off if he had to during that, to, like, try and help people, to, like, try and escape. And afterwards, what he does is work out harder while telling himself that if he was better, they wouldn't have been in danger.
What
Bro.
the hell are you talking about, Werebear? I'm gonna have you go sit in the
What?
corner for like a while. Chill out. Chill out.
What do you mean? Straight hair, straight sword, straightforward, straight Zoro? Fuck off! Bro, where?
Go think.
I got him.
Oh, I'm just gonna add on. Go think for a while.
Okay. Yeah, that's... Listen, it's fun to talk. No, we're gay people and he has kinky textured hair. We are not the people for this kind of joking, man.
Zoro getting lost, as he does.
What is with you
What was
people
that
on Plymouth
about?
Rock?
Read the donation.
Yeah, 1 second. La la la. Whoops, wrong button. Now you all get to see me.
Not again! Just shot an unrelated person.
I did. Very sad. There we go. Okay. From Raven Bonifoy. Zoro getting lost as he does and ending up at Plymouth Rock? Question mark. That brings us to $60.
Yay!
Thank you.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, thank you very much. How much was that for?
I think $15.
30?
Hang on.
Alright,
hang
thank
on.
you very much. Sorry, I'm just trying to, like,
$25. Damn.
Alright,
Thank you.
one more, two more, hold on. Okay, we do appreciate it, thank you all very much. That's a good one. Oh, we're not at 69 yet though, huh?
No, we're not. We're
25
$7
due to
away.
Plymouth Rock? You donated based on Bugs having to look up Plymouth Rock? You are a champion!
Okay.
God bless you!
Alright, okay. Alright.
Whee! Alright, close to the slide whistle. Close.
Killing me. Killing me.
It's good. Ah, beautiful. Where was I?
He's a catfish, so I'm putting his whiskers up his sides because it's fun to me.
Oh, making him a catfish is such a cute idea.
Thank
You're so
you.
right.
You can noodle this man. So cool. Please look forward to it.
I think, just put your hand in his mouth. Put your hand in his... So safe. Put your hand in his mouth. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Where was I? Okay, yeah. He's really hard on himself. He pushes himself so hard constantly. He has so little, like, space for the idea that he can, like, ever slack on anything. Every time, even when he wins fights, there will literally be
$9
shots of him
for the fan
afterwards,
art.
like, if I was stronger, that wouldn't have taken as much time. Like,
Thank you, Raven Bonifoy
he's
says
rough.
$9 for
Oh.
the fan art I left last time. I don't understand what you mean by that, but thank you. That brings us to $71.
thank you very much. Didn't have to donate again, but we do appreciate it. Thank you.
You'll see it.
Sorry, I'm just experimenting at this point.
Huh? You're inventing new abilities in the field of making whistles. That's cool.
It's fun. Thank you. We'll never be free of this accursed numbered hunk of stone, are we? The problem is that I crack up when people do this because of my terrible taste and opinions and thoughts and deeds. So probably not.
It's so long as we're getting money for it, it's fine, I guess. I'll debase myself, whatever. I'm gonna go to
Plymouth
the
Rock for money.
I'm gonna go to the book off later this week and get some used One Piece manga with this painful money. It's fine, whatever.
Yay! I thought for a second you were gonna say I'm gonna go visit Plymouth Rock and throw peanuts at it.
I have stared morosely at it several times in my life, if that makes you feel any better.
Oh, I want to
but
so
I would
badly.
feel too bad for it to throw things at it, if I'm being honest.
It's so sad. That's why we
sad.
keep talking about
Like,
it. That's
I
why
bring
we.
it like a
If
plate
it was
of wet
presented
food,
like
I
any
feel
other
bad
dumb
for it.
America thing, if it was just in a museum somewhere, like on a little plinth,
we're
we would
being
not
tricked
talk
into
about
talking
it.
about Plymouth Rock again. We're supposed to be talking about One Piece.
Okay,
Wait,
where was I?
this can't keep happening.
Zoro is, we mentioned earlier, but this is where it is in my notes, really sweet to kids. He's really sweet with Chopper. He's really fun. I think like early in the anime, there's some really good background gags where like Usopp and Luffy will be like playing tag, and one of them will run by and like smack him in the head, and he gets up to like chase after them, and I kind of love those moments.
Yeah, it's cute. It's cute.
He's also like kind of a force of structure and strategy for the ship. Like usually he's not like someone who's on point with organizing when they're just like normally sailing around. They kind of seem to just do that in a Nami handles navigation and they'll handle chores as they need to. But when they're in conflict situations, Zoro will straight up start taking charge and like talking out not only strategy, but he's a big point of like emotional center for everyone in those moments. He will be the person who holds back enough to say like, hey, we don't know what the deal is with Robin yet. We cannot know yet. We need to be ready for all possibilities. Or like getting Chopper to calm down during the Davy Bag fight, where like people take that as being harsh, but like, yeah, Chopper needed to not be crying. Chopper needed to be a brave little guy right then, you know? And also it's very interesting because something we see from him a lot, and I have some talking points later while I'll expand on this a lot, Zoro is the person who most keeps up the structure that we are a ship and a crew. And we have a captain. And the structure of our faith in our captain, our willingness to obey his orders, and be acting as a pirate crew matters. Which I love very much, because, you know, they're kind of a silly crew, they're kind of goofy, but I do like how much Oda will always, like, refocus back on, like, they do actually need to, like, keep together about these things.
Yeah, it's cute.
He's also kind of a dumbass. He doesn't understand a lot of, like, he is one of the members of the crew where if Nami starts explaining about, like, underwater currents, he's over with the rest of the idiots going, oh, it's a mystery current.
Yes, it's good. Got it. Wow, very cool.
I kind of think of him as being like the kind of person where if something's like outside his interest range, he just doesn't really retain any information about it, which I can understand myself.
Yeah.
It's not swords, and it's not being a pirate crew, so look, Nami's job is to handle that. And my, like, final note on just his personality and, like, getting into that is, like, he is a man who will put himself between the world and his crew.
Oh, yeah.
And one of my personal theses on Zoro is that he is just like Luffy in this regard, because Luffy, like, him and Luffy, the crew is what they have. Please look forward to when I get into Zoro's, Word of God family tree later.
Yeah.
But just tuck a note in your back pocket when I say Zoro has nothing and nobody outside his life, his swords, and now this crew. And I think that explains a lot of his behaviors. I'm watching OP as it's being dubbed, and the bit of Zoro trying so hard to understand Luffy's message in the newspaper is so funny, says Tukutu, because that See, that's the best one, because I can sit here and go like, well, he was fighting, he's like really injured, but he's also just a little dumb.
We love him. He's sweet. He's trying. He's trying very hard.
He is. I
He's
would
a
also
little
say
dumb.
that, like, he's a little dumb. He's really good at understanding. Not understanding. I should say he's good at accepting Luffy's deal.
Mhm.
Like, maybe just from being around him a long time. Like, there's early arcs where, like, he's clearly not really used to it. But I think over time, he's the best at, like, he knows what's going up. He knows what Luffy's like. He is just going to go with it. He is usually not going to argue with Luffy, even if his ideas are bad.
Mhm.
He kind of leaves that to other people. But I also feel like one of Zoro's traits that I really love is that he kind of takes people as he finds them. And sometimes, like, for better or for worse, I think.
Yeah.
Because, like, he takes Sanji as he finds Sanji, and he finds Sanji an idiot sometimes.
Uh huh.
But I think there's a certain amount of, like, care to just kind of taking people as they are and not being too worried about it. Like, he's suspicious of people while they give him reason to be suspicious, but he trusts the people around him.
Yeah. That's very
He's
cute.
good at, like, understanding people's personalities, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Like, he can lose his temper when people mess with him or when it's comedically appropriate still, but, like, I think he understands them still. I think he understands Sanji. He just, again, wants to, like, have you ever seen, like, a cat when there's, like, another cat, like, at the screen door? That's kind of what those two are like for me. But he does understand him. Like, it's an interesting dynamic that way. I think one of my favorite points that I don't really have noted down later is I always love that he's, like, the last Straw Hat to still be super suspicious of Robin when she joins the crew. He's really, like, the one holdout there of, like, I don't trust you. You tried to kill us. You were against us. You're an enemy. Now you're here. But, like, over time, he then is also one of the people willing to risk everything to save her, you know? It's fun. It's fun. It's fun. Quick note on his fighting style. He is the user of Santoryu, which is just three-sword style. Don't get it twisted, it just means three-sword style. But more importantly, I would describe his overall fighting style as the absolute raw power of a tank trying to do ballet.
Yeah.
It's great.
It's good.
The type of, like, swordscraft that he does very much requires, like, control, the ability to not put too much force into things. You need to, like, plant your feet, you need to, like, swing very precisely, and he is so strong that it actually fights him. Literally, all evidence indicates that he is so physically strong, it actually makes him worse at swords.
Yeah.
Like, I was rereading the Mihawk fight, and it cracked me up when Mihawk literally goes like, what a heavy sword style. Like, oh man.
Yeah. He's a funny kid.
I don't know if heavy's a good I don't know if heavy's a good descriptor. Like,
Listen,
you're
Zoro-
supposed to be very, like, go
Zoro as
ahead.
a kid was lifting boulders. Like, you can't put that cat back in the bag,
Uh-huh.
man.
He is a powerhouse in a way that's not natural for the setting at all, in any way. And I kind of love, like, I'm not going to talk about his fighting style a ton, because I don't really know enough to comment a lot on it, but I just kind of love that he seems like his favorite style of fighting that he wants to do is really elegant, and he's kind of a clumsy musclehead.
Yeah, it's good.
Like, oh yeah, if you're unfamiliar with One Piece, Starcat just made me realize that I didn't actually explain what three sword style means. Hello, Feeny3.
Hello.
That Oda took what's cooler than dual wielding, tri-wielding, and actually delivers it as cool is so great. He uses three swords. He holds the third sword in his teeth. It's cool as fuck, inexplicable. He doesn't always do it.
Mhm.
He does a lot of sword play where he's just holding 1 or 2 swords.
Mhm.
He switches around.
Mhm.
He's a switch, good for him.
Mhm.
But he does often hold a sword in his teeth.
Mhm.
You may have several questions. I'm going to answer one of them now because I already have this written down. He can talk totally fine with the sword in his mouth,
Mhm.
and Oda has outright denied that it's ventriloquism. But I think we all know the truth.
Mhm.
I think we know.
It's hockey.
I think he... No, it's I want it to be ventriloquism so
Zoro's
badly.
sitting Chopper on
I
his
think
knee.
it should be...
Hello, Chopper. How are you today? Wiggling Chopper should. Well, I'm just fine, Zoro. I'm very strong today. Well, that's good, Chopper. I'm very glad. Chopper's like,
Chopper
"Quit
just
it!"
giggling. He only does that he will do it around Sanji once, and it's just to make, like, a condiment talk and, like, suddenly talk back to him. Just once. Just once!
Yeah. One
He's
of those,
kind of like a badass anime OC placed into a wacky cartoon setting.
Mhm.
He's placed next to a wacky cartoon person.
Uh-huh. It's good.
You're saying the books?
Oh, it's interesting because his voice actor ends up doing a lot of the animals in One Piece. He does Eyelashes the camel.
Yes.
So we do
Yes.
headcanon that he can do good animal voices. Especially
Because in universe, surely.
yeah, why not?
Especially Karoo.
Well, Karoo is Sanji's voice actor, but it's funny to think about them
That's
both doing
right.
animal noises back and forth to each other.
Oh,
What do they do when they don't argue?
Absolutely.
Horrible duck imitations. That's
The-
what.
Which, to be fair, the anime did give me, like, one of my favorite moments where they actually do show them, like, just doing the dishes together and not
Yeah.
fighting.
And he's going, Dozo, Sanji. Or no, it's Sanji going
It's
Zoro.
really fun. It's Sanji going, Zoro,
Oh,
Zoro.
oh, it's so
So he
cute.
just hands him a plate going, Zoro, every single time. And also then there's the... Why do they...
Uh-huh,
Why do they...
uh-huh.
Why do they keep falling asleep face to face on the ground?
Boys do this. It doesn't mean anything.
I guess boys do this. I guess so. Let's see. I also wanted to know... Oh, another important note, which, by the way, it is 10, so we gotta take a break.
Fuck.
But I will...
I'm with you, buddy.
Hey, thanks,
Hey, Pink Little Clown! Thank you for the raid! We are having an info dump stream where I am talking about Zoro from One Piece, and Bugs is doing doodles of Zoro or other One Piece characters with, the rules you can see up there is the tip and the thing. Anyways, I'm talking a lot about anime boys, so hey,
Hi.
stay and enjoy if you enjoy yourself.
Frankie's your fave.
Love
Let's
One Piece,
go.
Frankie is my
Good
fave.
taste.
Hey.
Good taste. Good taste.
Good taste, good taste. I grew up on the 4-Kid dub? No,
I
we
did
aren't. We're
too.
not talking about the 4-Kids dub.
I did too.
We're not talking
I
about
stopped
it.
watching
We're not
for
talking about
Sanji's
it.
cooking for the would-be king. Hey,
Ugh.
Bird Madress. Thank you for the follow.
Oh yes, not spoiler safe, but it's only spoilers about Zoro One Piece.
Yeah.
It's not about One Piece arcs. You'll be fine. There's no arc of One Piece where it turns out he's a prince.
Yeah.
Anime boys mentioned. Oh, we're talking anime boys. Oh, trust me. Thank you for the follow, Bird Madness.
Thank you.
Alright, let's see. Oh yeah. Okay, so the other important detail I want to mention after the summary of, like, his personality, and then we're gonna start to move on to, like, more of his overall story and the manga overall. The band around his waist is called a haramaki. Literally translatable as stomach band, or often localized, I've noticed, as belly band, because I think nobody can resist the alliteration. It's a specific type of clothing that is usually a knit garment, some kind of knit fabric, sometimes, like, specifically, I think they can be, like, crocheted or knit, like, specifically for purpose, meant to keep your middle warm. It is a type of old man, uncle-ass man coded that I think if he wanted to Americanize it, he would either need to be wearing one-piece long johns with a button-up
The
butt
One
flap.
Piece.
Shut up. Or he would need to be wearing, like, boxers and, like, a white tank top with, like, slippers. You need to understand that him wearing that belly band as this like young cool swords dude is hilarious. It's like I don't even know. It's like if he was wearing like Homer Simpson clothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The Grunkle Stan fit? Yes. Yes, literally.
Yeah.
If Grunkle Stan was a Japanese character, he would have a belly band on 24/7.
Yeah, that's true.
No question.
He would be
No
like
question.
storing his wallet in it and shit.
Oh, he would. He'd be reaching right into that thing and pulling out a little bag of chips.
Here, kids, you want some money? It's a little sweaty, but hey.
But then there'd be an episode later where, like, for one reason or another, Mabel is wearing them and she's like, you know? I kinda get it! I am Toasty Dipper. Toasty. And then she has, like, a pink one. That'd be, like, the credits gag. Is that she has, like, a pink one now that she's putting, like, little pins on.
Really good, really good. Thank you for the follow. You like this. You like this, do you?
Good. Thank you for the you will thrive here if this is what you follow for. He's your dad wearing the "If you can't run if the big dogs stay on the porch" t-shirt. Oh no, Zoro
you're
would
right.
love those.
He would love the big dog shirts.
Oh no.
He gets Chopper little matching
he would
shirts.
love big dog shirts.
He and
my
Frankie
God.
would both love them, I think.
Frankie, Zoro, and Chopper would have, like, matched, like, I'm little dog, I'm the big dog, I'm the big dog, like, shirts.
Oh my god.
This
They
is
tried
a
to get
terrible
Brooke in on it, and
vision.
he's like, no, I'm good, thank you. No, that's fine.
Absolutely not!
No.
Jinbei is also not doing it. Taratri, if you love people info dumping, check out some of our VODs as well. Let me hit the VODs thing. Sorry, this isn't like just shameless self-promo. We literally did a Psychonauts 2 stream where we talked about a lamp for like 20 minutes, so that's... I always have to mention the Psychonauts 2 stream. All-timer. And if you want to see someone play Psychonauts 1, watch Holly play Psychonauts 1. We didn't.
Watch Holly play
Who's to
Psychonauts
say?
2 and then watch us play Psychonauts 2, okay? Smile.
Honestly, yeah, if you can't play it yourself.
Thank you, Raven.
Oh, thank you, Raven, for giving out a sub to
We're love bombing
Territory.
this new
Very
follower.
sweet of you.
Let's go.
Oh god, Holly's still here. Fuck.
Ah.
I mean,
Shit.
yeah, don't watch Holly. It's good. Where was I? It's Sam. We gotta take a break.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
no where was I?
Oops. Right. Sorry. Let me just.
I think I like kept talking because we had a raid, but then I was like, wait, bugs.
Okay, wait, I'm fixing it. I'm fixing an elbow while I'm in the groove. Hang on. I'm in the groove.
You gotta get out of the groove.
I'm working on it. Hang on. His forehead's too small. Okay.
Alright, we're gonna take a quick break. This will be a 5 to 10 minute break. It's probably just gonna be long enough for like me and Bugs to like
Break time.
get up, stretch. Hey,
It's
Bubbly
almost
Milk,
4
what do you mean it's
Hi,
almost 4
Bubbly.
years? What the heck?
Fucked up.
That's fucked up. Yeah, it's gonna be our anniversary soonish, actually.
Oh.
It's like August or October, right?
I think October.
We don't got shit planned. Okay, break time. 5 to 10 minutes. Good night, Fanny 3. Get up, get a stretch, get yourself a snack, get yourself a drink. We will be right back.
That's a 3 for none. What do you want? What if I gave you 4 billion pounds of ham? A little thing here, a little there. I got it. What about that? Name your prize, the finest cake.
Oh, let's go.
No object, Robotnik Lake. And what's this? What did you find? Tell me now before I change my mind. What would it be? You're telling me. So what would it be? What would it be? I'm waiting. What would it be?
What would it be? So
I know, I'm just like listening. Let's just listen through all of this guy's work sometime like big weirdos.
yeah, no, it's all fucking good.
I need the lore.
So Tailsy what?
Also, Demi-Friend in chat has finished what's currently the KHX VOD series, so we have, in fact, a new Video Warrior!
Oh,
Congratulations.
Please look forward to next month.
Please look forward to soon? Soon.
Soon, I promise. It's been literally a year. I'm so sorry. We're almost ready. Oh shit.
Most of that was
ages
me
ago, I
doing
would
writing
say
and
money
script
people
work.
couldn't kill off, so here's
Hold up.
money drawer.
We just got to a hundo.
You want
Oh shit.
Thank you, Scale Elephants, who gave $35. God damn. Says, I said ages ago I would throw
Thank you
money
very
at you
much.
for kid and killer art, so here's money. Draw them however you want, please.
Yay!
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me get you them noises. Hold on a sec. Okay, so we're gonna go. That's good. Let me get you a full. Yeah, got one in. Oh, that was the best one I've ever done. That was
pretty
good. That was
pretty
good. Ooh, I like that one. I had some pepper in it. Hold on.
Groundless.
And now, since we've reached $100, and remember, if we reach $200, I guess we still have to Dungeon Man. Do we still have to legally? Do we still have to Dungeon Man?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna wait for this song before I bring out I can't over this beautiful song, this beautiful work. But then I will bring out the one, the only, the worst kazoo you've ever heard. The $30 investment that Puzz gave me money. Never forget, Puzzle Gaming Nerd specifically said, you should get a kazoo, and gave me $30, so I went, well, obviously the funniest thing to do here is to try and use the entire $30 on a kazoo. Surely, no one out there would sell a $25 plus kazoo, would they? Everybody say thank you to Puzz. Because they did. And it's bad. Thank you all very much for your kind support. One little. There we go. That's a good noise. Thank you very much. Someday I'll learn like one of the actual intros well enough to be able to do it on kazoo.
Oh,
But like,
let's go.
mostly with like the current intro, I just keep getting the fucking Ichi ni Sunshine bit stuck in my head.
Break
the
up
art we're on
romance
right now, the intro of it, it
time!
just fucking
It's
goes.
good, it's good,
It
it's
just
good,
fucking
it's good.
goes, man. The drummer is like, it's fucking on it. He's blazing. He's fired. Also, and I'll put. By the way, Wally like tried to fall down on all of my the doll tried to fall down on everything when I was grabbing my kazoo. So he just has to be on the bed now.
I'm sorry, that's official.
I don't know the
Welcome
4-kid
Home
rap
lore
on
now.
kazoo. I refuse to learn. Sorry, you saying?
That's official Welcome Home lore now. Very sad.
I mean, we don't know. We don't know.
We just don't know.
Anyways, thank you all very much for your kind donations. Alright, where was I? Yes, okay. So I think I had actually gotten through what I considered the introduction to my notes, because now what we're going to do is we're going to discuss what I think... Okay, there's like a lot of schools of like literary examination, artistic examination, how you talk about a story, they can be specialized through medium. There's a lot of different ways people will like try to categorize how they talk about characters, but I believe there's two axes that you can examine a character by, that you can sort what you're thinking about with a character. And my personal... Shut up. Shush, shush, shush. That was my alarm going off for the end of break, because I always turn on an alarm and then I sit down before the alarm actually goes off, because I get done with wandering around and stretching and eating a sandwich. The two most important lenses to examine a character through to truly understand the character are: why are they like this? And what's wrong with them? And we are going to basically begin from kind of the beginning. There's some theoretical beginning that I'm going to loop around to later, because I think it's information that's more interesting to cover once you've already heard about the character, unlike Luffy, where I think talking about his past first made sense. I'm having to tell you this out loud, because I spent like 2 days deciding if I wanted to reorganize my notes, and then I did.
Let's go.
I like this. Bugs can attest. I think I literally, like, asked people on game night on call, like, hey, if you didn't know about a character, would you like this information, like, before you learn more about them or after? And, you know. Thank you to my friends who listen to me having these kinds of thoughts. When I'm in the middle of writing KHUX scripts, I am talking about that a lot.
Sanji, you're gonna have a loop in Titan. Sorry, honey.
Yay! Yay! Literally part of why I'm excited to get more KHUX done is that I can go back to KHUX scripting.
Oh.
Which I guess I could start... Actually, I guess I could start on without having done another episode yet. There's no real reason not to. Anyways. There's something wrong with me.
Please look
You did
forward
this!
to
Yay!
it. Please look forward to it.
Please look forward to it. So, we are going to begin with Stray Dog Roronoa, which is how I often kind of refer to, like, Zoro in his early days. Arguably, Stray Cat would work too, but there's something about the phrasing of Stray Dog. I don't know. Either way. So, before Zoro joins the crew with Luffy, he is a bounty hunter. And what's really interesting is I was, like, kind of more carefully, like, reading what he talks about. And I think sometimes I've, like, been under the assumption that he decided to become a bounty hunter. But no, as near as I can tell, it's basically just, like, kind of what he could do to make money if his main skill is sword have, you know? And also, it's worth noting he did get the nickname Pirate Hunter. He goes after pirates a lot, because pirates are often, but not exclusively, what bounties are placed for. You do get, like, island-bound criminals, usually just referred to as bandits, which, on last time's talk, we talked a lot about how Luffy's adoptive mom is a mountain bandit, which is really, really funny, because he fucking hates mountain bandits.
Thank you, Sheik.
Sorry, I, like, had to space out going, what the hell are we listening to?
Oh, this is from Meteor Herd from Sonic Adventure 2.
Sonic Adventure makes sense. Okay, all questions answered. Is Zoro a bit tittied up in these drawings? Not complaining? Oda has said, canonically, he has given us this man's measurements. We are simply reporting
I,
the
as
truth.
the artist, am simply reporting the truth. I'm not biased. Also,
Yes.
it should be noted, this level of, this level's music stresses me the fuck out, because this is the level where, meteors can hit you at any time, for no fucking reason.
So hearing this music makes you, like, tense up?
Not too tense, but, you know, it's just kind of like a grim acceptance.
Why did you put this in the playlist?
I like it.
Okay. But yeah, the other non-jokey answer is muscle at rest is titty. muscle at rest is soft.
Mm-hmm.
Oda may like to draw muscle as never being at rest, but Shonen Jump fan artists, you know the truth.
Mhm.
You know what's real.
Mhm.
Goku should be stacked. Anyways,
Uh-huh.
he should be.
He should be. He should
He
be.
is.
He is.
Chi-Chi
Someone had to-
deserves this. Anyways.
Someone had to breastfeed Gohan.
I swear to God, I'm leaving this channel. I'm moving states. Anyways,
Thank you very much, Sheik. On to the
where was I? Thank you very much, Sheik. Good chat reaction there. It was always good to see. Just make sure people are paying attention. But yeah, when Zoro was a bounty hunter, he had a huge reputation in the East Blue. It is worth noting that all oceans in One Piece are literally quadranted off, so they're like little sectioned off oceans. And East Blue is widely considered to be like the least intense of all four seas. So it is worth noting that I do think that Zoro has a little bit of like big fish, small pond thing going on as a bounty hunter.
Yeah.
But he has this like really giant, it's really, people talk about him like he's a monster, like he's a demon, he's a devil. He's like so scary that once it's reported that he's been arrested by the Navy, everyone assumes he did something.
Yeah.
Like he killed people, which is kind of interesting in part because, like, first of all, he was a teenager. At the start of the story, he's 19.
Yeah.
If we assume he's been a bounty hunter for multiple years, how young did he start? How young was he when people first started calling him Demon of the East Blue? People talk about him like he's a very well-known subject. Like, remember the pirate crew that like Kobe was working under?
Mhm.
When like someone starts causing trouble, they're like, oh shit, is it Zoro? Is it the fucking pirate hunter? Fuck. It's fascinating to me because
Yeah.
like he has a really and to be fair, he's got resting nightmare face.
Uh-huh.
I love him so much.
Uh-huh.
Whenever he fights, I have so many caps of him mid-battle with just like evil grin, shadowed eyes. His default expressions all kind of do look evil, so I don't think that helped. But it's this very interesting thing where like before he meets Luffy, he kind of has this very like kind of self-destructive almost way of living, where it seems like he just like drifts from place to place hunting bounties like whenever he needs money. There's do you remember the like they added a bit of like filler that was like a backstory filler for Zoro with like when he was a bounty hunter and he just like drifted into that town to like go to the restaurant and went like, I don't have any money, but if you feed me, I can hunt a bounty and I'll
Oh
give you the
yeah,
money from
yeah, that western town where you meet Johnny and Yosuke.
Yeah, which like I think that's one of those ones where like I don't think about it a ton, but I do like what that adds to like the texture. Improbable says Zoro joining the crew is like a pit bull getting the first proper healthy amount of stimulation and exercise for the first time in his life. Yes, very much. And Sweet Seal Dreams points out, man, no wonder he has issues with socializing with people. He's been labeled as a monster so fucking long. Yeah. I think about that a lot, to be honest. I have a personal headcanon that I think he probably left home around like 15 or 16 at the oldest, probably.
Yeah.
So he's just been out on his own for like a couple of years. Also, Taratri says Zoro's like the seasoned vet as he's a cinnamon roll and is like, you know what, someone's gotta protect this thing. Yes, but only because Zoro's scale of what a cinnamon roll is definitely weird.
Yeah.
Like, because I don't think Luffy is like an innocent cinnamon roll at the beginning of the series, but I think to Zoro he is.
I think to Zoro he's explicitly Satan, like a devil, but he's like, this seems like fun. You know what? I'm gonna have fun.
That's true. That's worth pointing out. He does outright call Luffy the fucking devil when he joins. I do think, though, as a side note, because he's a bounty hunter, it's really funny to me because I think he's, like, one of the members of the crews that knows what pirates are supposed to actually be like.
Yeah, it's good, it's good, it's good.
Nami does too. Nami has a lot of experience with pirates. Most of the crew does. It's really just like Usopp and Luffy that have like no real direct. Well, Chopper too. There's Chopper. But like, I do think it's funny that Zoro is probably really aware of how weird they are, and it's just like, look. Good night, Sheik. Get some sleep. Speaking of his recruitment, I do want to talk a little bit about Kuina, but I'm gonna kind of talk about that like with the Mihawk fight. Weirdly enough, is how I'm gonna do this. I think, because his recruitment, I'm gonna touch over briefly because I covered this a lot the last time I did one of like these about Zoro specifically. But basically, he is captured by the Navy because a child was about to be attacked by the dog of the Navy officer of the area's, like, dipshit son. So he killed it. So said dipshit son brought him in and made him a funny deal. If you can survive starving, crucified in the yard of this Navy yard for 30 days, we'll let you go, and you won't have a criminal record. He was planning on killing him about 13 days into that arrangement, first of all. And when Luffy finds him, he has been hung up in the sun, his arms tied to, I cannot stress this enough, a large cross. Not like deliberately in a Christian way, just it's two poles. Crucifying was done for a reason, it's just kind of like that. But he is crucified, I cannot stress enough. He is kind of being crucified.
He is kind of being crucified, and it's good for him, I think. He likes it. It's good.
And he hasn't eaten for 9 days.
Yeah.
And something I love about him is, like, when this is going on, when Luffy and Kobe show up, he basically immediately tries to scare them and go like, hey kids, if you let me down, I'll kill Bounty and give you the money from the bounty. Ooh, it's just really, really funny. Like, he's just trying to scare them off, and you can really tell what he's doing when the little girl whose life he saved, which we find out later that's what happened, like, hops the fence to try and give her an onigiri, and immediately he's like, get out of here! I'm, like, just immediately trying to force her out.
Yeah.
And you kind of learn immediately, like, basically, he just is exactly who he is, and really did just kind of try to brute force through, like, okay, all I have to do is suffer and I get out of this without, like, any problems. I can go back to being a bounty hunter. I can go back to being a swordsman. Fine, I'll do it. Luffy immediately tries to recruit him as soon as he finds out that he's a good guy. And it's really funny because Zoro does not, absolutely does not want to become a pirate. He refuses repeatedly. Luffy goes, nah, which happens a lot. And he only finds out, like, that he was going to be killed when Kobe breaks into the yard and unties him, because Kobe is a very sweet boy who wants to be a Navy man because he actually believes in justice and doing good things. But he can't deal with letting the Navy do stuff like this, which is kind of his personality. He's a background character, but, oh, man.
Yeah, for real.
Ah, Kobe.
Kobe. It'll work out, buddy.
If the world him and Luffy were in was, like, less actually fascist and nightmarish, I think Luffy would be, like, the protagonist type figure of Luffy's life, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Kobe
They'd be, like, funny pirate rivals.
Yeah, exactly.
He'd be like, oh, I'm gonna get you, Luffy. But they don't live that life. So instead, other stuff is going on, and Kobe had to sail away from the island where his beloved mentor tried to kind of suicide by pirates to rescue everybody, so... Kobe did have a glow-up. He went from, like... He did that teenager thing where you go from being, like, a child to, like, oh, you're almost an adult.
Yeah.
Weird.
Scary. Oh my god, a growth spurt.
I don't like it.
Natural. Ooh. You shouldn't be that tall. You were a baby.
Scary. I know. I have a niece and a nephew. It's ridiculous. Like, you were a baby. What happened? Stop that.
It's cute.
And by the way, the subheader for me discussing Zoro's recruitment is literally my favorite quote, because as Bugs reminded me, this is what Zoro says right before joining, because he only joins because Luffy has his swords. There's a giant amount of Navy people who were just trying to shoot him. Luffy blocks the bullets. They were going to kill him. And Luffy says, you can die here free, you can die here legally, or fight them and become a pirate with me. Not those words in specific, but I have written down what Zoro said, which is, you must be the devil's child.
Yeah. Oh man, it's good, it's good.
I think I actually have it. Let me check my, like, screen caps real quick, just to be a giant nerd, because while I was doing, like, rereading to, like, refresh myself on this stuff, I took caps of, like, moments, because, it's who I am as a person. I'm reading through the Shonen Jump, like, website official thingamajig. They got my money. Where is it? That's Jinbei being hot, anime, Sanji crawling lizard style, anime. Where is it? It must be, like, up
Sanji,
here, I
being a
bet.
fan of you is suffering sometimes, man.
I think it's charming. It's got its appeal. You don't like when he crawls around like a lizard on the inside of the bubbles?
I actually think it's very cute, but I think something's wrong with him.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Okay, that's Fishman. Okay, searching for this is definitely taking slightly more. I forgot how many anime caps there were in here. Thank you for bearing with me for a single second. Oh, here we go. This might be it. Yes, here we go. Okay. Alright, let's see what's one. Let's see. Oh, there's the flashback. I'll be talking about that in a second. Jesus Christ. Literally has that on. Okay, here it is. Luffy, if you fight the Navy with me here and now, in the eyes of the government, you'll be one of the bad guys. Of course, you could obey the law and let them kill you. You must be demon spawn. But I'm not ready to die without a fight. Alright, you've got yourself a pirate.
Oh, it's good. It's good. It's good.
And he gives this speech to Luffy, like, after he blocks all of these fucking dudes with swords, with his 3 swords, and looks so fucking boss. Holy shit. Alright, so I'm a pirate. I gave you my word. I fought the Navy, therefore I'm officially an outlaw. But hear this. I have a mission to fulfill. I'm going to be the world's greatest swordsman. All I have left is my destiny. My name may be infamous, but it's gonna shake the world. But you're making me become a pirate, so I have to abandon my dream for any reason, that I'm gonna make you commit harikari.
Yippee!
It's so raw. Please note, Zoro will then, later, himself, of his own will, do something that would make him fail to fulfill his dream to make sure Luffy survives. Multiple times. That's growth, baby! That's growth! And I think that's, like, the most important, like, literally just that speech is almost, like, everything I could want to cover about his recruitment. I really think it's interesting that he is one of the most, like, dead set against specifically becoming a pirate. He actually has to, like, willfully cross a line between, like, legally bounty hunter on the quote-unquote correct side of the law. He was dragged over it for doing a good thing, and now he has to choose to permanently step over it. And I kind of love that, because he really does, I think, over time, become committed.
Yeah.
Which is the Mihawk fight.
Oh, man.
Oh, the Mihawk fight.
Oh, man.
Ooh, oh boy. Subheader. Title, Is That Alright With You, Pirate King?
Oh, man. It's good. It's
So,
good. It's good.
It's good. Something we discover very early on about Zoro is that the reason he's been traveling is to fight a specific man. And when you read through the manga, it's kind of interesting, because for a while, like, they don't say who or why, So I could see if you're, like, reading through blind, I could totally imagine a moment where you're like, oh shit, is this, like, revenge? Is this, like, an Inigo Montoya kind of thing? But no. Kind of. Sort of. Well, no.
Inigo Montoya.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you want me to start cooking up new bad ways to say things? I can do it.
Don't do it.
Ingo.
No. That's the man that Jake likes.
That's true. We do love that. We do love train men. They should have swords. Anyways. What we find out is that the man he wants to fight is Mihawk, who is the strongest swordsman in the world. And also, one of the cuntiest designs anyone has ever made. It's just pretty cunty. I don't know.
It feels like
It's got
something
a
that would
certain-
not be
got a
out of
certain
place
something.
in Romeo plus Juliet.
That's the fit. Literally, the Tybalt, the John Leguizamo Tybalt energy. Like, legit. If One Piece live action wasn't kind of terrible, to us, to pigs in the asses, to us.
If you like
kinda
it,
terrible.
good for you. You're very strong.
I
the
wish
casting is
I
good.
couldn't just extract nutrients
Except for
out
Zoro.
of it. I wish I could. But if they actually hired famous people to play One Piece, John Leguizamo, the age he is now, should be Mihawk. Straight up. That's my belief. I think it would be good. Anyway, sorry. He wants to fight Mihawk because Mihawk is the best in the world, and Zoro needs to fight the best in the world. This is where I'm going to drop literally one of the only scenes of backstory we ever get for this motherfucker. The only scenes of flashback we get is that when Zoro was little, he studied in a particular dojo, and there was only one person he couldn't beat, including the adults of the Oh, I just realized something grim about the timeline.
Uh-huh.
There weren't any adults who could fight him, huh?
Yep.
Okay, sorry, we'll get into that later. Point being, Kuina, the daughter of the master of the dojo, who wasn't being told special extra it's great. There's like other little kids who go there and they go like, I bet the teacher's teaching Kuina secret lessons, and she's just like, no bitches, I'm just better than you. It's great.
She's great.
And this is his rival, and he is like fixated on defeating her. They have counted how many times they fought. They have fought 2,000 times, and he's never won once. And he's, first of all, really short for his age, as near as I can tell, which I think is
he's a
cute.
molecule.
And his age is kind of uncertain. It could be anywhere from like 6 to 10 is kind of the assumed range, I think. I feel like 10-ish seems about right if him and Kuina are the same age, given that she's like
The official
growth.
thing is like that he's like 11, but he's very molecular.
I could see Kuina 11, Zoro 10. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
But like his whole life is defeating her. His whole life is training, and he is a little shit, and he sneaks out 2 real swords and goes, I want to fight you with real swords. Which I love is that she goes like, alright, mother punk, and grabs like her ancestral family sword.
Yeah, it's
These 2
good.
fucking children have a secret night duel. It's so good. It's so good. Like, what the fuck? And
Father
the thing
of the
is,
year, Mr.
reading that is,
Himatsuki.
I remember reading that at like 13 and going like, fuck yes,
Yeah.
they are true rivals. And I'm
Yes.
33, it's like, oh man.
Oh, there was gonna be an accident, man. I don't know.
Grandpa, I don't know if you should have handed Zoro 2 real swords just like out of nowhere. I don't know.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good. Trust Grandpa. Just let him have him. Let him have him.
Okay, thanks, Oji-san. But they have their final duel, and Zoro loses again. He eats total shit. It doesn't change anything. And he's like mad about it. He's crying about it.
Yeah. He's literally
And
crying mad.
Kuina goes like, I don't know what you're crying for. apparently you're just gonna get to be better than me because I'm a girl. Like, and she sits down and starts crying and says that her dad told her that a woman can't be the strongest swordsman in the world, and that at some point Zoro's gonna have a growth spurt and become bigger than her and stronger than her. And she says she wishes she'd been born a boy. She hates knowing that she can't be the best. And I love Zoro's response because he goes up and goes, "Why are you crying? I lost!" Do you know how hard I work? Do you know how much I did? Do you know how much I fight to try and reach you and I can't, and you're crying because supposedly you're not going to be good at this anymore? And he challenges her. One of us is going to be the best in the world. One of us is going to defeat the swordsman who's the best in the world, and then we'll fight. And then we'll know who's the best forever.
Mm-hmm.
And they agree. And then the next day, he finds out she has died. She slipped on some stairs.
And
The day after their 2001st fight. Go on.
There are people who say, like, oh, well, slipping on the stairs is like a metaphor in Japan. And it's like, no, I think what's
It's not.
happening there isn't so much of like, ooh, she promised all that and then killed herself. It's more, ooh, bad things can just randomly happen.
Yeah. The strongest in the world can die because they wrong. Death can just happen.
Gold Roger
And
can
also
get
they're
sick.
wrong. I think they're thinking of like taking off your shoes. I don't think they're actually. I don't think it's literally just she slipped.
Mhm.
She slipped. And that's it. And it feels very clear that like this is his drive forever. He's willing to destroy himself to become the best in the world because he promised her. He literally goes to her dad crying, which by the way, when he sees her body, there's this bit where like he starts screaming like, you promised me, you promised, you broke our promise, and like has to be restrained.
Yeah.
And then he goes to her dad later, and I forget, but like he just like begs her dad like, please let me take her sword. Let me take her sword and become the best in the world with her blade. And her dad agrees. And Kalina's dad is a character that I like think about a lot, because the funny thing is like I told you all that stuff about like her being told that she'll never be the best. He's a very gentle person. Everything we've ever seen of Kalina's dad, who was Zoro's teacher, is like this very gentle person who's just not very violent, who's just happy to teach kids swordplay in his little village. And it's this very interesting dichotomy where, like, you don't even know, like, what did he say? Maybe he was just telling her, like, yeah, Zoro's gonna get bigger later, though, so you might kind of have an advantage right now. Maybe he really did say all that. Maybe he just never had a chance to take it back. And I kind of love that. It's like, whoops, dead.
Yep.
That can happen.
Yep.
I saw modern AU fan art of Quina where she's a wheelchair user. She survived the fall and is adult. Oh, that'd be a cool idea.
That would be
But she's
cool.
got to still be using swords.
Yeah.
Which, side note, by the way, before Quina's death, Zoro just used 2 swords, and that is why he uses 3 swords. So he can use both the original swords he had and her sword, because he's very
Yeah.
extra, and I love him, and I kind of love that he doesn't just go, okay, I will take her sword and integrate it into my 2-sword style. No, he goes, I am going to build my life around the idea that I am taking her sword on top of mine.
Yeah.
That I am going to wield her sword impossibly on top of my swords. It's one of my favorite things.
Yeah,
It is
it's
such
good.
an interesting route. And you notice I keep mentioning like him pursuing this like self-destructively, and I mean that because him choosing to fight Mihawk when he does is absolutely self-destructive.
Oh, yeah.
Mihawk is the greatest swordsman in the world. Literally, the reason he meets Mihawk is because Mihawk got bored and was chasing down a fleet of 47 pirates. like a man swatting flies.
Yeah.
Just lazily pursuing them and destroying them. Does Zoro still have Kuina's sword currently manga? Yes! That is the Wado Ichimonji. It is the white sword he carries. He has had to replace... Autism time. He has had to replace the two technically nameless swords that he first had, which he got from Kuina's grandpa. I'll talk about that later. Those both get destroyed by Mihawk in this fight, which I'll return to talking about in a second. Then he gets the two swords from the Loguetown, Swordsmaster, one of which is the Cursed Sword, whose name is...
Enma. No. Enma? No.
No, Enma's way later. That's the last sword he got. That's the one he got from
Kitetsu?
Odin's daughter. Kitetsu! Yes, good job. Okay, Kitetsu is a cursed sword he gets then, in one of my favorite small moments, but I probably can't get into it because... time. He also gets another named sword there, which tragically is the sword that gets rusted through during the fight to get Robin back. And then he replaces it with Ryuma's sword, and then he trades Ryuma's swords for Enma's sword. Okay, sorry. He is symbolically taking her in his journey to become the greatest swordsman way. Both that and, if he is never defeated by another swordsman, if he becomes the greatest in the world,
and he said this out
Kuina
now.
will become... Yeah, he has said this, out and out. Kuina will become the greatest in the world by being the only swordsman to have ever have beaten him, is his plan. He will make her retroactively the greatest in this way. Jesus Christ.
Doing good.
You see now why my rubric is, why are they like this? What's wrong with them? This is one thing wrong with him, and I love it. Because he goes to fight Mihawk the second he sees this motherfucker. And it's a great fight. It's a wonderful fight. Mihawk literally takes out, like, he's wearing this big goofy crucifix, and he takes it off, and it's a tiny little sword. And he goes like, listen, I might be willing to hunt rabbits out of amusement, but I'm not going to hunt a rabbit with a cannon. My apologies. This is the smallest knife I have.
Oh, what a bitch. I
Cunt.
love him.
Ooh. He's such a bitch. He's so mean to Zoro at first. He's just like, alright.
Oh, I'm really
But
scared.
he does this thing where he calls him like, you're a little frog who's never seen the world.
Wait, Zoro does that to fucking, the
Yes,
octopus.
Zoro quotes that to other people later. He
What a
totally
dork.
does.
Fucking
That's his weird
Zoro.
adopted sword dad. We'll get into that.
Yeah.
But something I love is, like, he loses. All of his swords except Wado are shattered, which means that he lost, like, the two original swords he ever used in his life, and I think about that sometimes. He doesn't even get to bury them because even the handles fall into the sea. And in his big, cool-ass... I swear, read One Piece and get to this fight and then see how you feel, you know? See how you feel.
Oh, and by the way,
Because
this is
he
like one of the
whirls-
first times that
Yes?
Sanji sees him.
Oh yeah, this is literally the first time Sanji ever sees him fight, and it's both him being cool as hell, Sanji's dad going like, watch this, this is a man with a dream.
Yeah.
And also sees Zoro get his ass handed to him the hardest it ever will in all of canon. Well, Kuma might technically have done worse, but Mihawk stabs him, and he refuses to step back, even though he will die if it goes any further, because he straight up says, if I step back, I'm giving up. And I will not. And something I love is that during this fight, when he's like up against these insurmountable odds, is that he flashes back to, you know, Kuina and everything, but he starts to flash to Luffy. And to Luffy talking about like, yeah, if I'm gonna be the Pirate King, of course you gotta be the best in the world. I believe that he needed someone to believe in him, or more specifically, he needed someone he could disappoint besides the dead.
Yeah. I think you're right.
After the fight, when like Mihawk just barely leaves him alive, he gets his big old cool chest scar in this incident. Almost dies. Free top surgery. Didn't take. Very
One
sad.
simple trick.
One simple trick. And he does, it's one of the best scenes of early One Piece where he raises his sword and screams out that he will never lose again. He like swears to Luffy that he will never swear again and ends it by howling, "Is that alright with you, Pirate King?" And Luffy goes, "Yeah!" And then he has to be wrapped in so many bandages.
Wrapped in plastic.
And I mostly get into this because I think that to Zoro, Luffy is the Pirate King already. Like, he is so concrete. He takes Luffy's dream and holds it in his hand alongside his own. Like, it's a personal interpretation to me that, like, Zoro is dedicated to his crew's dreams along with his own.
Yeah.
I think that, like, I legitimately think if you asked him, like, okay, you become the world's greatest, what do? He'd be like, well, if Luffy isn't the Pirate King by then we gotta do that. And then Nami wants to see the whole world to, like, map it, and that's probably gonna take the longest, so, like, I'm pretty set for all. If we haven't found all blue by then, I guess you have to do that. Like, you would just go down the list, you know?
Robin wants
like,
to see the poneglyph thingies. I think Chopper
We'll probably do that. I think
wants
that's
to
like a
cure
twofer.
every disease, so that'll take a minute.
Usopp, kind of a weird end date on Usopp's dream. So, we are now going to very quickly tour through the other early Zoro moves because I'm just going to touch on them for what they add to his personality, and we can talk about those really quickly. And I'm saying quickly, it's in the notes as quickly. I'm pointing at myself. I'm actually pointing at the Wally plush. He doesn't know what's going on.
Very sad. You're confusing him.
He's learning about swords.
Poor bastard.
He's learning! He's learning! So, Arlong Park. Immediately after the Mihawk fight, Zoro winds up fighting. It might be the same day. Is Arlong Park technically the same day the Mihawk fight happened? Does, like, the sun actually set between
yeah, it
these
is
two
basically the
arcs?
same day. Thank you very much, Demi Friend. This was actually really fun to draw. I need to rewatch this movie. Last time I watched it was in 5th grade.
No, we should watch it.
Yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be fun.
We should watch it. It, like, changed my brain chemistry at 9, and I think you will understand. The plot is very faithful to Tezuka's writing style.
Scary.
But it's so pretty.
Scary.
It's so pretty.
Scary.
No, not like that. I just mean that it's like, oh no, Professor, we have to go into the jungle because of escape reasons. Oh shit, there's giant rats. I gotta fight the giant rats. Like that. Like, I love Tezuka's work, but...
Are we at 106?
Holly says it is pretty. It is! It's so pretty. Ugh. And also it's got Duke Red in it. And a really Tezuka-style, non-helpful or responsible parental guardian figure.
Ah, that's okay.
We make do. Say it. Arlong Park is basically one day later at the most, and he does it, and he fights multiple fishmen, and gets so injured, just so fucking injured, because Luffy wants Nami to be their navigator. And I think also it becomes because he realizes Nami needs them. But at first, it's mostly just like, okay, Luffy said she's our navigator, even though she just robbed us and left. She's gonna be our navigator. But it's good. We just watched a movie that was like a recap movie version of like the Arlong Park arc, and it's really funny because they just cut past a section by having Sanji be slightly faster. I like, but mostly I just want to bring this up because there's literally a moment when Zoro is like, he's still basically bisected. Arlong ripped the bandages off of him at one point. He's been bit, he's been headbutt, he's been tossed around, and he has this mental, like, he thinks to himself, even if most people would pass out from these wounds, I cannot fall. Even if these wounds would kill most people, I cannot die. That's Zoro for the rest of the series. Pretty much. Just pure, absolute will. Also, Skelephant says, you said bisected, and I thought you were gonna say bisexual. Also, yes. Good night, Sergeant the Magby.
Good night.
I'll get into that later. I I have a very specific set of headcanons for Zoro's deal. Short version, bisexual demi-romantic. Anyways. Little Garden. Subtitle. Ow, 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 ow,
Oh,
ow.
oh, just a little off the side, please.
Ugh. So if you've seen art of Zoro, you might have seen sometimes people draw these really big gnarly wounds on his ankles, and you might be thinking, wow, what fight did that happen in? That happened in the fight when his feet were stuck in wax and everyone was going to die from being coated in wax and suffocate because of a goofus that becomes like comedic jester man the universe tortures later, Mr. 3. And Zoro goes like,
This was a weird one.
to cut his legs off. He just straight up goes like it's great because there's a giant who's also been like tacked to the ground with this like wax that's harder than iron, and he goes like, hey, we're not dead yet, right? And just starts to cut his fucking legs off.
Yeah.
And I think legitimately it's probably lucky that he didn't have a good angle on doing that.
Yeah.
And it's really great because Vivi and Nami are right next to him, and part of why he's doing this is to try and save them, too. And they're just going, ah, stop! Gross, gross, stop, stop! What's wrong with him?
Yeah.
Alabasta Arc. This is the arc where he learns how to cut steel, and if you're thinking to yourself, why do swordsmen in anime and manga always be cut in steel? Good question. The answer is Goemon Ishikawa the 13th by Monkey Punch.
Uh-huh.
Like, I'm sure there's other character archetypes before that. I think it's just, like, a cool idea of stuff to do with swords. But also it's because of Goemon. It's
Yeah.
100% because of Lupin the Third.
Yeah.
It's definitely
Yeah.
because of Lupin the Third.
Yeah.
He's a bit Goemon coded. I think if they met each other, they would hiss and fight like cats, but... There's some shit, especially like part 1 Goemon, you know? That's like the same as young Zoro to me a little.
Yeah, I agree.
Except for the part where I don't think Fujiko Mine would work on him. Like at all.
Yeah. Well, he might be slightly trusting of her, which would be funny.
Oh, he could be tricked by her like normally.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
1000%.
Yeah.
It's just the separating detail here is that Goemon Ishikawa is horny sometimes, and Zoro
Oh,
does
yeah.
not make horny decisions.
Yeah, no, you're right. Oh, dog
You have to
fight,
introduce
yes.
them to the door. You understand our thesis on what swordsmen are like. You understand entirely. You're in the right place.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, he's able to learn how to cut steel, and what I kind of love about that fight is he has this whole fight with, and if you've never watched One Piece, I apologize for the damage this is going to cause, a man who can turn his body parts into swords.
Mhm.
Yes? Yes. Whatever you're thinking, yes. He doesn't do that in the manga, but a lot of kids wrote in to ask Mr. Oda some questions.
They had a lot of questions.
They have so many questions.
They have so
about
many
dicks.
wonderful, innocent questions. And Mr. Oda answers all of them.
He does. He does. Oh god, it's 11. When did that happen?
No, it's not. Fuck off. Oh. Well, money. Haha, well, hang on.
Oh.
Hold your horses. Ha. Holy shit, Bubbly.
Oh, so thank you, Demi friend. That's sweet.
Thank you, Demi friend. Bubbly paid $20. Holy shit. Says, man, I'm so into the way you're talking about
Man,
this
it was
man.
so into the
Oh,
way you're
it's
talking
reading
about
now.
this man's.
Hang on.
I feel like many people would gloss over most of the nuance to his personality, and it really makes me appreciate him so much more. Less than 3 anyways. I request a drawing of Zoro being sentimental about his sword's happy crying face.
Boss had to take a moment to read that one. Bubbly says,
Thank you, boss. Thank you,
Man,
boss.
Man, I'm so into the way you're talking about this man's. I feel like many people would gloss over most of the nuance to his personality. It really makes me appreciate him so much more. Anyways, I request a drawing of Zoro being sentimental about his swords. That's very sweet, of course. Thank you, Bubbly.
Ooh, that's a good one. Thank you. Thank you very much in general. I'm glad. I'm just like this if I like a character. I like to think about him and rotate him and think about him, and I feel like Zoro has a lot of emotional depth that's very easy to get lost in the seas of Zoro will get the devil fruit that will make him do swords too. Oh, he does
Oh,
attract.
oh, it could happen.
Sorry, I gotta do a lot of noises now. Thank you. And let me get one of these. Okay, let me try and do like another. When I do the flexitone for one piece, I always try to do like the Zoro just did a cool sword thing. One they do, which is like the. Hold on. Yeah. Ow. Okay. Gonna cramp my arm doing these. One more. No. Okay. I have to stop. We gotta take a break.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Why do people clickbait him so much? He's just a grunkle. He's not a grunkle! He's 22! I'm sorry, I understand what you're saying, but the man is 21 years old.
Oh, he's 22.
He
going
is an
on
old
50,
man at
I
heart.
don't
He
know.
is. No, you're not wrong. He's got the soul of a grunkle, but he's still like 20.
Let me just space out the framing I want to do here. I want this to be the Boston Aquarium to imply like he's really fucking lost. And I'm thinking about this awesome octopus at the Boston Aquarium. And Brooke is sticking his arm right
No.
in.
No, Grunkle is grand uncle,
no.
Demi friend. You don't have to have kids to have grand uncle. He doesn't have siblings that we know of. Staring at Oda, staring at Oda, staring at Oda. If I make up enough headcanons and fan cannons about Zoro's family, eventually Zoro will be forced to do me wrong. This is unrelated, but if Queen has survived, do y'all think she would be part of the crew? Would she be like a character that appears sometimes to kick his ass? If you're talking about like an AU where Kuina survived, I do kind of love the idea of like them being bounty hunters together. And like, I think in that case, either she would like join with him or would be like, okay, I'm gonna support you doing this, but this is where we split up then, because I'm not becoming a pirate. I think she would like stay a bounty hunter
Yeah.
and would like become a presence on the Grand Line separate from them in like a Kobe kind of position. Mostly I say that partially because like I do think there is a figure that's a little bit of like Zoro's Kobe, and it's Tagashi, Sword Girl. Who's probably his cousin. Anyway, we gotta go and break.
Okay.
Do you have enough layout?
Hang on.
Bugs.
I'm working on it! Okay. Okay, okay.
Pencils down!
Okay, 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 okay.
Okay, we're gonna
Okay.
take a quick 5 to 10 minute break. Now's a good time to get up, stretch, interact with the cat, not draw. And we will be right back.
A new I guess chapter, a new fucking Undertale Deltarune email just came out, so I'm reading it. I'm on truck feet here. Frankie.
Hello.
A new Undertale Deltarune email came out, and they're asking people in the future to test a function they're doing in GameMaker for chapters 1 and 2.
Ooh.
It's interesting.
Fun.
They're testing a new version of GameMaker, so each version, each chapter launches as a separate game. And they explained in the newsletter that, like, the reason why this is a big deal for them is because it used to be that if they patched something in one chapter, it might have broken something in another chapter. So
dear.
they're going to be doing a public test of the combined version, asking people, like, okay, we're going to have specific things we'd like you all to test about this version of chapters 1 and 2.
Damn.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, alright. Alright, let's see. I ate a lot of grapes.
What? How many?
Yeah. I finished the rest of that cup of grapes I had, so... Maybe about like 20 grapes, I want to say?
Damn. Oh wow, simultaneous
Time,
English and
time.
Japanese release. Shit.
Whoa.
Tomatoes
Awesome, honestly.
Yeah, for real.
Oh man, I should reread his Legends of Localization for Undertale just for fun.
You should.
Ah.
Oh shit. What?
Oh?
They have some demo dialogue of rules in here for next chapter.
Holy
With
shit.
the Japanese comparison, I just saw a word that he should not be saying.
Yay!
It says, cover your ears if you don't want minor Deltarune spoilers. That's wrong, my dearest Bambito. Oh.
This is gonna change everyone's language again,
I'm
isn't
excited,
it?
I'm excited.
The control Toby Fox has over our ability to speak human
Can he
language.
reclaim?
Can
He
he
can.
reclaim? I think he can reclaim.
He's drooling, it's fine, I think that falls under it.
We don't know that's what's happening. We don't know.
I've been watching them Twitter gifs online, it's fine.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we have gotten far enough through my initial notes that we can get to what I have marked as an intermission. What's wrong with him?
Uh-huh.
A brief aside to discuss Zoro's completely mutant physicality.
Yay.
Look, Sanji turns out to be a goddamn bio-cyborg. What the fuck is Zoro's excuse?
Well, what do you think?
Zoro is marked out basically immediately to be stronger physically in terms of, like, he can pick up. I think he lifts a building in Alabasta, like, out of
Yes.
frustration at one point,
He does.
just with his bare hands. And it's made repeatedly clear from very early on that other people in this setting don't work like this.
Yeah.
There's other people in the setting who are a lot like Zoro. Luffy's grandpa Garp is probably the greatest example of, like, you don't need a devil fruit or anything.
You can just
You
be
can
like
just
this.
be... You can just be God Bluto.
Yeah.
You can just have your training be punching ships
If you
apart.
punch enough ships,
and if you
can
do that
throw
long enough...
cannonballs. It's fine. Everyone knows this.
Exactly. You can just be like, there's just people like that, true. But Zoro is one of those people in a way that's really funny. A cannonball destroys a house he's taking a nap in, and he just sits up in the rubble like fucking Daffy Duck.
Yeah, it's
Except
good.
Daffy Duck would, like, comedically have been injured by it, so that's more like what Usopp does. He just sits up and goes, well, that was a fine wake-up call.
Yeah, in Japanese,
great.
he makes a joke about it being a wake-up tree, which is like something that was done in slightly the olden days for kids, where it's like a wake-up sweet. Very funny.
Which I love the idea of, like, Zoro, which, like, now has become, like, you know, people say it in the same way you would say, like, a wake-up call.
Yeah.
But I do love the idea that maybe Zoro had that when he was little.
Yeah, I like that too.
So here's a list of his weird traits. Super strength. He is actually incredibly strong physically, and there's been 1 or 2 times where he gets really frustrated and just punches something instead of using his swords, and it
Yeah.
cracks me up.
When Nami steals the ship is when it's really funny.
Yes, like,
Good for
what is
her.
wrong with you? Usually he's resilient to an extreme, impossible degree. He can avoid being hurt by things that should hurt him. Like, Luffy's made of rubber, but Zoro can just shrug off a rock falling on him, as near as we can tell. And also he, like, survives stuff that, like, should have killed. Really, he should be dead.
Yeah.
Like, dead.
Dead.
And it'll take him out for, like, a couple of days, for, like, a while. He has to, like, sleep. He doesn't have to, like, stop doing stuff. But he will just, like, start walking around if nobody stops him or if he's not, like, unconscious.
It's good to do this.
And Chopper runs after him and goes, "Stop! Stop taking your fucking bandages off!"
Oh yeah, and he like has to attack him to put the bandages back on. Really good.
Yes!
Oh.
High amount of physical endurance in terms of, like, doing stuff for a long time. Ability to eat poison and razor blades.
Mhm.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
Mhm.
Had no effect on him.
Mhm.
In Wano, he survives by hunting the most heavy metal loaded wildlife possible.
Mhm. Sanji feeds him razor blades
nothing
on
to him.
purpose. It's fine.
Yeah, that's why we know about the razor blades and poison thing.
Yeah.
And you just see him eating his bento, and there's this crunch, 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 crunch sound effect, and that's what that is.
Yeah.
Does not seem to get drunk at any quantity of alcohol. But sometimes he does, like, fall asleep eventually.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's really him getting drunk.
Mhm.
Or just, like, getting full.
Yeah.
You know? Does not experience withdrawal either. He has had to quit drinking alcohol, and as near as we can tell, there's just no effect.
I think I'm gonna put him in
So.
zip away shorts. Why not? Let's live a little.
I
And a
mean,
chain wallet.
you're not wrong. Dude falls asleep like he ate a turkey? Literally, yes. Also, Manita says, if you're about to die, simply say no thanks and don't die. It's so funny. Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. That's true. He would be wearing a Boston Strong hat, but
He would. But maybe not to,
yeah.
maybe he doesn't like a hat inside, you
Yeah,
know?
Maybe not. Maybe
Maybe he's just not much of a hat guy. He only puts on his Boston Strong hat. He puts on his Boston Strong bandana when he's sleeping. He needs to really concentrate.
Putting on his Duncan bandana when he's got to fight.
Da-da-da!
Great. Really good. Really good.
Let's see, next on the list here. When he comes running to everyone's rescue in the Mermaid King's palace, he says he, quote, heard the festival music, by which he seems to mean, like, a big fight, but what he says is he heard festival music. What does he fucking mean by this? Is it just, like, a cheeky joke, like, I heard a fight, then that's, like, festival music to him? What does that mean?
Oh, you know.
I will say these info dumps have made me think about checking out you guys' One Piece RPG stream series. We definitely talk a lot about the series and characters in that, so you will enjoy it. You will also get to see us be slowly taunted when we hit the part of the game that needed snappier pacing
Oh,
or something.
Man. We will finish it eventually.
We will finish it. We have to. We have to
Maybe
finish
should
it
do
eventually.
that like
It's
soon.
locked.
After Jungle Cruise.
While we have energy, while we have the drive.
Yeah.
Don't ask us why games like this get locked in as we have to finish it.
Mm-hmm.
We just do. Zoro also appears to be able to hold his breath for 5 to 10 minutes. It's probably... Okay, here's the fucked up thing, though. Here's the thing. His ability to then survive not having any breath underwater for a really long time is not a special ability on his part. That's weirdly common, and as such must be understood as just one of the cartoon manga allowances of the setting, and cannot be commented on for him specifically, but he can hold his breath for a really long time, which just feels worth putting on the pile. Why does he just kind of summon a dragon with aura sometimes? Because, like, the cartoon visual effects in One Piece are diegetic, and diegetic is like, if a character in a movie is listening to music and you're hearing the music because it's playing in the scene, that's diegetic music. It is happening inside the scene. When characters do cartoon visual effects in One Piece, that is literally what's happening. When Sanji is on fire, Sanji is on fire.
When Sanji's eyes pop out, they
Like,
can
can
get
you just
kicked.
Yes, and then he recoils in pain about it. Sometimes when Zoro does some moves, a dragon made out of light rides his shoulders and becomes a part of his movements and his move. I know the answer is probably just his ancestors Ryuma who killed a dragon and it's cool. But is someone literally looking at him? Do they see the dragon? Yes, they have to. Also, he's definitely legally died multiple times, including once he literally just saw the Grim Reaper taking a swing at him. Like, we, the audience, see a skeleton with a scythe swinging on him.
Yeah.
I think he's going to hell sometimes after battles.
Absolutely.
I think he's
Absolutely, he's
I
going
think
to
he's like
hell.
half dead. He's a little dead, I think.
He's a little
I don't
dead.
know.
It's fine. He came back from death to fight Sanji. That's cool. Men do this all
Romantic.
the time.
Also, Miranda Curry says, isn't that awesome though? Yes! All of this whips ass! It absolutely rules! I just ask questions. I'm worried that when, like, Zoro's out after battle, like, does Brook see the dragon start to, like, float out of him and go, no, hold on.
Brooke with the butterfly net. Frankie, I need the net. Sorry, hang on.
Do we have a glass bottle? Sake! Ooh, you love sake!
Piss.
Man is a pirate and he's being hit with cowboy tropes. Fuck. He
You're
kind of
right,
is.
You're right. What is this fucking outfit?
I was
I'm
hoping
putting
One
Brooke
Piece would have some whack-ass looking death, but I guess a skeleton with a scythe is good too. I cannot overstate how much the skeleton with a scythe that we briefly see whips ass visually.
Yeah, it's like
It's
shit you would
good.
see on a tattoo. It's good.
It's like an illustration that, like, a 35-year-old professional illustrator who just finished reading all of Discworld would create of death.
This is like what people who ride motorcycles as a hobby dream about type death.
Yes. It's bordering on van airbrushing, you know?
Yeah. One of them.
Intermission over. Thank you all for listening to What's Wrong with Him?
Mhm.
Which doesn't even get into, did you know that because he uses swords, we see him as a little kid pulling weights with his teeth?
Oh, I'm gonna put in a little cowboy hat, actually.
Yeah.
He's in America. He'll have fun.
Yeah. So, the anchor and chain of command. I talked about this a little bit beforehand, but this is really one of my favorite aspects of his character, which is Zoro's role as a genuine, like, anchor point for the crew, as a crew, which has, like, a lot of points where it kind of pulls into focus over the course of the series, but I think everyone would agree that, like, it really blooms the most during Water 7. I feel like even if you haven't, like, watched the series or read the series, if you're just around people like us, you've, like, kind of heard of Water 7 and Marineford arc. Like, there's some, like, specific arc names like that you just kind of hear about. Those are two different, very different arcs. Those are the ones, I think.
Well, if you insist.
Water
please.
7.
Please tip $10 says, hi, can you draw Zoro pining over Sanji, please? Well, if you insist. Well, if you
Yay!
insist.
Yay! Yay! Yeah, yeah, if I get through all of this, we're just gonna spend the last, like, half hour or whatever talking about them being gay. It's gonna be great. There we go. Sorry, that's a proper one. What are we at total now?
We're at 136.
Ooh, I get to play the slide whistle again. Right? I think.
Yes.
Ooh, that's good.
Good stuff, bro.
Trying to do. I always like doing, like, you know, the ghost where you have to, like, what you do is, like, you shake your hand like you're tapping a button in Mario Party is what I'm doing. Like, that's the one grabbing, like, the slide part.
I like
and you
it.
just kind of go.
Oh yeah, that is very
Thank you.
ghosty. You're right.
Right. Well, I think that technically the better ghost one is like. Like, kind of that is, like, the real, like, rubber hose kind of era ghost shit. Which, side note, by the way, while we're still kind of switching between subject matters, please know there's a bit in the anime version of the Mermaid Island arc where Brooke, I think this happens in the manga too, but Brooke gets mistaken for, like, an actual dead body by some guards and is, like, hanging there limp because he was in water. And Zoro and Usopp nearby are like, oh, thank goodness, if he just plays dead, he'll be able to rescue us after we got captured from being drowning. We can get out of this. Good job, Brooke. And then Brooke immediately jumps up and starts chasing them around, screaming with his arms up in the air, doing the full skeleton, like, arms waving in the air, running, screaming, laughing, chasing.
It's good.
I love Brooke so much. He just has, like, he loves doing skeleton shit sometimes.
He does. He's a funny man.
It's fulfilling his instincts. He has to chase them like a funny skeleton man. He must. And also when he can turn into, like, a ghost now too, and I feel like he even when he's trying not to, has a little bit of, like, it's me.
It's good. It's good. It's good.
But yeah, Water 7 is where I think a lot of Zoro's, like, anchor point for the crew really comes in. Hello, Arsene. You did come here for slide whistle. He is the force of the crew who maintains, in times even when Luffy is struggling, the hierarchy of the ship. And by that I don't mean, like, oh, he's keep making. They don't have most of a hierarchy, but he is the person who will always stop and go, like, we have a captain, we have orders. During the times when people kind of have trouble with that. The conflict when Luffy and Usopp fight is this really harsh point, and there's this moment where, like, multiple members of the crew, even Luffy, are torn on, like, having to go through with this fight and what it means.
Oh man, yeah.
And Zoro has to go, like, no, we are a crew, you are our captain, we need to be able to believe in you, you have to hold firm on this, you can't waver, you can't actually let someone talk like this to you and then just still be on the crew and be fine. We have to hold to what we agreed to about this fight and what it means.
Ugh.
And I kind of love it because he just takes it so seriously, and he takes this, like, weight on his shoulders. I don't know. I really like it. It feels very much like he's always going to be the person who, if the rest of the crew is having an emotional reaction to stuff, he kind of holds steady. And I both love it, and I also worry a little bit about him.
Yeah.
A much smaller note, like, from way before this, is I always love right after Alabasta, when everyone else is, like, crying because Vivi had to leave the ship, and she chose to, like, become a princess still. Like, everyone else is so sad, and he's just totally unaffected looking and goes, like, if you guys were gonna be this sad about it, you should have just kidnapped her. And they all really mad at him.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of love that he's like, yes, she left. The thing we knew she was probably going to do. He's so mean. Which, speaking of him being kind of harsh, in the same arc, he is the person who reminds everyone that they don't know if Robin is their enemy or their friend yet. He has this great bit where he puts it as like, I read this like very recently, so it's something along the lines of like, ever since she joined, we haven't been sure where she stood. Her turning out to be our friend and being forced would be the best case scenario, but we just don't know that yet. And you need to be ready for either possibility. And I love it because Nami then goes like, you're being so mean, what's wrong with you? He's like, I have not decided. I don't know what's happening. I am not coming down on either side. And I kind of love that too, because like for everyone else's sake, he will hold steady on stuff like this. And I honestly think has a lot of like clarity of thought about like what kind of needs to happen pragmatically.
Yeah.
Sometimes this ends in some really interesting behaviors on his part, which we're going to get to right after this.
Mm-hmm.
But the point here is, like, he's a rock. He's very thoughtful, and he's kind of a point of reliability for everyone else. Like, when I was talking earlier about, like, I think he really understands other crew members, I feel like part of that is kind of knowing, like, when people are wavering in a way. And it's fun, especially since he kind of does this for characters like Nami.
Yeah.
Nami is having a really hard time during the Usopp conflict, and she's... I think everyone from the initial joining of the ship has a little bit of like, well, if we're just playing pirates, if we're just silly friends, then it's okay however we talk to each other and if we fight and everything. Considering how responsible she is as a person, I kind of like that Zoro's the one to be there for her to go like, yeah, we can't.
Yeah.
It actually has to be this way.
Yeah. That's right.
I someday I may actually get together to write it, but I am always of the idea of like, I feel like Nami post Vivi, like if she talked to anyone about all of that, it might have been Zoro, just
Yeah.
because he'd be the person to go like, yeah, you knew this was gonna happen though. Yeah, it does suck.
Yeah. Ugh. I love that. I love that. Why does the Zoro look wrinkly?
It's good. It's a fine line with Zoro between, like, just accurately capturing what's going on with his brow and him kind of looking older than he really is.
Yeah. I fucks with it.
All of which brings us to Thriller fucking Bark. So I don't remember, but I think last time I talked about Zoro, I might have been reluctant to get into this. I forget, though. It's possible I'm covering everything I covered last time, but with another year of understanding the characters, so thank you all for coming.
That's okay.
I don't remember, but I will have more, because this time I have the character family dynamics, the family chart to get into later.
Yay.
That's close. It's close. So, Thriller Bark is mostly a really fun arc that's like, we gotta go and fight our way through kooky Hot Topic Island.
Yeah. Through Oda-san Nightmare Before
It's
Christmas
delightful.
Island.
And it's great. It's when we first meet Brooke. It's when you learn Brooke's story. You are going to cry and cry and cry and cry. Oh, there's a chart. I modified someone else's chart with my own information because I'm a bitch. But it's mostly based on Oda's family tree that he made, so... Yeah, please enjoy a funny Halloween arc where you will cry so hard about a skeleton man, Grandpa.
Oh my god.
And you will hear a silly children's song on violin, and you will go, oh...
But you know what? I'm gonna
I
make
love
that he
Brooke so
unzipped
much.
his shorts. I think that would be funny.
Brooke is the greatest character of all time. He's a 9-foot-tall, silly skeleton man who likes to play music and do giggles and lean against walls and go 40 degrees. And
Yeah, and he's
he's also the saddest
funny.
character.
It's funny. You won't cry. Come here.
And he's so sad. And he's so fucking sad.
Oh.
Ugh.
He's great. I love him.
Quartet, trio,
Uh,
duo, solo.
God.
What's the matter, everyone? Why would you leave just an accompanist piano all alone?
Man.
Man. So, here's the fucked up thing about Thriller Bark. All of that happens. Everything going on there with Brook, and we learn all of his stuff, and we learn about Brook, and we have a silly adventure fighting Gecko Moira, a giant vampire shadow controller who's shaped like a bowling pin
Because
and
geckos
transforms into a giant evil frog. Yeah. Kind of a gecko.
Mhm.
In an abstract way.
Mhm.
Took us says, do you ever think how many times that dial was played? I do. Yeah. Yeah. So all that happens, and they win, and it's a big, fun, weird, goofy arc, and I wish the Invisibility Man was killed on camera, but that's okay.
That's okay.
Also, Zoro and Sanji's zombies fight each other. Some real, even if we were reincarnated, I would know you type shit going on over there, but with wanting to kick each other
They
in the
would
face.
find each other in any universe to fight each other in any universe.
And then, at the end of the arc, this character called Kuma has shown up a few times. And Kuma is introduced to us as a member of the Seven Warlords, who are basically pirates who took a deal with the Navy to answer to them in some specific ways, and in return, they have the authority of the Navy behind them, and they are no longer legally pirates. And Kuma is just this big, fucking brick-shaped man who's kind of scary. And in the anime, he has the softest little voice, and it's
Oh
very
my
disconcerting
God,
at
it's
first,
funny,
and then you
it's
just feel really
good.
sad about it.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh,
Like this
was a
giant fuck-off
man.
man who... And he's carrying, like, a holy book with him, and he just seems very calm, and he's kind of hanging out around Gecko Moira's place here and there, going like, oh, don't worry about why I'm here. Can't do that, never doing that again. Whoops, forgot. Anyways.
You were too deep, it's fine, it's fine.
Oops.
Hey everyone, it's me, Kuma! If you could go on a vacation
anyways.
anywhere, where would you go?
Hold on. Soulmates don't have to be romantic realness? Yes, but we do ship them. Let's be clear.
Yeah,
We do.
we do. We
In
see
canon,
them
though, you're
explicitly as gay.
We do see them explicitly as gay. It is worth highly noting that. If you pick a fight about it, you'll get muted for 24 hours.
Uh-huh.
Anyways.
Hell, I'll
Where
ban
was
you.
I?
I don't care.
So... Nope, no.
I'll do it.
Down!
Let me.
Keep drawing. Oh, you're referencing a song. Okay. You gotta be careful of that. I don't know the songs. I listened to Ginger Root mostly right now. Oh, I gotta listen to his new songs, though. Ooh,
Oh yeah,
wow.
he's got that new album coming.
Sweet Seal Dream says, I want to trust the tall, soft-spoken man, but I'm a tad unsettled. Hold on to that thought, despite everything I'm about to say right now. Inexplicably. Okay, you're actually getting muted for another minute. Anyways. Chill a little! So Kuma shows up and goes, okay, you all did defeat one of our warlords. I have to kill you now before you become too dangerous.
Oh.
And promptly wipes the entire floor with the entirety of the crew. He has a funny power called the Paw Paw Fruit. Oh, it gives him funny paws like a kitty or a bear on his hand.
Aw,
That's cute.
cute.
He's able to generate a giant shockwave of air that knocks everyone out with pure concussive force.
How cute!
And also, he's really fast. He's really, really, really fast. And everyone's exhausted from the other fight they had. He is too powerful. He wipes them. Except Zoro stayed awake after the big fucking concussive blast. Tries to fight him. desperately struggles to fight him and realizes he can't and says, if you're here to take Luffy's head, take mine instead. I would have had an even higher bounty than Luffy has now. That has to be enough of a prize for the Navy. Please kill me instead. And then Sanji wakes the fuck up and stands in front of him. Yay! Thank you, Raven Bonfoy. Sanji tries to die instead of Zoro, by the way. We're not even going to get into that. We don't have time right now to get into that. We're not going to get into it too much. But Sanji does try to die instead of Zoro, and then Zoro knocks him out by punching him in the side with one of his swords. Jesus Christ.
Oh, and Sanji on the way down
What's wrong
grips at Zoro's side.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, like, grabs his shirt and, like, on the way down, like, struggles to nod.
Trying to stay awake.
Yes.
Oh, it's good. It's good.
It's good. And Kuma basically goes, okay, I'm going to take all of the pain out of your captain's body. I can do that. That's a thing he can do. I'm going to take it all out of him from this whole fight. Yes, he says it just like that. Oh,
And I
that's
can
the
do
thing I
that.
can
That's
do.
the thing I can do. And Zoro goes, okay. And he goes, okay. Well, so long as you know.
And says, you have to absorb all of this. And it's probably going to kill you. That is what you do. You do this, the rest of your crew is walks. And literally what Zoro... He has Zoro try a tester's sample, by the way. That almost makes him scream and die. Because it's worth noting Zoro had also been doing a big dumb fight that whole time, back there. He fought the skeleton of his own ancestor that was possessed by Brook's fighting abilities. Can't even get into that right now. And literally what Zoro says is, take me further away from my crew and I'll do it. That's it. That's all he asks, is to just do it further away from them. And fairly infamously, when Sanji, the one person who wakes up and goes, fuck, where is he? Runs to find him. He finds him standing in a circle of blood. And the reason I went over this in so much detail, along with it just being cool as hell, is I think the level of self-sacrifice Zoro has for his crew is categorically the most clear here. It is sacrifice made completely literal. It is him having the ability in that moment to do anything, to do something, to prevent someone's death that he loves. And he just takes it. No hesitation. It is what he does immediately. And he, like, it's not even just the easy route of, like, okay, they're all knocked out. No, he takes Sanji out.
Yep.
He gets to have a whole moment where he sees, like, okay, Sanji's awake. He's not gonna be. Ugh.
Yeah. It's good. It's good. It's good. It hurts. It's good.
It's really good, and I just kind of love it because it's that weird sense of practicality, it's that love, it's that loyalty, and it all just wraps together into, kind of infamously, when Sanji finds him, the only thing Zoro says before presumably collapsing from his wounds is, nothing happened. Which, better people than I, and worse people than I, have probably made video essays about, like, the meaning of why he says it like that, but I think it's more, like, clearly stated later when it's, like, talked about. Brooke saw all of this happen, by the way.
Yeah. I went, oh,
Small detail.
yay.
Brooke
All
saw all
right.
this.
I didn't know it was that kind of boat. Shit.
What was that screaming? What was that screaming?
Got him right in the kidneys, Ellie. Good job. Good job. Good hit. Very solid. You know, I can't die. Maybe I should have done that, but whoopsies.
Christ. What I love is that, like, how to put it? The way Zoro thinks is, like, Luffy can never know he did this for him. Zoro does not want Luffy to have a single iota of awareness that this sacrifice was done for him. He doesn't want anyone to know that Kumo's gonna kill them. He doesn't want anyone to know that what he did is why they're all alive. He doesn't want Luffy to know that he took his pain. And I just kind of find that fascinating. Especially since it's like kind of a through line we see sometimes in like other characters' behavior. Usopp making the shot in Dressrosa has this moment where, like, I probably even talked about this last time with Luffy,
You did,
but it's
but
one
it's
of my
good.
favorite moments. Yeah, where he snipes the target for him and goes like, I don't even want Luffy to know that he came this close. Which Usopp and Zoro, they have a very cute relationship as friends to me, which is very funny. It's like that somehow they're homies, you know?
Yeah.
Also worth noting, here's a quick sideboard. Zoro also seems to have some lingering trauma with Kuma after that. When Kuma shows up again in Sabati, Zoro isn't even healed from all of that going on. Like, it is outright stated that he's not healed, and he starts shaking in the anime, which I love as an
Yeah.
added detail.
Yeah, he's
Like,
shaking
ooh.
and sweating seeing him.
I kind of love that because, like, yeah, that would be what happens there, huh? Let's see. So, okay. Yeah, I think that's one of the most important parts of his, like, finding out who he is as a person, and I think Thriller Bark pretty much, like, I think that defines Zoro's character, like, from then on in One Piece. Like, he is just the person who will do whatever it takes for Luffy to advance. And not in a, like, weird, outward-facing, like, I can do anything morally. Like, in a different world, I think
It's the
Zoro
wrong
could be a
arm!
character like that.
Okay. I'm okay. Please
you
continue.
okay? Did you get the arm wrong?
Please continue.
I'm sorry, buddy.
It's okay. Please continue.
You're strong. You're strong.
I'm strong. Okay. Sorry. Please continue.
It's okay. It's okay.
For those who
It's
don't
okay,
know,
I'm just-
Kid is
ooh,
missing his
agony.
left arm. His left arm.
Be careful. You have to be careful. You have to be so careful.
You have to be careful when you draw these things. Okay.
You do. You do.
please
See,
continue, I'm
also,
so
good luck
sorry.
with Sanji and Zoro's faces.
Oh man. I'm so sorry. Please
Even
continue.
Oda doesn't keep it straight.
That's true. I'm just like Oda.
Just like Oda.
Just like Oda.
So, basically, like, there's a lot of other moments, like, later on in One Piece canon that I feel like have a lot of, like, it's like, oh man, Zoro and Wano, and that big, dumb final fight is
Oh,
good.
Man.
It's good.
Yes, it's good.
But it is pretty much just kind of like, it's that same course of who Zoro is, where, like, he will do anything, and that is centered on himself, his own abilities, his own willingness to, like, truly believe that he just has to push himself to this incredible extreme. Hey, Lord Muggins.
Hello.
There's this drive in him, and I'm fascinated by that drive. I'm fascinated by that devotion he has. And Oda has given me a framework to work back on, to think about, because here's the fun thing of a character who, uniquely among the cast of One Piece, has never had an extended backstory flashback. He's had a few small he's had like 3 total flashbacks. Like, and they're all pretty short, and he has never had a storyline centered on him in its totality. What Zoro tends to get is, like, I feel like he gets, like, fights, and those fights often advance his character and his personality, which is the fun part of action series. Fights should progress understanding of the character.
Yes. You're right.
There's a really good Polygon video where they talk about like the artistry of fight scenes and what makes them work in like kung fu movies that I really love. And I think that in shonen, like the ultimate expression of a fight in One Piece gives you so much about character and personality and who they are as a person, and they often become fights of like ideals. It is literally a fight between like Luffy's ideals versus Kaido's ideals, as expressed through doing big dumb punches.
Yes.
God, I love it. More backstory is gonna pop up and it's gonna hit me like a truck. I am daring Oda to bring in more backstory. I am standing on the hill and yelling at God.
Well,
I'll get to that.
It's Tuesday. You got 2 more days. I mean, 4 more days. Haha.
I have time.
I
We
would
wait
never
like good
be-
children.
we
Yeah, the
would
next
never...
thing Vegapunk is gonna say is gonna be like, also, Zoro is a clone I made in a lab. We're all gonna go, fuck.
Fuck. I knew it. Also, Nami, you're my daughter. Bye-bye.
Shut up.
Bye-bye.
And she would stand up and go, where's my payout, fucker?
Nami, my beautiful daughter, we have lost Egghead Island. You must take this pill. Goodbye.
Shut up. So, about that bit where Zoro fought his own ancestor.
Uh-huh.
How do we know that's his ancestor? Oh, haha.
Well.
So here's the thing. Like I said, he's never gotten an extended flashback, and I don't know if he's gonna get one.
Yeah,
I get
probably
the
not.
sense that Oda might have been like thinking. I think if Oda was gonna do it, it would have been in Wano.
Yeah.
And I think Oda made the decision. I think this isn't based on official statements. This is just based on he's mentioned like once or twice, like maybe this will come up with Zoro, and then later on he went, I'm just gonna give you guys this family tree because I don't think it's gonna come up, and I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
Oda's got to finish this bad boy.
Yeah.
I've made peace with it because I've had enough time to stop being mad that this disproved my most insane theory that Zoro was a clone that Vegapunk made.
Hey, you
I've
never
stopped being mad that
know.
it wiped my pre-established headcanons. I'm still gonna talk about that theory because there's still a miracle swipe that could happen.
Uh-huh.
But I don't think so.
Uh-huh.
And I have stopped being mad that he just released this info as an SBS and as an outside of the story author's
What's
note
wrong?
without
What's
covering.
wrong?
You whole cake motherfucker, don't you start on me.
Oh,
Out of
let
nowhere.
them eat
Out
whole
of
cake
nowhere.
if
Out
they're
of
starving
nowhere.
for backstory.
You motherfucker. Okay. It's not happening. But here's the thing. If I make up enough character story about about Zoro's parents, the only way Oda can disprove me is by releasing more information, so let's go over the facts. I am going to open up the family tree, which I have annotated on my own, but is built off of the one that one guy made. Sorry, I should be less shitty. This is the version that was translated by Arter, aka New World Arter, or the Library of Ohara, who is a very accomplished knower of One Piece things that I just severely disagree with on one or two, like, theories, so I think it's funny to be their enemy. But I'm not. We're normal here.
By the
We're
way,
normal here.
while I'm writing this down, in the background, I'm searching a
Ah.
very valuable resource. One of the distinct things in One Piece is that every character has a unique laugh. Mostly.
Yes! Every character in One Piece
Killer's
has a
laugh,
distinct laugh.
the wahahaha one is the psycho killer one? Unbelievable. I love you, Oda.
Please note, by the way, Zoro's laughter style
Alright.
appears to be that he, and I don't know if the, here's the thing, is I think this is just from the anime, it's not, like, written out specially when it's written out, but when his voice actor laughs for Zoro, he goes like, ha-hu he-he-ho.
Oh,
He goes down the
yeah.
hiragana chart.
I'll just say yeah.
It's like, it's like every noise. It's incredible.
Yeah. He's a
Okay,
talent.
so he has a special talent. Zoro's family tree. Now, two things get revealed that's really interesting. One is that I believe Kuina and Zoro are indicated to at the least be distant cousins.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on to that thought. In One Piece, there is a island called Wado, or Wano Kuni. I think is how it's put in Japanese sometimes. Yep. I think in English it's just Wano. And it is ancient Japan, the island.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Japan used
Oda
to be
really
called,
just said,
Wa.
Go ahead.
Oh, Japan used to be called Wa.
Which Wano Kuni is just like land of Wa, and Wa often translates. One of the ways to translate it is peace.
Yeah.
So it's like the land of peace, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And it is just straight up old samurai movie ass distant historical Japan, and it rules, and it's an awesome arc.
It's dope.
And it is the land where samurai come from. In One Piece. It is also, in One Piece, a closed country, which is interesting since that mimics, like, historical Japan from that era. But in One Piece, that means, like, there's walls around it, and you have to climb a waterfall to get up onto the island.
It's dope.
And also it means that people from Wa weren't supposed to leave. But 25 people did, at some point in the distant past, leave Wa, and some of them traveled to the East Blue. Possibly what happened is that they all traveled to the East Blue, but what's important is that some of them settled down on a little island where they defeat a group of mountain bandits that were attacking, and 10 of them decided to stay and founded Shimotsuki Village. Shimotsuki is a district in Wano, and it is also a family name. One of those people is Shimotsuki Furiko. That's Zoro's grandma. Zoro's grandma is the little sister of the man who was, like, the local government official, I don't remember the exact title, I'm sorry, of Shimotsuki, who we actually get to see during the arc. He saved Yamato's life when Yamato was pretty little. It's very sweet and sad, and it's really funny because he just looks exactly like Zoro, but with blue hair, and he's
a toothpick.
Old.
A toothpick changes everything.
Yes, the toothpick, yes. Shimotsuki Furiko married Pin Zoro Roronoa. His name was Pin Zoro. We did some digging and learned that Pin Zoro actually does translate, and it appears to mean it's like having a full set of numbers, and it's used in dice.
Isn't it
so,
Snake
like,
Eyes?
Technically his name translates to Snake Eyes, yes. It means a straight number of ones. It means Snake Eyes. This man's name is Snake Eyes.
Fucking dope-ass name.
It's great. He's a swordsman. Keep track of the fact that he's also a swordsman. They have a child whose name is Roronoa Arashi, and what's important about that is that that's Zoro's dad. Zoro's father marries a girl named Terra, who's a daughter of the local thieving bandits. What happened there?
Arashi means storm, and the Terra that is used for Zoro's mother. To the ear, it sounds like Terra, 2 R's, which is earth, but this is Terra, like Otera,
it's not.
which is temple.
If it had 2 R's, it would have a tsu marking out that there's 2 R's. That is a thing you can do, but it is just Terra. It's just Terra, so it just means temple. This is why I don't get along with the theories of the person who made this translation, because... Anyways. That's fun, because I'm like, okay, so she's the daughter of the mountain bandits that they fought? Those protecting the village?
Kind of romantic, I don't know.
Oda, make her big. Make her large. Listen to me. Please note, this chart, this family tree, notes 2 things. Zoro's dad died in a battle against pirates, and Zoro's mom is dead of an illness. It is not stated explicitly if his grandparents are dead. However, this same family tree gives us the family tree of Kuina. Kuina's grandpa is one of the samurais who left and settled down in this village, Shimotsuki Kozaburo. So that's also a Shimotsuki, so he's in the same family line as Zoro's grandma. We don't know where from, admittedly. His son became Zoro's teacher and is Kuina's dad. We know that Kuina's grandpa is dead, but he's not marked as dead on the family tree. So Zoro's grandparents not being marked down as dead might not mean anything that they aren't dead. Also worth noting here, it is an established fact from Zoro's backstory that he could defeat anyone on the island, including all of the adults. No one but Kuina could defeat him. His grandfather and his dad were both swordsmen, and given that his grandma was a member of a samurai-class family in Wano, it's very likely she also was trained in the use of swords. This to me indicates that by the time we see him fighting Kuina, at again, 10-ish years old, his whole family's dead, y'all.
Like dead. Like dead.
Like, maybe his grandma's still around, because maybe she wouldn't have been, like, a swordsman herself, necessarily? But, like, his grandfather is most likely dead. We know his dad is dead. We know his mom is dead. She might not have been dead by then. I have a lot of personal theories and thoughts about when these things could have happened. But we now know that the entirety of Zoro's family, including his cousin, everyone in his whole family line, including in Wano, except for one person, who then dies in front of Zoro, is dead, except for his teacher.
That's good, right? That's good?
So, yeah, I think that's good. So, with that in mind, I think we can now kind of understand Zoro as having been at one point a profoundly lonely child. A child who has lost everyone in his life. And it's also worth noting, we also know that his dad died to pirates, and he becomes the pirate hunter. Like, I don't think he was going out for revenge against pirates exactly, but those are the facts. How in the world did his family get killed like that? I have theories, I'll get to it. His dad in specific died fighting pirates to defend the village. We know he only joined Luffy under duress of almost dying, which is interesting because he hates pirates for the same reason Nami does initially. They both lost someone. I also choose to believe... Well, I'll get into headcanons. Hold on, I gotta hold my horses. I can't talk about Zoro's mom making her cool yet. More importantly, something that's interesting here is that he's had a family member die from being killed in battle. He's had a family member die from illness. He might have had a family member die of just old age. And he had a family member die from an accident. Like, Kuina just slipped. He's experienced every form of death, man. All of them. Death is wound into him in a fascinating way, and we now have to turn back and think about the fact that he talks to Luffy about only having his destiny left. Talking about, like, besides my own life, my swords are the most important thing I have. And his attachment to his crew. We talked last time about how Luffy... Oh god, it's 12. We have to take another break soon. I know. We talked about how, like, Luffy has this profound loss of power when he's a child, where, like, he can't do anything to protect someone he loves from dying. He's not strong enough. It seems very clear to me that Zoro is motivated the exact same way. But he lost so many people. Like, in pretty close time of each other. Like, you know, again, if my assumption that, like, if there's no sword-holding adult that can defeat him, that means his dad and his grandpa are gone. If his mom was already, like, all of that had to have happened before he left home, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
If nothing else. Rough.
Rough.
Also, what the goddamn hell, Oda? Just... Oda really picks up his OCs and goes like, I know what you need. A sad backstory. And I respect him for it.
Thank you, Skill Elephant.
Yay! Thank you, Skill Elephant. Let's see. I think we're actually gonna be on pace for me to, like, wrap up in the next hour. That's awesome.
Fucked up.
You still feel... Well, I'm gonna double check with you if you're still feeling good after this break, but first we're gonna take a quick break.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank... Isn't it good, They're good, Skill Elephant. It's good.
Thank you. Thank you. I love Kitten Killer. They're so sad to me. We'll talk about it someday.
They're so good. Oh, we will. The Wano Arc 3-part stream.
Yeah.
Look forward to it. Alright, BRB. Get up, have a drink, walk around, get yourself a snack. We'll be right back.
Highly. It is Arizona kiwi strawberry. Hi. What do you mean by animatic style territory? Do you mean like...
I don't know, maybe like the quick kind of work, sketchy kind of work you gotta do for animatics?
If that's what you mean, I have something I can tell you to do. If not, then more specific, then I can help you, but I need more details. So, in the Japanese version of Deltarune, instead of Benbito, he says, "Baby boy!"
In English?
In hiragana. He's insane.
Oh, what's wrong with him?
Mm-hmm.
That's beautiful.
I'm sorry, I mean, he is... He's something.
What's wrong with him?
Yeah. Really cool, more animatic, like you show more like him. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Okay. Thank you. That's very sweet of you. There's something called Jess Draw Party. I'm gonna type it here. Jess Draw Party.
Ooh, yeah.
And what it is it is a model drawing video. You have 1 minute to bang out a pose. You have 30 seconds to bang out a pose before the person moves. I would say doing a lot of that would help you get down like quick motion a little more.
Yeah.
A lot of how I draw comes from me doing a lot of life studies classes, and I used to spend a lot of time just chilling out drawing people. I have so many fucking sketchbooks just full of people at like college campus waiting around to get picked up, you know?
Yeah, I would definitely like... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Hi, Buzz.
So this speaking as like an observer and someone who's good at like thinking about this stuff. Part of what's helpful for it is like gives you that practice. It's really just that thing. But I think it also teaches you to like not be precious with your art.
Yep.
Like if you do this, really resist the urge
Oh.
to ever like pause the video.
You know what'll help you? Get a ballpoint pen.
Yes.
You want
Oh
one of
my
those
God, yes.
light ballpoint
Sketch and
pens.
pen for a while.
You're gonna get one of those ballpoint pens that you see at like if you go to the bank, if you get like a crappy free pen, it's very light, you can like almost sketch with it. Just draw in pen for a while. For a while I was drawing in calligraphy brushes at the Daiso because they were $1 and I'm poor as shit.
Yes.
And as you work with pen, you'll get more confident with your lines. You will get more like, I can nail down this one line to suggest a back. It'll help you.
Use lined paper. Do like what it like. A lot of what you're gonna be fighting against is like any urge to like over clean, to like over fix it, to like grab the eraser, to tap undo, and it's just good for you to just like draw straight ahead and bang out a lot of it. And if some of what you're working with is like having confidence in line, draw 30 pictures of whoever your current Blorbo is that you don't plan on showing anyone in like an hour.
Yeah.
Bang out some Sonic the Hedgehogs.
Yeah.
Do like motion studies off of like your favorite One Piece characters' cool fight scenes and like delete them instantly if you wanna. But like, if what you need is confidence of line, drawing something you love to draw and just doodling will do you a lot.
Also,
and Bugs' advice is great here. Go on.
Also, something else that you kind of get trained by when you're sitting around drawing people or drawing people watching a show is learning not only like drawing while looking at something else, but also the ability to kind of like look at something and immediately break it down to what you want to do, so you can look at the screen again or look at the figure again and get down something else. It'll build over time. It's a slow and steady process, but it's fun. Find something you're obsessed with and start drawing it.
Yeah, exactly. And for like being able to like sketch and line and do something kind of gestural and quick, big helpful.
I'm learning
I do
bodies.
more
I
realistic
used to
sort of
only do
things. I'm learning
portrait.
bodies. I used to only do portraits, so dynamic posing is different. Oh, going from portrait, it's tough because when you go from portraits, trying to go from there to like dynamic posing or like lighter stuff, you fight the skills you already like built up
Oh, for
sometime. But the
sure.
good news is, that's art.
Yeah, and that means you already have a head and shoulders above everyone else with regard to like measuring proportions. You know that between the two eyes there is an eye of space. You know, you can go from the nose and there's
Oh,
an eye. There's your lip, an eye. There's the chin, and so bodies are like that
if
too.
you're drawing something, we're still on the BRB screen.
No, I'm not. I'm just chilling out for a second.
Okay, just checking. Sorry. No, it's good. It's good. I just know your cadence.
Yeah. But
Please go on.
yeah, you got it down. Now just comes the part that's kind of a pain in the ass where you just gotta bang at it and study. You can do it. It is easy. I mean, it's not easy, but over time, you'll look back and it'll feel like no time passed at all.
And a piece of mostly unrelated art advice, look up and do studies from Leonard Nimoy's photography career.
Oh, that one's fun. The Morpho books are good for that too. I
They're
will
cute.
say, Morpho books, they're really good for teaching like fats and folds and stuff.
Yep.
The problem is that a lot of it doesn't get into what makes certain parts of anatomy work, what makes certain parts of musculature work. A lot of it
I
is
just recommend Nimoy's photography work because it's very like motion heavy too, and like very joyful in a way I find fun.
It is a lot of just like the artist's finished drawings with no like detailed example. There's a book I have, you're gonna have to brace for some weird sexism in how it depicts people. But Anatomy for Sculpture artists are really good.
Yeah, that's a classic.
For breaking down like this muscle pushes this muscle, which makes this happen.
It's good.
Mhm.
Watch Columbo. Do studies from Columbo. Fuck it.
Oh, can you put down Leonard Nimoy in chat for them?
Oh, yeah, well, I think you'll get it even if you can't spell it, but... Yes, the same guy who did Spock. His photography is really fun. It's mostly of fat women doing things, and it's very beautiful. Alright, let's see, where was I? Okay, so... I think in the context of everything that Zoro has lost, a lot of his behavior makes a lot of sense. I think it's easy to understand, and as a result, like... Oh, did I just lose the window that had the stream? Yes, I did. How did I do this?
Oh, also, just make
Windows.
shitty little doodle comics and animatics if you can. It's fun. And it'll
It's
teach you,
fun.
what is it? Conservatorship of line, importance of line, one of those. You'll know the term, Frankie.
One of those. Make some spaghetti.
You'll learn that instead of depicting a back like this, you can get away with depicting it like this. You know what I mean? It'll come to you.
And no need to apologize for because of auditory processing stuff. We both have that problem also, so we don't mind.
Yeah, you good.
God knows it's taken us long enough to figure out how to both talk without cross-talking enough for it to be a problem.
Yeah.
But yeah, Zoro protects his crew in a way that feels very personal once you learn about, like, everything he's lost, which is, like, you know, a trait that all members of the crew share to greater or lesser degrees, but it's really interesting that Zoro has all of this informing him. And I do think it's probably something that Oda, like, keeps in mind. I do believe Oda's probably had this in mind for, like, a while, knowing him. And it informs his character. It's interesting because you have to, like, look at it from it not showing up in the story very often. Also, I saw someone mention this in chat, and it really tickled me because this is my next talking point. At what point is it safe to assume that a little kid might have overheard people in his own town speculate that his family line is cursed? Because I think he would eventually.
Right.
And it's interesting because he has this whole thing about quote-unquote cursed swords. That sword that I mentioned back when I listed all of his swords for fun. that he got in Rogueport, it was like an infamously cursed sword from a cursed line. And the way he wound up getting it, like the owner like wanted to refuse to sell it to him because people who used it kept buying. He sticks his arm out and goes, "All right, I'll wager my arm. If I don't have enough luck to keep this sword from cutting my arm off when I throw it up in the ground, I'm not a good enough swordsman to keep this sword." And he flips it up in the air, holds his arm out, and one of my favorite early manga panels is just this sword falling perfectly around his arm.
Yes.
Like, the back of the sword just barely touching him. And it's so good. That's his baby, man. And we find out way later, we get, like, when he gets a different sword that's also spoken of as being cursed. I think it's somewhere around there. When he remembers this flashback of what we find out later is Kuina's grandpa, who was a blacksmith, who made Watto and a bunch of other legendary swords. And he tells Zoro, there's no such thing as a cursed sword. Swords are made to kill people. A cursed sword is just a sword that does its job. And people who don't respect that wind up dying. And Sweet Still Dreams, you got it right on the money. He sees himself in the swords. Yes. I think Zoro relates that back to himself. And we can even take that a step further and imagine, like, maybe he's scared of being cursed, but maybe he holds on to the idea of, like, people just die.
Mm-hmm.
Swords kill people, people die. Nothing more, nothing less. There's no such thing as a cursed sword. There's no such thing as a cursed man. There's just swords that kill and people that die. And that's fun. This is the kind of thing that I get down to. Munita says the theme of him giving cursed swords the respect and chance no one else does is so good. I love that too. There's this thing with Zoro where, like, Luffy does this too, where he'll talk, they both talk sometimes about, like, I'll leave it up to luck, because my luck has to be strong to do what I want to do. On top of everything else about me, my luck needs to carry me. And I kind of wonder if Zoro is part of that, is him being like, I'm the family member who didn't die, and that's just luck.
Mm-hmm.
I could have slipped on the stairs, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Learning about our death and our lifespans are a hard thing to get over, and even if we kill or be killed, and regions would have to confront that reality so much. Yeah, I think it's very likely Zoro has killed people before.
Yeah.
And it's really likely he started getting into fights where, if nothing else, people were trying to kill him at Luffy's age or younger.
Mm-hmm.
And oh man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Well,
kind of
good.
glad that he doesn't now.
Yeah.
I think it's good for him.
Yeah.
And now we've talked about the facts of his childhood. We know the people he strictly lost. We know how that seems to tie back into everything. I think there's something especially, like, kind of haunting about the idea of, like, he lost his cousin on top of everything else and is trying to carry this lineage with him. And also, hey, while we're just talking about stuff that can be inferred, Zoro didn't inherit his grandpa or his dad's swords. If his dad inherited his grandpa's swords, that might imply that his swords were lost in the ocean if he died fighting pirates
Yeah.
and no one was able to find them. So he doesn't even have, like, a family lineage that way as a swordsman, which is kind of doubly funny because that means that he does have that when he takes Ryuma's sword
Yeah, huh?
for a little while. Yeah, that's a family sword, technically. Side note, in Wano, there's also a note made that traditionally swordsmen's swords get left as their graves and are considered grave markers, but it is acceptable to pick up your comrade's sword on the battlefield and continue to fight with it. And I just kind of sit and think about that when it comes to Kuina, of the idea that he is carrying her gravestone with him. on.
It's good. It's good.
Ugh,
It's good.
it's good.
It's good.
So now I get to headcanon hour. Subtitle. Oh. This one I Oh, I always look at all art in the Discord. Don't worry about that. We won't cover it on air since it's probably in other art, but we do. I look at everything.
Mhm.
Have fun practicing. Where was I? Oh yeah, Watto. Oh, he hugs Watto, the white sword he got from Kuina, over his shoulder so often.
Mhm.
He just hugs it. Oh,
It's so cute.
it's cute, and also it's really funny that even if he passes out drunk, he'll like politely put his swords down next to him.
Yes. Okay, nap time for swords.
He tucks them in. Ready, bye, and good night.
Go to sleep, little
Anyhow.
weapons.
Headcanon hour, aka Oda can only prove me wrong by putting Zoro's damn family in the damn manga. Strike me down, God. Strike me down. Prove me wrong. Anyways, I'm gonna take out the family tree once again for this because that way I can keep track of who I'm talking about. Because since we know nothing about his family, that means I get to make shit up. I get to make shit up. Oh, I get to make shit up. So,
That's true.
let's see. So, my first headcanon, I like to think that Zoro's grandma maybe stuck around the longest. I kind of like the idea that maybe he was being raised by his grandma, because there's something really interesting. No off-topic stuff, Taratri. I'm sorry, get bonked. I'm in the middle of talking. Go sketch. 10 seconds. Anyways. I like the idea of him being raised by a grandma that was, like, actually directly from Wano, because I'm, like, fascinated by the fact that we now know Zoro's, like, got this direct connection to a country that nobody's from. Nobody's from Wano. But he is, and multiple people in his town is, which kind of suggests that maybe the area he's from, like, did they speak differently? Did his grandma, like, speak formally? Presumably she did. Like, I kind of love the idea of him having, like, the equivalent of an immigrant population culture thing going on in his village. And tied to that, I kind of like the idea that he maybe was raised by someone from that culture, even when his parents weren't around. My personal favorite headcanon is the idea that his grandma stuck around the longest, but died basically of just old age
Yeah.
when he was like 14 or 15, like shortly before he left, pretty much. I actually have a very specific image in mind I always have for that, but I will talk about that later. Right now, I'm just gonna frontline by saying I like the idea that she was kind of like the stricter side of Zoro is very much in her. Like, Mudita says that would make sense with his adherence to Bushido through everything. Yes! I think he kind of thinks of himself as Luffy Samurai a little bit. Like, that is his lord. He is a retainer, straight up.
Yeah.
And also, we see some suggestion, admittedly in cover stories, that someone taught his ass calligraphy,
Yep.
which is a thing that the son of a samurai family who wants to be a samurai would be educated in. And there's no way he did that willingly unless someone forced him to. I think his grandma sat his ass down and said, alright, you're gonna learn. I think he got taught how to do calligraphy. I think he got taught the proper way to talk, he just never does. He refuses.
Yeah. He could do Song Keiko if he was
And I
bothered.
think, yeah, he can. He can. He's gonna slip into an accent and start using some weird out-of-date conjugations.
God. Hitting them with the non-G
He's gonna drop
pronoun.
one forthwith. He deserves it. And I love the idea of his grandma just being, like, very stubborn, very elegant. I'm gonna say probably, like, with the same kind of snap temper, too, because I feel like that's how Oda's character work would go a little bit. Like, grandparents and strict, like, caretaker
Yeah.
kind of feeling.
Yeah.
I imagine her dressing pretty traditionally, like, probably not all the way to the nines necessarily, but, like, Zoro's like, no, yeah, she was in formal kimono every day of my life. I never saw her out of it. I didn't see her awake without her face on type of grandma. Like,
Oh, that's good. I like that. I like that.
like, I woke her up because I had a nightmare once, and I swear to God, when the light came on, she had lipstick on. I don't know. And his grandpa, Pin Zoro Rorunoa, first of all, really cute that Zoro is now being backfilled into, oh, hold on, Sweet Steel Dream says, him talking into archaic-ass dialect would be a cherry on top of the grunkle-coated cake, yes. Kind of like the master from Yu Yu Hakusho, yes, actually, that's, you haven't met her yet.
Oh,
but
no, I
love
did
her.
just meet her. I did
The
just
grand-
meet her. I like
yes,
her.
yes. Personality-wise, I could totally see that. Like, just a pain in the ass. Because I think she would need to be to make Zoro learn this shit. Like, to do anything that isn't swords, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, she's catching him with a rope trap. She's, like, carrying him under her arm. His grandpa, who, if Zoro is named after, that kind of makes Zoro's name, it could have a translatable kanji attached to it, and it could straight up be, like, functionally, like, paired set, or, like, straight, in terms of, like, cards. I almost wonder if you'd put it as, like, there's, like, a poker term that means, like, you have a full straight. It might just be, like, a straight. But, in my opinion, if you were going to localize his grandpa's name as Snake Eyes, you could almost get away with localizing Zoro's name as, like, Royal Flush. Because Pin Zoro is a full set of ones, so Zoro's name is just a full set of numbers. But because that's what Zoro's grandpa's name is, because his name is Snake Eyes, I like to think he was a rowdy son of a bitch.
Yeah, I like that.
I like to think he was just, like, this goofy, rowdy local swordsman with, like, a lot of I feel like both his dad and his grandpa were also good at swords, you know?
I like that.
The Furiko Shimotsuki is literally like the little sister of one of the greatest swordsmen of Wano before he died. You know? Not to be a like, whoa, the blood proves, but yeah, it's fun. What if you inherited being a sword nerd?
What if?
I kind of imagine his granddad is like kind of a gambler. Personal headcanons, I think his grandpa and his grandma like kind of seem to... I think they were the type where like he'd say something that would piss her off and they'd argue, but he was also out there like foraging for the special stuff for like food that she missed from home. You know what I mean?
I like that.
That's super... Because, like, she was willing to stay in this area, and I could super see it being like, they just fell. That's his wife, he adores her. I always kind of imagined that if he died, it was probably a little bit when Zoro was younger, maybe even first out of the family. 2 reasons. One, I have this notion of, like, Zoro's first brush with death being kind of like, yeah, Grandpa just got old. They found him out in the garden, laying down. They thought he was asleep for a minute, kind of thing. And I also have this image of his grandmother, like, permanently wearing mourning dress, and kind of being one of those, like, anchors of her in his life, is like, he just remembers her wearing black, because Zoro's got a whole thing. You ever notice that Zoro's always wearing a black bandana tied around his arm? Always? All the time? I'm just saying. Okay. Zoro's dad I haven't put a lot of thought into, like, personality-wise, but I kind of imagine him being, like, a little bit calm, kind of sedate, like, probably a cheerful, kind of, like, but quiet person. The fact that he died in a battle against pirates, I kind of imagine that happening when Zoro was, like, young enough that he might not remember him very well. And I kind of think of him as being, like, maybe the kind of person who, if Zoro had him around, his temper would have been, like, kept back a bit. Maybe he wouldn't have been so mad, but maybe some of that comes just from, like, losing so much of his family. His mom! I have tried to do justice to. Thank you, Bubbly! Oh, wow. How you do this to me? Ugh.
It's good to do this.
Fucked up. How
It's
you
good
do
to do
this?
this.
Also, we should probably cut off any further donations at this point, just given it's... What do you think?
You can give us your money, but I'm not probably gonna have time to draw anything else.
Yeah, we're probably gonna close up at about 1 to keep from being, like, too exhausted by doing this. And I'm wrapping up pretty well here, so thank you all very much. We're closing on drawings, but you can give us money if you care to. You don't have to, though. It's chill time. So, Terra, daughter of thieving bandits. Oda, I know you're not listening. You don't speak this much English. But until you do something with this motherfucker's actual backstory, I get to claim that his mother was an 8-foot-tall, club-carrying, rowdy as fuck, rude as fuck, full as hell, giant bandit queen-ass woman. Because why not? Why not? Zoro's a rough son of a bitch. Zoro talks like a fucking punk. Zoro doesn't express any goddamn manners whatsoever. And I want that to come from somewhere. I want his mom to have been a force of nature. I want his mom and his dad to have fallen in love after, like, fighting 100 times. Like, that's the goods. Like Alvida? Not like Alvida, because Alvida sucks. But like, a big woman. A strong woman.
Like Dan.
You know? Like Dan Dan and like, I never remember her name, but the woman who was in disguise as a nun in Whiskey Peak, like
Oh
that
yeah,
kind of figure.
her. Oh, I love her.
Somewhere between that and Don Don, like shaped like a bear, you know? I think we deserve this. I think we deserve this. His mom was tossing his dad around like a sack of potatoes. Exactly. Because I think Zoro having that much unnatural strength, I think that's more fun if that comes from his mom. If you work backwards from, like, Zoro's natural physical inclinations of, like, brute strength, endurance, I think it's really fun to backfill that to his mom. And for his sword skills to be backfilled to his dad. I like the idea that his dad's side of the family was elegant and fast and well-suited for swordsmanship, and his mom could use a club to destroy a building in a swing.
Yeah, you're right.
We deserve this. I've also chosen, because her death is only vaguely put as died of illness, because that's what happens to moms in One Piece. Look out.
Watch out.
Please be careful, crocodile.
Please wear
Please
a
be
condom.
careful, King. No. No. I mean, yes, but no. I decided that what I think his mom died of was she died of an infection after going out and destroying the pirates that killed her husband.
Oh.
2 reasons why. One, I think it's fun for her illness to have been the kind of thing that could happen to Zoro if his luck was worse in current time.
Yeah.
I like the idea of her being lost to, like, the need for revenge, because that's, like, a theme that we see in One Piece now and then, of, like, people who become just devoted to needing this revenge. I like the idea of, like, him having experience with someone going down like that. And, because I'm me, I think it's fun if the pirates who just killed his dad are already gone.
Yeah.
There's no one for him to take revenge on.
Yeah.
She tore their ship apart, like Scrooge McDuck fucking destroying the gambling, like just bare hands, grabbing the wood, wrenching it apart. Also, I think it's interesting if it kind of dovetails a little bit with, like, Brook's story, where his crew died because there was poison.
Yep.
Like, they beat the other crew. They died anyways. And it kind of ties back into, like, the experience for him of understanding that there's no strength level where you can avoid dying.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone can die still, which I think he takes into him for battle for both, like, there's no opponent who's truly unstoppable,
Mm-hmm.
and he's very aware of his own mortality.
Mm-hmm.
I also like to think that she held on for a long time, and I think it also matches with the fact that his area is pretty small. It seems to explicitly have no Navy presence in the area. Getting access to a doctor who could, like, help after a certain point would have been difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And I like to think that she held on, from his perspective, as long as she could, which is probably kind of a model. It's fun for that to be something he is an example of in his life.
Yeah.
Which, you should note, the one person who I have not mentioned who I think they die, with his grandma, my headcanon is that he just found her sitting on, like, the porch in the way she always had, just kind of leaned against a pillar, and she was gone, kind of thing. Because I'm mean.
Mm-hmm.
Because someone has to put the man in the machine, and you have to do this.
You have to. If you don't, who will? Hmm?
You have to do this. I'm trying to get Oda too. I'm trying to see.
You're stealing hospital equipment and sending him these thoughts. It'll work out.
Prove me wrong.
It'll work out.
Prove me wrong. Let's see. I think there's something else I was gonna say. Oh, I also just like the idea that, like, how to put this. He's very aware of, like, death and the fact that stuff just kind of stops. And I think before meeting Luffy, I think of the context of his family being gone. It feels almost like his drive to become the best is, like, making up for surviving, for being the last person alive, for having not died and Kuina died, for his family being gone. It's an honorable way to seek destruction. It feels odd to imagine that he really genuinely thought. I think he did think he could win, you know? But I also wonder a bit. You have to put him in the Pear Wiggler? Exactly! Oda put Sanji in the Pear Wiggler so hard he has new trauma, so... And also worth noting here, to kind of bring back up from that being a lot of really sad, headcanons and thoughts, and I like to think about the ideas of these people who he might have had in his life. Zoro does have family now. He has the crew.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they're very much like the most explicit concept of found family, where they're a family that transcends familial ties, where their relationships don't mean the same thing. Literally, the cast song, We Are a
family.
And it has them going like, we're not the same as siblings, we're not the same as friends, but we are all family. Where it's like, it's not the same thing. He's not literally anyone's sibling, but he has that family. And also, funny thing about Mihawk, he kind of got adopted by Mihawk.
Yeah.
He kind of got adopted by the dude who he needs to fight, who chopped him in half. He winds up on Mihawk's island during the 2-year break that the series has, where, like, all of the crew has to be scattered, and Mihawk takes him on as a pupil after he goes through all of this, like, this mega fight with 300. Can't stop to explain this. Armed, sword-having, screaming apes is what he has to do.
Just kind of accept it and move on, please.
And it just kind of feels like Mihawk's immediately looking after him, even before he asks to be his student. And also him and Perona just, like, kind of feel like they're siblings now. Perona, the pink-haired ghost-controlling lady from Thriller Bark, just kind of get forced by circumstances into this, like, bratty brother-sister relationship out of nowhere.
It's good.
Which I kind of like. I think it's good for him, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think we were joking when the anime was like covering those time periods. Like, yeah, Mihawk came home and there was like a pair of kittens in his kitchen, and he doesn't have cats, but he has cats now.
I don't own cats.
Pink-haired ghost girly? Yes, that would be Perona, who is
Perona.
awesome. She is just a goth girl with pink hair who's mean and terrible and loves having zombie minions made out of cute things. And
She's great.
fights
She's great.
Usopp.
She's great.
And she can't defeat Usopp because Usopp has too many emotional problems. Oh,
It's
she's
good.
good. It's a good fight. It's a good fight, sir. Which
It's a
also
good
worth
arc,
noting. It's a good arc, sir. Over
Is
the
arc
break
sad or
when
funny?
the crew was all scattered. It's a good arc, sir. Zoro post time skip has an injured eye. He has a scar across his eye, and the eye stays closed no matter what he's doing, in a way that suggests either he's holding it closed forcefully, or I like to headcanon that the muscle around the eye got damaged, so the eye just kind of stays closed on its own, kinda. And it's this big mystery for some members of the fandom about what happened, and how cool his eye must look under there, and what kind of demon powers could be hiding in the eye. Here's my
Sanji's
theory
eye.
about what happened to Sanji. The mystery of Sanji's eye is that he has another eye over there, by the way. Literally, after the time skip, he changes his part so that you can see the other eye, and the answer is it's an eye. And here's my theory for what happened to Zoro's eye. Training accident.
Yeah.
I think he just hurt himself training. My specific headcanon for it is that I think his sword that he had just gotten from Ryuma, like, rebounded when he was practicing, and he hit himself in the face.
Yeah. I like to think that he drank hot chocolate with the spoon still in it. Corona likes hot chocolate. It could
Great.
have happened.
It could have. Perona dared him to juggle knives. Yeah, exactly. I just like the idea that it was, like, fairly innocuous and non-dramatic. I think that goes very much with, like, his history of, like, yeah, Kuina just tripped.
Yeah.
He just had a dumb training accident, and he's really lucky that it didn't do anything worse, and
Yeah.
he feels really dumb about it, and it's just like, whatever.
Usopp finds out and is
let's
like,
see.
I need you to tell everyone on the ship right now.
Why would I do that?
I don't know why Usopp is spreading this lie about me poking out my eye. That's very hurtful, Usopp.
Perona kept flinging beans at him! Mihawk just having a really grim talk with them. The BB gun that Perona asked for her birthday on the table in front of
I
him.
kept telling you you'd shoot your eye out. Did you listen?
I didn't shoot my eye out!
She shot
Yeah, she didn't
my
shoot
eye
her eye out.
Fuck. Oh man.
Oh man, now I get to just like clear through my like last thought kind of stuff. I'm gonna get to headcanon corridor, I can feel it. Let's see. Oh, by the way, Tashigi, the Navy woman who's like not his rival, but I think she's trying to be his rival, but like in a weirdly platonic way.
Yeah.
That's definitely his cousin.
Yeah.
Like,
That's literally his
Oda
cousin.
specifically, yeah. Not that that's his dead cousin, Kuina, which Oda has out and out said that's not Kuina,
They're
and I don't
identical
think it would make
cousins.
sense for her to be Kuina. That happens sometimes, straight up. And what I think is funny about it is that Oda says only 10 of the 25 samurai who left settled down in Sumotsuki. So it's really likely that she's just another member of Sumotsuki. And she just wound up in the Navy. And it's really funny to me that their behavior makes sense as cousins. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah, for real.
Like, her whole thing, like, how dare you not strike me? I'm like looking out the window at like the 12-year-olds, like, oh jeez, alright. He tried to teach Perona how to use swords, immediately learned why you use trading swords first.
God.
Jesus Christ, I could see that.
I like it.
I
like
could
it,
see
like
that.
It, I like it.
Oh god, Zoro to Mihawk, like, yeah, I did it. I was trying to use one of my... It hit a rock and bounced back at my face, and that's what happened.
What happened to your eye? Nothing happened.
Shut up. Shut up. Oh, yeah, quick note about Wano. First of all, he kind of just goes back to being a sad stray dog in Wano. He needs his crew, man.
He needs his crew.
Up
bad
until
out
he
here.
finds Luffy again, he's apparently just... He's just wandering the countryside. Like, saving people at random, eating garbage food. Please. He needs a home. He needs people.
This is an indoor cat now. He can't go back.
I should back up here and mention that we do actually find out that he met what he didn't realize at the time. Maybe he realized, maybe he did, I don't know. He must have later when he found out his last name, so that's something. He technically meets a family member, a distant family member, and like, this is someone he gets along with right away, and who helps him, and who like takes him to the village that this guy is supporting. Whose name is... Yasui. Shimotsuki. He sees this man executed by the state in front of him, and is only just barely able to keep this man's adopted daughter from being shot by the state, too. And if Sanji hadn't been there, would have been using his own arm to take bullets for her, which Sanji prevents. The only other living member of his family besides his teacher gets shot in front of Zoro. Hey, Oda? Hey, Oda. Oda, I just want to talk. Oda.
It's good. It's good. It's good.
Oda. Oda. Okay. Oh, we're in sight. I only have the head cannon corner to go through, so I'm gonna go through these, at a reasonable pace. Okay. I think Zoro has a pain condition because he has taken way too many near-fatal sword injuries to not have lingering pain and nerve damage problems. His chest got, like, cut in half. I think you could have put your finger in there and felt a ribcage, you know? I just don't think it was good.
Yeah.
So, I think Zoro's, like, probably in a large amount of pain at all times. And one day, Chopper is going to get him to try a goddamn edible about it, but
Yeah, probably.
good luck.
Good luck, Chopper.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Zoro is fairly infamous for having a really bad sense of direction. There are various theories about this, but I kind of like the idea that he might have just, like, kind of bad eyesight. I've seen a theory that I enjoyed that, he's just kind of constantly thinking about stuff. I could totally see him just getting distracted as soon as he starts walking anywhere. But I also like the idea that maybe he just has inner ear problems.
Yeah.
And, like, he just
Barney
really has
Calhoun,
bad
baby?
spatial sense of self.
Like Barney Calhoun, baby.
Exactly. Like, I just kind of like the idea that he inherently has problems keeping track of left and right, and just kind of has some body coordination problems, and those could all stem from an inner ear problem along with, like, the nerve damage he has. And I just think it's fun, the idea that, like, he's kind of inherently... What does it mean that someone who's so bad with directions exclusively fights in a style that requires a huge amount of knowledge of where your body is in space?
Yeah.
And I think the answer I've arrived at that I kind of like the most is that he's actually really bad at letting his body move automatically, so he's doing all of this, like, brute force.
I like that.
He's the motherfucker who is thinking how he's breathing. Which I think also makes sense, because a lot of times his fights involve him having to, like, kind of just line up a shot, where he needs to get his feet under him, and he needs to figure out how to do the right hit and get into the right headspace, and he's really strong. Can't he, like, do math? Yes, he's really good at math, actually, inexplicably. I don't know why. It's really funny. And he can, like, when we've seen him doing writing, he can write kanji. It's indicated that that's, like, really unusual for the education level present in One Piece. Most places just kind of use, like, kana or romaji, which is part of why I think it's funny that he might have been raised by someone from Wano. Anyways,
Agreed.
he definitely needs glasses. I think we can agree that he just needs he needs reading glasses. He needs, like, a light prescription. He needs to be doing something here. He reads as incredibly autistic. I can't imagine why. Characters in the manga One Piece, created by a man who loves pirates so fucking much, who loves old movies so much, who could say why why characters in One Piece might read as non-neurotypical and autistic and having distraction? I can't imagine.
God only knows.
Who could say? But also, I think you could get Zoro info dumping about swords. I think you could. Obviously, because I'm me, I headcanon him as trans. It's fun to do this. Take your favorite characters and decide they're trans. Please look forward to the next time we do another Sanji info dump. We will attempt to once more try to convince you that this could be a trans woman. We will. Another headcanon. I feel like before Mihawk, his self-destruction maybe leans all the way into, like, depression.
Yeah.
Like,
For sure.
how much grief can you have while self-destructively wandering around doing nothing but fighting, you know? I'm glad we've convinced you guys of trans Sanji, because it's rough. But he is also canonically a detransitioner anyways. It's not good. It's not good. Yeah, exactly. The whole damn boat's trans. Most of it, at least. Whatever Franky's got going on is some kind of gender.
Please just consider me a freak of nature. A perversion of nature is what he said, actually, to think of it.
Yeah, no. It's my favorite. It's when Tom's brother, for the audience, he's meeting him and is like, "Oh, so was one of your parents, like, a robot? Is that what's going on?" He goes like, please just consider me a perversion of nature. It's like, damn, that's a raw line.
Yeah.
That's great.
It's good.
I also think that Zoro early on probably exhibits food insecurity, because he seems to drink alcohol in a way that implies it's mostly for, like, the calories, you know?
Yeah.
And it's seen in a flashback that he, like, kind of genuinely had trouble getting food because he was thought of as, like, trouble, and also whether or not he ever had money, and also whether or not he was able to find some place he could eat safely, and also then there's the fact that he just starved for, like, 9 days solid in the sun, and he sure looks bruised up, so he was all, oh, jeez.
Who could say?
I also think that when he uses observation hockey, it feels to me like he's expressing it through hearing. Observation hockey is one of these skills that various characters pick up that basically amounts to, like, really, really, really good awareness of what's around you, which sometimes can seem like you're being given the visions of hell because you're able to hear every single person around you at all times. That's one mode that we see.
Poor Kobe.
We also see people who experience it as, like, vision or just, like, kind of a sense of awareness. I feel like Zoro has it as, like, I don't know, there's something going on with him and, like, hearing things and, like, hearing the sword and the rock and, like, the way things are gonna move around him, you know?
Oh my god, that's
and finally,
it. Thank you, Pluto.
You did it. You did it, and I'm almost out of headcanon. Thank you all so much. We're gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go eat the ice cream.
And
I got a
we're gonna
fucked
watch
up
Film
Haagen-Dazs.
Z.
Are we? Okay.
If you want it.
That does sound fun, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zoro could hear the hum of fluorescent lights. Literally, one of my headcanons is that I always imagine him dozing on the deck of the Sunny, just listening to everyone moving around, and, like, going, like, okay, that's Franky, because he's got, like, a really heavy step because of all the metal. brook is really light, and you can hear like the skeleton, like just comforting himself by hearing the sound of like a home full of people is kind of my thought there.
I like that.
Finally, Zoro is the one character that I genuinely headcanon as A-spec in a way that I feel like is just what's going on with him. I know Luffy is a really popular choice for people to headcanon or interpret, which are two different things, as A-spec. I read out him as just straight up gay, and I could also see him as being very A-spec, but there is one motherfucker on this whole crew who has never once ever in any conditions been a single damn butt titty. And it's Zoro. And you could headcanon him as just straight up gay. I do think I read him out as pan. I read him out as, like, someone where if he's had, like, sexual relationships, I don't think he's particularly cared much about gender. I do think that if you read him as trans, it would make sense for him to kind of, like, seek out other trans people when possible. But I think this motherfucker is aromantic or demi-romantic. And I straight up think that most of the time, 99% of the time, doesn't give a damn. He doesn't. He just don't. I think he was straight up one of those people who's just like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
But, and this is the fun, and if anyone out there, if you ship Zoro with someone else, first of all, in 90% of cases, I salute you. Unless you think he was like in love with Koina. I've seen that before, and I hate it every time. It's bad. But I think Sanji gets under his skin is the thing. I think the first time he ever saw Sanji had grabbed a Navy man by the fucking neck and lifted him into the air, and red wine was dripping down his hand. And that was the first time he ever saw Sanji. And I love the idea of this poor motherfucker, over time, having the, like, fuck. Shit, what is this? Get out of my school! I love the idea of this poor motherfucker having the first time he feels romantic attraction be this bitch.
Exactly.
I might be trans, but I have to become the greatest swordsman ever. No. Opposite. He is trans, and he's just like, no, I'm a trans man. Although people who trans women Zoro headcanons, I respect it. Make her a beautiful butch. Here, listen to me. Listen to me. The most beautiful butch. Oh, God. Oh,
You know who else is a butch? Frankie. Not this Frankie, the other one.
No, we've discussed this before. Frankie, well, I'm a circus bear, but Frankie as a butch would be a beautiful thing, I think.
I do too. I agree.
Change nothing about how she dresses. Okay? Okay?
Only cowards do this.
Only cowards do this. Okay. I have gotten through all my mad headcanons. You've heard me refer to this before. What is Frankie's Vegapunk clone theory? So before the family tree came out, there was a weird thing going on with Zoro, where we had never once seen in any way any hint of Zoro having a family. Nothing. Not a single glimpse of a parent, not a mention of who was raising him. We didn't know where his house was. We don't know anything about where he comes from. And he has all of these weird physical traits. And then we find out that he's like visually identical to a guy in Wano who was alive more than 21 years ago and died under Kaido. And we already know that some of the bodies of some of the samurai there got taken by Gekko Moira, who got Ryuma, who, by the way, in the Wano arc, people bring up that Zoro looks identical to how Ryuma, this is the legendary samurai who he fought in Thriller Bark, not the samurai who died in Wano helping Yamato. They even go, and you know, that samurai also had an injured eye. Doesn't that seem kind of familiar? It's like someone points it out. Someone points it all out, and then we got to the Vegapunk arc, and we learned that Vegapunk, who is this, like, massive super genius that we've been hearing about through the whole time, this whole time, has been making clones of, like, warlords to turn into weird, kind of nightmarish robotic genetic experiments, actually. It's a whole thing. It's kind of scary as soon as you start to think about it in any way whatsoever. Which also means that there's like a 16-foot tall child version of Jimbei
around
out there.
And Sanji kicks its ass. Sanji beats that child.
Sanji, your kind heart.
Oh, Sanji, you are the kindest. Sanji immediately next start whipping a child on its ass. Just like, I'll kill it for you, Nami! Pow!
Listen, this
Reiju's like,
allowed.
oh, I bet Sanji is hand-feeding a baby mouse right now.
We love this for him. So, here I am, reading this arc, finding out that it's possible to make clones of people, and that Vegapunk has been studying the concept of bloodlines, which is basically just like One Piece genetics, but it's also this...
It's this whole thing.
Kaido, the fruit, anyways. Point being, I start thinking to myself, we know that Ryuma's body was removed from Wano. We know Zoro is a perfect match for Ryuma visually. We know Vegapunk was making clones. Holy shit, this is why Oda's never released anything. Oda's going to reveal that Zoro was a clone of Ryuma that Vegapunk made, that wound up in this village because it had people from Wano, and so it was like a safe place to leave him, and then he releases a family tree in the SBS. So, most likely Zoro isn't a clone, and it's just that Oda was maybe going to get into his family history in Wano, and then he realized that Wano was already like a really long arc with a lot of moving parts, and he needed to introduce Yamato later, and I think he just decided he didn't have time to cover it. But, I have retained one thing. I have already told you about some of my ideas about Terra, Zoro's mom. Back when I did this for my own indulgence, I kept joking, and to fill in the genetic patches, he just used a tiger mink because I think it's really funny that Zoro gets associated with tigers a lot and has some goofy cat-like traits. I've decided it would be really funny if his grandpa on his mom's side of his family was a tiger mink, so he just kind of has that in his DNA, because we literally know for a fact that tiger minks and mermaids and fish people, if they marry a human and then that child marries a human, the grandkid winds up looking like a totally normal human, but with like some weird skills. And I am going to note, technically, the clone theory could still be possible, but he just got adopted by the descendants of the person.
That's right, pal. Absolutely, brother.
I
Hell
don't
yeah.
think so. I
Hell
don't
yeah,
think
brother.
so.
It can
I
have
don't
anything
think.
now.
I don't.
Hell yeah. You gotta believe.
I don't think so.
Like Parappa said.
But I think we should all agree to believe that his mom was like a 7-foot tall, half tiger babe, built like a fridge. I think we should all just come together and agree that so long as Oda doesn't reveal what Zoro's mom looked like, and I don't count the little shadow silhouette he drew, I don't count that as meaning anything. Although, you know, I could just take, like, I'm looking at it now, I'm opening it, all it shows is that she's got a ponytail. We don't know. We don't know what that, it's just a head, it's just a profile from the shoulders up. It could be anything.
We don't know. We just don't know.
We just don't know.
We just don't know. It's unclear.
And until I get proven wrong, which could be never, I think that's pretty good. I have gotten through all of my notes.
Let's go, brother.
I have won.
Let's go.
Victory condition.
Let's go, brother. Now, it is one, but I want to finish doing some shading, so do you have anything else you want to talk about? Mayhaps, is there anything else you want to talk about with Zoro and Sanji, maybe?
Oh, you know we can just talk about Zoro and Sanji. Alson Probable says his Oni boy swag, peace and love on the planet Earth.
Yep.
The other thing that would be cute outside of a tiger is I guess you can just be a type of person who gets Oni horns, and I just think he could have deserved that, you know?
Yeah.
But we got Yamato, so... Yeah, with Sanji, I am just the biggest fan. Literally, my interpretation of like them as a ship is I think Zoro like immediately started crushing. I think Zoro immediately was attracted to Sanji, and then just as quickly got like, oh, he's really flirty with Nami. Fuck. Which I don't know if it's like necessarily common, but I've definitely seen it around in fandom of the idea of like Zoro kind of having like what he thinks of as a one-sided love going on for a long time.
I like that. I like that. Being Zoro
I'm always
suffering.
a big fan. I love the idea because like he is pulling pigtails so much with Sanji. Like he picks fights. He gets mad whenever he's like flirting with girls. He'll do like he says stuff that'll like make Sanji peel off from whatever he's doing, like fawning over girls to go fight him instead. Like
Yeah.
there's the fucking bit in Alabasta when Sanji goes like, just call me Mr. Prince, and Zoro immediately goes, Mr. Prince, and Sanji attacks him. Like,
It's good. It's good.
Ace Peaceful crushes hit hard and it hits fast. Source my ace ass. Yes, legitimately, I am definitely building off of. I like reading about other people's like experiences with queerness. I don't identify myself as like demi or on the spectrum of that. I just think I'm autistic and I crush weird. But that's just a case of like whether or not I find a label useful for myself. I don't find it useful. Other people might. But I like reading about the experiences of it, and I really feel like I can see Zoro having that, like, motherfucker, I would like to stop.
I like that.
Especially
I like that.
because, like, yeah, and Sanji's, like, so elegant in combat. Like, the way he moves, the fact that he has this, like, beautiful, like, rolling curve, he hits, like, a mock truck, and I've talked a lot in this like session about how much I think that Zoro isn't really a natural at the type of fighting he does. He has to work really hard. He has to train really hard. He's really harsh on himself. Sanji doesn't train.
Sanji cooks. Sanji's a cook. Why would he train? He's a cook.
The one time you could say Sanji was like forced to train every day, he learned how to run in the sky. He learned how to walk on air.
Zeph taught him how to fight, and that was it, baby. He's good.
Yeah, and he learned how to fight from Zeph by fighting with Zeph.
Yeah.
Zoro got instruction. Zoro has to, like, think and move and lift weights, and I really love the idea of, like, part of Zoro's affection being, like, this fucking genius. This fucking idiot genius who's good at it perfectly without trying. Like, he's the equal of Sanji working as hard as he can, and Sanji's his equal being a cook.
It's good.
I very much... It's good. It's a good chemistry. It's good. I love that as being part of... Just, ooh, that feeling of, like, being annoyed with him, but admiring him and trying to keep up. Oh, it's good. And also, quick side note, a reoccurring thing that Sanji likes to do is he will put himself in tremendous risk, all by himself, all alone, fighting for everybody, trying to cover for them. Zoro's dad died a hero. I think he thinks Sanji's a hero. And I think he kind of hates it, and I think he finds it very attractive.
Stupid gallant motherfucker.
There's this whole... Sanji is the most gallant motherfucker. And, like, he'll drop everything to help someone. He'll do anything for the crew, and he'll go off and do it on his own with no support and then just show back up. And I think it probably drives Zoro kind of insane, but I think that is also a charm point for him. And I think, also, after a certain point, there's no way Zoro is getting out of this without some crossed wires about legs. Because weapons? Good. Fighting? Good. We like fighting. He really oh god, he gets weird mid-fight, man.
He licks Sword super horny about it. It's...
Why does he lick swords? He's so. Why is Zoro so fucking villain coded when he fights?
Please
He's
call me
out there like
villain-coded.
smiling cruelly and like having like the shadowed eyes and like these demon gazes and licking this blood off his sword and sa- he says weird stuff sometimes, man. He's like, "Oh, I'm really getting excited now." And I just think he's probably got some wires crossed after watching Sanji, like, kick a man's head in half.
Yeah,
You know, like.
It's good. It's good for him.
And plus, Sanji always wears, like, full body suits, unless he's wearing God's stupidest outfits. I don't know. He's a bit unhinged, but he's got the spirit. He's just got resting villain face. It's not his fault. He just looks like he is and acts as if he was like the terrifying like killer villain from like a different anime. He's like the guy that shows up and you're like, oh shit, he's gonna really kill someone. Fuck, but no.
Oh,
He's
shit.
one of the main characters. Then we have Killer, who is that, but for One Piece, and turns out to be different than that anyways. Well, not really. I do... Oh, man. Killer's great because he is that. It just turns out to be in some tragic gay ways.
Yeah, Killer is very much like, what happens if Zoro's arc goes really bad and wrong?
Yeah, a little bit.
What if he would do anything for your captain? Anything.
Anything. No, it could have been Zoro there.
Zoro would eat a smile fruit for Luffy.
He would. I was thinking about that the other day. Also Improbable says they should let him play the villain in a LARP. It would be enrichment for him. So, there's these really cute filler episodes that are Super Chopper episodes, where they're about a very cartoony alternate universe where Chopper is a superhero and Nami is his manager, and I think someone else plays the robot, but everyone else plays like different types of Sentai villains.
Yeah.
And it is our feeling that these are representative of Chopper playing pretend on the Sunny and everyone else playing pretend with him. And Zoro literally does play one of the bad guy, like Kaiju. He's like Onigiri Man or something.
Yes, he is. It's so good. And Sanji's
Luffy's
like
the
Lizard
robot.
Man
Thank
for
you,
some
Tukas
reason.
Tukas. Yeah, they keep doing him dirty, and like, remember the monster one?
He was a fucking Kappa, and then Zoro calls him Arrow Gappa in Mermaid Island. What's going on? Can Zoro perceive?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, please look forward to the Sanji deep dive, where after we yell about Whole Cake for like, I'm gonna say 2 hours, I'm gonna try and get to my theory that I think Zoro might be related to the Queen of the Mermaids.
Oh, it's good to do this.
I don't think, but...
Do you mean Sanji? Or...
Yeah, sorry, Sanji.
Okay. I was like, ooh,
It's the time of night where I'm just mixing up words. No, I'm not having I'm not having a big enough swerve to go against the theory you're talking about. No, Sanji's mom looks a lot like the Queen. They act a lot alike.
Oh.
Where's my leg?
Oh wait, I didn't just do something with this piece, did I? No, we're good. Alright, let me shade these little doodles up here and then we're all done.
Yay! Awesome. But yeah, I do like the idea that, like, when Chopper plays games like this, I do think Zoro plays the bad guy for him and gets really into it and has a lot of fun.
I love that.
That's his little guy!
That's his little dude, man. That's his man. That's his guy.
Little guy. That's his little guy. Also with him and Sanji, it is my belief, I think he immediately felt an attraction when he met him, and I think provided it's the fun thing with shipping where it's like provided you don't think him and Sanji are an item by Thriller Bark, I think Thriller Bark would be where he realizes like, oh, I'm in love with this man. That's what this is. I get it now.
Yeah.
Like, straight up, it's like he sees Sanji get up in front of him and start to try and talk Kuma into killing him instead, and he immediately goes, oh, I love this man. He is about to try and die for me, and I'm not gonna let him. It's the goods.
It's the goods,
It's
man.
the goods.
It's the goods.
You have to sit there and think about, like, oh, what if Zoro finally confessed afterwards because he realized he could have died? And...
Ooh. What if it make you think? It make you fucking think.
Sweet Seal Dream says in a safer life he could have been a wonderful theater kid. I'm gonna be honest, I could really see Zoro winding up as a stuntman.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Like, in a modern mundane setting, which I like to specify mundane, because I think whenever people do like, oh, I bet if Luffy was in a modern setting, he would be studying this in college. I'm always like, I think Luffy in a modern setting would be jacking cars, my man.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He would be doing wheelies at 3 a.m. It's good, it's fine. He's having fun.
Yeah. He's having fun. I can see Zoro being an expert swordsman that performs for historical reenactments as the villains in a better time. It would be like Stuntman who winds up then actually getting cast as like a villain in a production and like kind of winds up stealing the show. But like he only really can do like one type of character, but he does it really well.
He does really good on the like mall performance for children of a Sentai show villain circuit.
Oh, okay. No, hear me out. Stuntman, but like that's kind of his day job a lot of the time, is like hero show villain.
Yeah, I play Stealth Black and I do these flips. It's fine. It pays. I wear a mask.
Do you always wear that outfit for it? Yeah, you just gotta get like baby powder. It's kind of sweaty.
Christ.
He would have so much fun going to Ren fairs. If he then wound up in America, yes, he would enjoy. Does Japan have an equivalent of Ren fairs? I know there's like some
they
areas.
have like Western towns, but I don't know about the Ren fairs.
Right? Not like Ren fairs. I almost mean like an Edo, like.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I know that in like Paper Mario. Oh yeah, like
In
the
fact,
parks kind of thing that are like historical parks.
That area in Paper Mario is based off a theme park.
I thought so. Okay.
When
he has a character archetype. Go ahead.
When Wano was happening, that theme park would get brought up a lot because they have an Oiran walk parade that happens every day.
Oh yes, I've seen footage of that. It's so pretty.
Yeah.
Ugh.
But they had to.
Oirons are so cool looking.
I think they had to ask One Piece cosplayers to stop coming in costume. I forget what the deal was, but.
No, I could see that being a little distracting.
Yeah.
I could see asking people to knock that off. By the way, shout out, just since we're talking about Zoro, when I talk about feeling like he's very demi-romantic coded to me, and at the very least, like, not particularly easily swayed by anything. Literally the most beautiful woman in Wano, the top Oiran of the country, at one point is like sleeping draped over him, and he just goes like, get off me.
Yeah. What a king.
Which, shout out to her for just going for that titty pillow. She is in there.
Yeah.
She's like straight
she's
up like,
deep.
I think she even goes like, and she goes like, did it excite you to sleep next to me? I hear men usually really like it. And you just go, shut up. It's great. It's great. Shout out.
This is Zoro and
She's-
his B-sharp, by the way.
Oh. I think it's good. I think he deserves it. He needs a plushie. He needs a toy.
He needs a toy. We should talk about this sometime for a doodle about Pokemon teams. I think it would be fun.
We should. We should.
Almost done.
I dig it. I'm just vibing. I'm definitely feeling the, oh god, I've been talking for
Yeah.
4 hours and 53 minutes, but I can keep going a little bit.
Okay, done.
Let's see.
Done.
I don't know. Hey, okay, never mind. I was gonna ask if people had any questions.
Look at all these damn drawings. Thank you all. Why did I make it into an L shape?
Powerful. I don't know. You just kind of drift around the page in like angular directions, I think.
I do. Thank you all so fucking much. This was very fun to draw.
Yeah. Yes, thank you all extremely. I was having a lot of fun reorganizing my notes. I'm really happy I could get through it. And I'm glad people enjoyed, including folks who don't actually know anything about One Piece. It's always really gratifying when people enjoy just hearing us talk about. about and examine these characters, we probably won't do another one of these for, like,
A while.
I don't know. It'll take us having the energy and the gumption and a fresh set of notes up.
Yeah.
And probably if we don't get to it soon, what's gonna happen is we're gonna hit Whole Cake Island, and then there will be a Sanji info dump. Please enjoy. Oh, it'll be good.
It'll be good. It'll be good. It'll be good. You won't suffer. It's
We're
fine.
only 200 episodes of the anime away.
Here's my awesome trick for those of you who draw in black and white. Just sometimes slap a color filter on that shit. Hit it with a soft glow. It don't
Sometimes
matter.
slap a color filter. Slap a color filter.
Oh, you want a closer
over
look at Tiger Zoro? Sure.
Yeah, let's take a closer look at the art for a second. Really cute. Really cute. Really good. Really good. Really good.
Okay.
Making my window bigger so I can see that dialogue. Jesus Christ.
Thank you all. I need a damn break. We go on 5-minute break.
Yes, we're gonna take a quick 5 to 10 minute break. And then we will, I guess, go to fan art. I'm gonna be honest, I might be about to turn to sand.
Yeah, we'll see.
So we might save fan art for next time. Normally we do not break the covenant to fan art, but I know y'all won't be upset at us if we do it just this once because I can feel my voice going a little bit.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, there's 10 pieces in fan art. We might actually have to wait till next time. I'm sorry, folks, but we will hit them.
If nothing else, we are going to take a quick... let's take a break and come back and see how we feel, because I at least need to get up and stretch before we do our ending thing. Thank you all for your patience, but we'll be right back. Whew. Oh, hey, speaking of 3 a.m. rice, I didn't even really get into it. Zora's favorite food is just rice. It's just rice. Good night, Demi friend. What's even funnier is one of the other, like, main characters of the series who uses sword is Trafalgar Law. And Trafalgar Law's favorite food is onigiri. What's wrong with them? Hey, go to bed if you gotta go to bed. I suspect we're just gonna say goodnight and throw you all to people. But once Bugs is back, we will. Ow. Oh, I got an ice cream cone I'm really excited about. Rice is delicious, don't get me wrong. Rice is a high nutrient food for swords. Also, for anyone out there who might be like doing any fandom stuff with these two, you should know that in Japan, a very old-fashioned way of telling someone you love them would be to say something like, "I only want to eat your cooking every day."
Yeah.
Or you could also say that by saying, "I only want to eat your rice every day."
Yeah. Hi.
My theory is that I think Zoro would have tremendous game romantically
Mm-hmm.
in the Edo era.
Uh-huh.
And I don't think Sanji would ever catch any of it.
I want to eat your rice
Sexually,
every
I think
day.
he
I'm
would
not
have
cooking you
game.
rice every day, asshole.
Sexually, I think he would have game in a big city gay club. He would have tremendous game.
Yeah.
Romantically, good fucking luck.
Yeah.
Good fucking luck. There's no way.
How you doing?
Okay, I think I'm gonna ask to skip fan art because while my voice is okay right now, I think if I did enough talking to cover everything in fan art with
Yeah.
enough justice, I think my voice will wear out.
Let's not get filmsy. Let's watch Holly play Mario Sunshine after this.
Yay! Oh man, I'm so excited to go eat that Haagen-Dazs butter cookie ice cream cone. I gotta save special. And next stream is probably not going to be an info dump.
Mhm.
We will figure out what we're gonna do, but it's probably gonna either be like Pokemon, Crab's Treasure. We might try and wrangle together with Puzz to figure out when we can do the final shipwreck stream. We want to do that pretty soon.
Yep.
My suspicion is that it'll be kind of a grip before our next info doodle type stream, but also, who knows? It'll depend on how we feel. You
Yeah.
never know what could happen, but thank you all so much for watching. Thank you guys for being cool about us skipping fan art. We
Yeah,
will hit
thank you.
everything in fan art next time. We
Crummy.
will wrap up an hour early so that we do not kill ourselves reading too many. Because we like talking about art, we like going over art, and we really appreciate and love everything y'all do. But,
Mhm.
with that being said, where are we gonna send folks?
I'm sending
Is
you
anyone streaming?
to Jump Drive Project, who is a non-binary robot VTuber
Awesome.
playing Baldur's Gate 3.
Ooh, let's go. Alright, sounds like a good time. Alright, folks. Thank you guys so much for coming. We really do love doing these streams when we have, like, energy and a focus and a subject we want to get into. It gives me an excuse to do a bunch of research that I love to do. Bugs gets to draw.
I get to draw.
Seems to be the fun. I understand. And thank you all for being here. We really appreciate it. Thank you all for your support, whether you got a doodle request gave a tip, subscribed, or literally we're just here. Thank you so much if you rolled up to this and went
my
like, yeah, I'm gonna
God.
follow this.
Yeah.
Welcome. You will enjoy what we do here. You will thrive and be strong. But in whatever way you're choosing to spend your time with us, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're watching this on the VOD later, wow, you really watch all the way to the end of these VODs. Good job.
Why?
Or you're asleep listening to this. Nightmare.
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 Nightmare. But all jokes aside, thank you so much. It is time for you guys to get in the jar.
The jar.
There we go. Oh, we love the jar. Oh, we love the comfort of the jar. So safe and warm and cozy in the jar. Be nice in the stream. No raid phrase. We don't really have one. And if they ask what we were talking about, say we were talking about Swords Barbie. Good night, everybody. There we go. I can never get it to align the first way.
Alright,
you know?
give it.
Always
Gimme.
takes-
I wound up my pitching arm.
Okay, okay. Here you go. Here you
Hey,
go. Good
bada
luck.
bada.
Hey, bada bada. Hey.